All right, we are live. What's going on, Big Blue Crew, Big Blue Nation, me, you know who else it is, Classified 3 Up with Joe. Welcome to the second episode of the Giants Cave, where it be me, Joe, G Nation, and the Miz. Waiting for G Nation and the Miz. What's going on tonight, Joe? I know you heard the news about John Madden. We were supposed to be calling the game, but the game was actually canceled. What's going on, Hit Squad?
The squad.
So we won't be calling the game tonight. Just your thoughts about John Madden in the beginning. This is how we're going to start off the show. Just your thoughts about John Madden. I'll let you go first, and then I guess when the other co-hosts get here, we'll go with them.
Okay, I had to put out a tweet, and the first thing for people watching this, if you could please share this tweet that I put out, and I'll read it verbatim. Um, John Madden meant so much to me growing up in football. I looked forward to everything that he was involved with. I can remember watching him a little bit late in his career. I was like 7, 8, 9 years old, but I always watched football with my dad. I put R.I.P. John Madden. This is what I tweeted out. You brought us so much joy to us fans in your coaching commentator insight that has been missed. The NFL step up, and like we have the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, they should have the John Madden Coach of the Year award to remember your greatness at the NFL. That's what that man meant to me. That man did things for this league. The NFL would not be what it is today without him. He changed the commentator role, he changed the coaching role. He was adored by everybody. And if I could only contribute a quarter of what that man did, I would say I had a well rounded life when I passed. People don't understand what he brought to the game of football, whether he was a coach, whether he was a commentator, whether it was outside football. The man had a heart of gold. He was never that person that would be mean or vicious or anything like that. He was just always smiling, always happy, never really argued or fought or or would, get upset at somebody else's views. He would understand everything. He was just the man that, you know, he you looked forward to the game watching him more than you did watching your team play if he called your game. Him and Pat Summerall, they just took over broadcasting. I can't say enough what that man meant to me. And his passing has really affected me today. And I'm very saddened by it because we'll never see another guy like him. You can say there's great coaches, but this man went 103 and 32 or 30, something like that. He's the youngest coach in the shortest time to win 100 games in the NFL. That's what that man did. And he all started as I believe he was a tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that was what he did, and then he went to coaching, and then he stepped up and did some other things, with the broadcasting, with the bus, former players. He was a big proponent of a lot of stuff that really has changed the game. Um, I I could keep talking forever, but I got to give other people a shot. I apologize if I rambled too much. I can't put enough words out there what he meant to me, man. I can't do
Yeah,
it.
John Madden is a pioneer of the game. He's an icon of the game. He's one of the only ones that was a player, a coach. Never got to the GM. I think he never wanted to be a GM. I never think that he
No.
wanted to make. He always wanted football just to be football. So that's why I think he never wanted to be a GM or anything like that. But what I remember Madden for, yeah, he won a Super Bowl with the Raiders. That happened before I was born. So I do remember him and Pat Summerall calling the games. That's why I do live play by plays, to be honest with you. Him and Pat Summerall. I love the way they called the games. And it didn't matter what team they called for. It doesn't matter if it was the Cowboys, it didn't matter if it was the Giants, Bears, Eagles, no matter what game they called. Most of the time it was Cowboys games. Cowboys and Packers games. They always found a way to give him Brett Favre and the Cowboys. And he loved them some Brett Favre. So that's what I remember John Madden most. Everybody remembers him because John Madden football, that's great as well. I've owned just about every Madden that's ever came out. I'm a John Madden football player to the end. But I just remember him for his commentating. And yes, he was a damn good coach. Didn't get to see him too much as a player because there's not many highlights out there, but he was a damn good coach. I remember this is the coach that took the Raiders when they had Marcus Allen, all those guys out there. It's a sad time. His documentary just came out, and I think he passed like 2 days later after what he passed. Well, today's the 28th, so he passed 3 days after his documentary came out.
Right.
Pretty sad. What's going on, Jeff? What's going on, Uncensored? Shout out to Queen Vibe Entertainment. This young lady right here, talked to her earlier. Very beautiful young lady, and she's very smart, man. She does have a YouTube channel. Go subscribe to Queen Vibe Entertainment. And once we get done talking with her, man, I might have some things going on for us, man. Just look out.
Oh, I'd love to have her on. Love to get a different view. And another thing, real quick, Pat. John Madden was the coach of the Raiders and the Jets for the YADIG game. I don't know if anybody remembers people talking about it. I wasn't alive to see it. It was 68. But that was John Madden was the coach of that game right there.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, man, that dude's a legend of football.
He is.
You need to tell the story about football. You won't be able to tell it without John Madden, if that means anything to anybody. What's going on, King Tone? Hit Squad was good. Jazzy Jeff was good. Miz, do you have anything to say about Mr. John Madden?
Yeah.
Get into it.
Hey, man, I grew up with John Madden. John Madden, I used to watch his.
Thank you, Queen.
I loved watching his shows. I found it very interesting that the man would travel around the country by bus. He would not get on a flight.
Yep.
I learned that as a young kid, and I found that interesting since I did not know any other human that did it that way.
Right.
And when they gave you probably remember the shows they used to show about inside. They give a tour inside his bus. The guy had everything.
Yep.
The man is obviously a legend. When I heard it tonight, I was inside the deli, and I told the guy who I don't even know who the guy is next to me, and then he was hit by it. It's like you just could tell anybody; they knew right away. So that was a hard loss. John Madden. When you think of John Madden, man, you just think of the football. You just think of the sport. He means everything to the NFL, and of course the kids today and us, because I used to grow up hosting John Madden tournaments, and I would have about 20 kids as we were growing up on a Friday or a Saturday night in the winter, and we would line up 3 or 4 TVs and do a 2-game elimination. And maybe it sounds sad, but Madden was a huge part of our childhood, man. So, man, I'm sorry that we lost this guy tonight. That's a huge loss for the football world, obviously.
Yeah, a very huge loss. That's a good point, man. That dude went everywhere by bus. So sometimes after he got done calling the game, he had to get on the road. Because if you was way on the East Coast, it takes about 5 to 6 days to get all the way to the West Coast to call the game. So he was traveling a lot too. Yeah.
Hit Squad wants you to make him a mod so he can drop everybody's links in the chat.
Okay, I have to go.
I wanted to say real quick. I remember with John Madden, because whenever they say the name, we had like 30 or 40 people playing these tournaments.
There you go.
We used to have like a real deal tournaments. I'm talking about some of these games would almost come to blows, as you already know. So these tournaments sometimes had a couple of M&Ms on it. Let's call it, lettuce. So we would put some on the games. We would go all night long till 6, 7 in the morning. These games, and so they knew me as they would call me the TikTok because we would have 5-minute quarters. And if I got the ball first, you didn't get the ball first until the beginning of the third quarter because I would run the 2-minute drive and score a 7. And if you didn't score in the second half, you lost. And people hated me for that. And I would take the controller after every first down and go tick, tock, tick, and would get people so mad. So when I'm thinking of Madden, that's what I think of because that's what I got known for. I played a game with the Giants. I used to have Tiki, Brandon Jacobs, those guys, and I'd use the power running game to kill the clock, man. And
Right.
that's what the Giants were growing up, right? So
Yeah,
Yes.
we used to have tournaments in Madden. I used to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. I used to win the tournament. Me and my brother, cousins, we used to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. Used to throw a Madden tournament. They used to do a Madden tournament at GameStop when a game comes out. I won that tournament like 4 or 5 times. So, I mean, Madden meant a lot to the game, man. Sorry that he didn't get his flowers while he was alive. A lot of people didn't do that. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to pass away for people to give you your flowers. Unfortunately,
Right.
that sucks because I'm a firm believer of giving people their flowers while they're alive. So,
yeah,
John Madden, man, more props to the guy, man, because he's one of the main reasons why I love doing live play-by-play commentary. Him and Pat Summerall. I could watch those guys do Cowboys games forever. Wish they didn't have to retire because those were two of the best commentators on football that ever
Yeah.
did it. Way better than a Troy Aikman and Joe Buck or whoever they got out there right now. Only other one I could really put in that class is maybe Al Michaels. Maybe. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, if you're talking college football, I think Keith Jackson was the
yeah,
guy for
Keith Jackson.
college.
Yeah, Keith
That's
Jackson
why
was
I
very
started
good.
watching college football was because of him.
hmm But yeah, I mean, any more thoughts about John Madden before we wrap that up, man? Wanted to give him his proper respect at the beginning of the stream before we get into this Giants talk. Hopefully, Luke can hop on
Right.
uh, pretty soon. But man, football took a hit today. It took a hit tonight.
Yes.
It really did. Big Blue in the Bronx. Yes, yes, ma'am, Miss
Uh,
Queen, man, beautiful lady, man. Love talking to you, man. Can't wait to talk to you more.
Howard
Uh,
Cosell was always drunk. And not
yeah,
only that, I mean, he was okay, but Don Meredith, I think, was, what made Howard Cosell great.
yeah. Who could come close to Madden and Summerall? I don't know who comes close.
I Like I said, Cosell was great. He did so many sports, but my God, he was miserable too.
Yeah,
Yeah, him and Ali.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
yeah.
Ali was very entertaining, but I'm talking about just football
Yeah,
commentating. Who's the best football commentator right now that you like? Maybe Tony Romo. Maybe.
man, I'll tell you what, that board technology came out at the right time with John Madden because when
Yes,
he
it
got a
did.
hold of that play board and he could circle and boom and bang and
Yeah.
this hot guy right here. These are the big, heavy duty guys you want right here. See, look at that. Boom. You could
Yeah.
just see him.
He loved doing it. You can tell that
Yes.
he loved doing it. That's why he got that bus. Remember Monday Night Football, the players of the game used to go on that bus all the time. He's the
Yes.
one that started the turkey tradition of eating the turkey after winning on
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. He made that popular. I mean, he did a lot of things for the game, man.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Let me see. Big Play Slade, thank you for coming in, bro. Big Blue in the Bronx, thank you for coming in. He says Al Michaels is the best for NFL right now. I mean, that's the only one you can put up there. Al Michaels. It's the only one you can put up there.
Right.
But my favorite call was Pat Summerall when somebody threw an interception. It's picked off. That used to be, I don't know why.
Now,
That sticks in my head, man.
now listen, I will tell you what. If
Yeah, Gus
anybody
Johnson is
has
very good.
if anybody has a chance to come close, it's going to be Peyton and Eli. I think they're going to overtake Al Michaels and a few other people because they are getting hot and popular and they like the antics on the show. If I was going to say two people right now that have a future in broadcasting, I'd say Peyton and Eli right now are the hot draw. Will they sustain that? I don't know.
I don't think they would want to do it. I think that what they're doing right now is basically what we're doing. So it's like a hobby to them. They get to chill out and do whatever. But as
Right.
far as like doing it professionally, I don't see them doing it. It takes too much time.
It does. It does. But who's to say in 10 years, 15 years, when their kids are all grown, that they don't decide to,
Nate talks football. What's going on? I don't know, man, but he's definitely a legend. He's definitely an icon of the game. One of my favorite people in football, period. Doesn't matter if they were a player or whatever.
Now,
He's
see,
one of my favorite people in football.
I don't look at Michaels at football. Whenever you say Al Michaels to me, I think of the 1980 USA Olympic team. Do you believe in miracles? Yes, I watched that. When you say Al Michaels to me, that's the first thing that pops into my head. It's not football.
Yeah. As nobody can come close. Nobody comes close to what John Madden did. And it's been years since John Madden has called a game. So, I mean, that's the impression he left. Like, when you think about football commentating, the first people to come to mind is Madden and Pat Summerall.
Right.
Those two, man, that whoever put that together was an absolute genius. Whoever put those two together was an absolute genius. Because he's the only one that actually literally gave you the play on the screen right after the play happened. When the Cowboys used to get those big runs, and like you said, used to do the X's and O's.
Yes.
He hits this alley, whap, boom, all those little sayings that he used to say. We used to talk about Gilbert Brown. We used to talk about Warren Sapp and Brett Favre and Deion Sanders. Bruce Smith. We used to talk about Bruce Smith when he called his games.
Look at Chris Berman, because I think Chris Berman took up a little bit of what John Madden would do. Whoop, 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 back, when he would do that for ESPN, I think he took a little bit of John Madden with him for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, John Madden started that, man. But other than that, fellas, those are my last words on John Madden, man. I'm gonna let the man rest in peace. Hopefully he's going to a better place, and football won't be the same without him.
That man deserves a yearly award in his honor to a coach. I'm sorry. That's why I put that tweet out there. If we could get some buzz around that, get that thing classified 3F as my Twitter. I've had a bunch of people share it already. I wish the NFL would get a hold of that, read it, do something with it, even if because he was at the AFC, even if it was just then. We give an award to the AFC coach, the NFC coach in his honor. One of each for what they do off the field, on the field, with the players. It's not about wins or losses. This award should not be about wins and losses. This award should be like a humanitarian level, just like Walter Payton.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just like Walter
and every coach has a shot to get into it. That's the exact way it should be.
Yeah. Right. He says, how can we see who comes?
Queen says she's a Cowboys fan.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. What is KN? He says, how can we see who comes KN? I don't know what KN is. We'll get back to that. But if we want to get into some Giants talk.
Oh, who comes in?
Oh, it's a StreamYard. What it is if you want to come into the chat, they click the StreamYard link that I just put right there. They click the link, and then the backstage comes and shows you at the bottom. It says backstage, and you can add them into the show, Queen. Yeah, we can talk about the draft coming up. We're just waiting for Lou to come in. Normally, this show, Nate, is just for me, Lou, and Miz. Adam, what's going on? Now, me and Adam had an interesting conversation earlier today. Who's this? Nate.
What's up?
What's going on, Nate? Now,
not much. Sorry,
normally this show is for me, Lou, and Miz, and Joe. So we're gonna let you take Lou's place until he gets here, and then we're gonna kick off the real cave. We created this show just for us, just so we can talk just anything about
Fair
the
enough.
Giants. But we're gonna be talking about the draft and everything. And until Lou comes, you're more than welcome to be here. So, Adam, me and Adam talked early today on the phone. We had a very interesting conversation. We still really don't agree. He said, "Okay, that's what's up." Oh, that's what I gotta talk to you
Queen.
guys about. Bigo. That's where we're getting ready to go. Once I get on there and figure out how to work that system, everybody's coming over there with me. So I gotta wait for we can get monetized very quickly.
Okay.
So be on the lookout for that. I'll be talking to you, Miz and Lou after the show.
Okay.
Adam, that was a damn good conversation that we had. First thing we talked about was he still believes Joe Judge needs to be fired. I can't get him off that train. He's a strong guy. He believes what he believes in.
Right.
He says his offense is terrible, and I'll absolutely agree.
Yep.
Here goes Lou. Dang, Nate, that was quick.
Hey, that's perfectly fine.
Hey, Nate, always with this show, always be in the chat, and I'll respond to whatever you put it into the chat, bro.
Sounds
Right.
good, man.
So,
How we
this
going?
show is for the big dogs on the cave. That's why we call it the cave. So, but can't wait to do the draft shows with you, bro. And they're gonna
Right.
start right after the
That
Right.
sounds good. That sounds good.
So you already ready? You already took?
Oh yeah, I've been scouting.
So I can't wait, bro.
Zion.
From Zion.
But don't take no offense to it. It's just a big dog. What's going on, Big Lou?
Yeah, I don't even want to mention it, bro. Sorry I'm late, but nah, it ain't it. Nah, somebody walked out and left the kids and everything.
Man, what the hell?
Yeah. This postpartum depression shit is real, bro. I'm trying not to take it personal, bro, but now I got to start recording stuff and making a daily journal to protect myself if this shit goes to court and make sure my kids are in safe hands. So
Right.
Man, I don't want to get into no legal issues. But man, that's
Sorry, bro.
something's got to be taken care of, man. I'm praying for you. Been praying
Yeah.
for you.
it's just me and my boys.
You all right? You sure you want to?
Yeah, I'm good, my
Tonight,
nigga.
bro?
Listen, my mom left me in the park and I didn't fall apart. I ain't gonna fall apart over no D word. My concern is them babies. Yeah, we're gonna do that show. John Madden died. We ain't stopped the show, did we? All right then.
All right. Well,
And shout outs and prayers and respect and condolences to his family, man. That man was a great man in football, from playing to coaching to broadcasting to engineering the damn most famous football game ever made, known worldwide. So,
yep.
condolences to his family, man.
But we was getting ready to get into it. Me and Adam talked earlier today,
Yeah, we did too.
and we had a damn good conversation, man, because he had some valid points on why Joe Judge should not be back next year.
He
And I
does.
had my points about him need to be back next year. One of the main things he had a concern with was there's no progression of the offense whatsoever. Another thing about the decision making, his in-game coaching decisions, his time clock management, his way of using his players. Everything has a great concern, and also the GM search. They're saying that we're going outside.
Yeah, I heard that.
Hey, Hit Squad, man, get him off of here. Nazi Party, Adolf Hitler.
Oh shit, Hitler's in the chat. What's up?
Right.
Right.
I thought
crazy.
Dean Winchester killed him.
Right. But I don't know. You gotta get a life on that one. But what do you guys think about the offense? How much? I just want to go with each one of you guys. How much percentage out of 100% do you give Joe Judge the blame for this offense? And give me your reasons why. I'll go last. I don't know who wants to start off. Whoever wants to start off, go ahead, Lou.
All right. Now, the reason I don't blame Joe Judge on the offense is a couple part reason. For one, he had an offensive coordinator that he did not like, that he wanted gone last year, that was forced upon him. Therefore, he could not get rid of him last year and bring in an offensive coordinator who had the same beliefs as him. That is important, just like it's important when a GM comes in, he looks for a guy who has the same football ideologies as him in a coach. Same thing applies when a head coach gets hired. He looks for the same guys who have the same ideology as him in the coordinator positions, because it's a well-oiled machine, right? All the cogs have to run in place. Everything has to be cohesive and working together to accomplish the ultimate goal, which is to win games and get to the big dance, right? So if you're not allowed to pick your offensive coordinator and then you want to get rid of him and you're not allowed to get rid of him, and when you finally are allowed to get rid of him, you're still stuck with his playbook and another offensive coordinator who you probably didn't bring on here. So, at the end of the day, and we can say injuries, injuries has something to do with it, but we all know NFL next man up mentality. So you can only get so much leeway for injuries. But like I said on the stream the other night, and I got crucified for it, if your fundamental philosophy of teaching is not the same as your offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator, your ship is not going to run right, because you and your OC are going to bump heads. And because that OC was a prior head coach and had a little pull with the Maras, he probably stepped on your toes a whole lot and went behind your back. So, yes, you are the head coach. At the end of the day, the buck does stop with you, right? But if your hands are tied, how much of that is your responsibility? And that's all I'll say.
All right. Miz, you want to go next? Or you want Joe to go next, Miz?
No, Joe, go next.
You want me to go next? Listen.
Sure. I need to bite off some of your stuff.
You can only. I'm trying to put this in like a factory setting, and the problem is if you're a teacher, I guess is the best way for me to describe that. You're only as good as your students. It doesn't matter how good of a teacher you are. If the student is disruptive in class, can't sit still, an antagonist, always butting heads with you, not, willing to learn, doesn't like you, not wanting to learn, telling people shit about you. I mean, what can you do as a teacher to change that student? It very rarely does that student come over and agree with you. Usually it's the whole year you're bumping heads, right? That's what I remember from school. So if you're a head coach and you want to teach players what to do, if they're bumping heads with you, like Lou said, if Garrett, your underling, your offensive coordinator, is bumping heads with you, is the disruptive one in the class, is the one that's not listening, not paying attention, not studying, and you're doing everything that you can to make sure that this kid succeeds to graduate, but still won't work with you, it's up to it's no worse than somebody who is hooked on drugs. Because you can tell them and tell them and tell them, right, Lou?
Yeah,
but who's the one that has to make
themselves,
the change? Yep. They have to, right? So when you look at these players, look, I'm not trying to downgrade, belittle anybody, or make them seem like they're an evil person. I really don't think that. I just don't know how else to explain the situation that Joe Judge is in right now. Trying to compare it to other problems in the world is the best I can do. And when I see what Judge is going through, and let's say Mara, who's the principal of the school, right, say you want to show a film to the class that you think is going to get through your message, but the principal says, nah, I'm not going to let you show that to the kids, okay? Whereas it actually just might change a few minds. Because, teachers say, I only have to change one person to make my job worthwhile. I only have to change a handful of kids to make my job worthwhile. And if showing that film to 30 students or however many, and it changes one kid's idea or thought process for the better, it's worthwhile showing, right? Because it's one person. It's if you don't show the film, it's definitely going to be 0. But if you show the film, it'd be 1. But because he was stopped from doing that, he can't even change that one kid's mind. Look at Joe Judge. He not only is he getting it from the players that he doesn't really want, he's getting it from an ownership that just constantly wants to stick, his nose in and do what to do. You're going to show this, and I don't care the results. But yet, when things go bad, who's the first one fired? It's not the principal. The student doesn't get let go or dropped out of the class. It's the teacher. Goodbye.
Yep.
I guess that's the best way to put it from what I'm seeing.
Miz, you got anything to say on it before I go?
Yeah, on Joe Judge. Look, I think that he's taken a small step backwards this year. To be honest,
That could be said, yeah.
the team has taken a step backwards, and that has to fall on a head coach. It can't just be everybody around him. We know the team doesn't have certain areas that are very important, and so, but this ownership hired Joe Judge knowing that he has not had head coaching history, and they knew that when you bring in a young coach like this, that it's gonna take time, and there's gonna be growing pains, just like it would with a rookie player. So, if ownership, simply put, if ownership truly believes in him, which it sounds like Mara does, and they believe they have something strong in a young coach, then you stick with the growing pains, and you see what happens. I don't mind him having another year, maybe even longer, whatever it takes to build his team. But I'm not going to put the full blame on Judge because there's a lot of issues with this team and organization. But also at the same time, you can't just relieve him of any blame. He has to have
No,
some
of course
blame.
not. Yeah.
He has to become a better coach in certain areas, clock management. He's got to get hands. He's got to get his hands inside the offense also. He can't just leave it to everybody else. When you're a head coach, the great head coaches have their hands on all aspects of the game and all
Sure
phases of the
indeed.
team. And I think that he will grow and get better at that. So if you want to bet on him growing, then I guess that's the road the ownership's going to go. And if that's the road the ownership's going to go, then that's the road that we're going to go as fans.
All right. Well, good thing on that, Miz. I got a couple of things from Chris Bucco. I'm gonna answer him, and I'm gonna get into mine. He says, "My question is: since you love all these draft picks, what if Joe Judge falls flat on his face next year? Potentially, all these new players might not fit the new coach's scheme." He says, "Hire GM and coach on same plan and length of contract." He meant plan. He says plan, but he meant plan. And Adam, sticking to his guns, he says Joe Judge. I believe he's saying Joe Judge is getting him a get out of jail free card because of the Garrett issue. All right, so I'm gonna answer those questions while giving my thing on Joe Judge. Bucco, love you. He says, my question is, since all you love these draft picks, what if Joe Judge falls flat on his face next year? Okay, you guys ask the same question. What if we hire a new coach and he makes the draft picks, and what if he falls on his face? Then what? Same ordeal. Now you bring in another coach with another person's players. Now you bring in another new head coach this year coming up. Now he has three coaches of players that he never picked that are not his people. So my whole ordeal is with bringing back Joe Judge is bring consistency to the franchise. Now you let him pick his players for this year, and he falls flat on his face. That means you get a whole brand new start. You get a whole brand new start. You get rid of him. If he goes 3-14 next year, you get rid of him. And now all the Pat Shermer's guys are gone. All the McAdoo's guys are gone. You only have 1 year of Joe Judge's guys there. And your new GM, if you do go outside, Pioli, whoever, he gives Joe Judge his 1 year notice, and if he doesn't produce, you fire Joe Judge, and then you let Pioli hire whoever he wants to on his staff as far as coaching. You let him take care of all of that because now you have a fresh new start. If Joe Judge doesn't pan out next year, but you firing these coaches year after year after year after year after year. Buko, you're a Jets fan. You should know this wholeheartedly. Y'all do this all the time. You fire coaches after 2 years every time. How good has that worked out for you guys? How good has that worked out for you guys? You tell me, Chris. It's not a shot at you. You know you're my boy, but tell me how great that's worked out for you guys, firing coach after coach after coach after coach after coach. Tell me how good that works. And this is just to go with Adam. Man, love the conversation we had earlier, brother. We need to have more of those. He says Joe Judge is getting a get out of jail free card because of the Garrett issue. I wouldn't call it a get out
And
of
the
jail
offensive line issue, and the Gettleman's poor drafting issue, and the Corona issue, no offseason issues. A lot of issues, but he's still not getting a get out of jail free card. Sorry, Pat. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying that because he's able to come back after his second year of coaching. What coach can come in a situation that has no foundation, it's been led to nowhere, a dumpster fire? Joe used to have a dumpster fire behind him on his green screen just a couple of months ago. What coach you know could come in and change that within 2 years? And then
Not many.
he didn't even get full control. He had an offensive coordinator that was a former head coach that's boys with the owner.
He had a chaperone.
Right. He had a chaperone. You know what I'm saying? So if you wanted to fire this guy over a year ago, why couldn't he have done it? Something was stopping him from firing Jason Garrett last year. It had to get so bad in the organization. The mayor had to be called out so much before he gave him the green light to fire Jason Garrett because he needed a scapegoat. Call it what it is. Mayor needed a scapegoat, and Garrett was the obvious choice. There was no other choice to fire. What are you going to fire Patrick Graham? The defense was playing good. What are you going to fire Joe Judge? He's only been there a year.
They wanted to, Pat. They wanted Garrett or Graham fired.
Yeah, they wanted Graham fired, but he turned the defense around.
Right.
And guess what? Joe Judge has the most power on that defense. When it came to defensive decisions, nobody questioned Joe Judge on. And guess what? When he made decisions on that defense and switched people around, they got better. Yes, I'm giving credit to Patrick Graham because it's due to Patrick Graham. But Joe Judge had more say on that defense than he did the offense. Let's be real. A couple more questions on here. I'm going to get back into it. He says, Mayor's giving him a get out of jail free card because of the Garrett debacle, meaning because he was forced Jason Garrett on Judge, he would give him the year. Okay. Offensive line, Judge made that call with Gettleman. If you got some inside information, Adam, that we don't know about, please give it to us. He says, I do, but they finally have a GM and coach on same plan. We drafted Mims last year, and if Saleh was here last year, he wouldn't have been drafted. The Jets is what Giants are about to do. Okay. He says, keep one guy and fire the other. Okay. The Browns did it, and the 49ers fired coaches after 1 year a few times. Jim Tom Sula, Freddie Kitchens, Chip Kelly, Hugh Jackson, both are in better spots than us. Okay, the 49ers had a foundation when those coaches got there.
Right.
Hugh Jackson with the Browns, that didn't turn over in 1 year. That actually took about 3 to 4 years for them to get it turned over. They just fired Hugh Jackson when Baker Mayfield started running his mouth about Hugh Jackson, and he was the franchise quarterback at that time. And so they fired him and brought in Kitchens. Baker Mayfield did good for 1 year, but what has he done after that? They're winning because of that defense, and they're still not winning the way they're supposed to because why? Baker Mayfield is trash, and Hugh Jackson called it, but he got fired for it. All right, Reek says, I'm going to guarantee this. I don't care who the GM is. We will trade down with the later first-round pick. We need more than one first-round O-lineman, and this is why they'll trade down. I agree with you right there, Reek. I agree with you. B-Dog Gang, he says, what do y'all think about moving on from DJ and Joe Judge after next year's season? I believe it will happen if we bomb. Plain and simple.
I mean, how are you guys going to feel if we win 11 games next year? Not saying it's going to happen. I'm not predicting anything, but what do you know, everybody's going on this Joe Judge tirade. What if? What if, you know, we get the offensive lineman, Barkley shows out, Daniel Jones really improves to be the guy I think he can be, the guy that I saw. You know, we're all forgetting the last tape that we broke down on Big Pat's channel because he went from Garrett's system. Freddie Kitchen took over play calling the very next week, and Pat was breaking it down. Look at how Daniel Jones is hitching in the pocket. Move up, move up, move up. That's a strip sack if he doesn't do that. Look at that nice completion. You know, he still had bad plays in that game. I'm not saying he was perfect. But damn it, we saw a huge improvement just 1 week.
He says, Judge and Gettleman both said they trusted the young guys. Come on, it's a collaborative effort. He wanted Tony, not a lineman like Slater. We have a year to determine with the extra pick next year. Okay, so if the whole organization believed in the young offensive line.
He didn't want Tony. He wanted Devontae Smith. Sorry.
Yeah, he did want Devontae Smith. I think they settled on Tony because they panicked.
I don't know.
Be real. I don't know about that whole situation. Me personally, I don't think Dave Gettleman would have ever took a Kadarius Toney right there because he doesn't take receivers unless they're big. That's been his repertoire since he's been in the league. So
true indeed.
Joe Judge pick. But let's be real, when Tony was on the field and they were getting him the ball, he was electric, and he is electric. He's just been hurt.
And he will continue to be so.
This is the same guy that broke the Giants' rookie receiving record his first full game starting. Nobody was saying Tony was bad then. So what's the reason now? It's just more ammo for you to put against Joe Judge. So I guess that's why you use that.
How do we know that Jason Garrett didn't have anything involved in the Tony pick? Because he's the guy that got Thomas. Kadarius Toney might have fit his offensive system. Galladay might have fit Garrett's offensive system. But we can't say that it was Jason Garrett was the reason why we got Tony, because then it would make Joe Judge go, oh, we were wrong about it. Because it came out that Garrett banged the table for Thomas. Y'all are proud about that fact. Yeah. What if Jason Garrett's the reason why we traded down and got Kadarius Toney? We can't look at that and bring that to light, though, can we?
If we can't get Kadarius Toney at 8, Thibodeau at 8, and we probably should try to trade down the top first round pick. 2 thoughts, fellas. I wouldn't mind trading back both times and still have a top 10 pick. I wouldn't mind that and have 3 picks for next year, 3 first round picks for next year.
Right.
We could do many things with these draft picks that we have this year.
Right.
But what I want is for people to realize that consistency is key. You gotta let this guy play this situation out, no matter if he bombs next year or not. Because if you keep bringing in coach after coach after coach, we will never get a foundation. We will never get a foundation. And no coach is going to be able to do anything. Why do you think the Lions have never been to a Super Bowl? Why do you think the Lions have only been to the playoffs, 4 times in 50 years? They never really get a chance to build a foundation. Let's see if they let Dan Campbell build a foundation. Yes, Dan Campbell only has 2 wins. But that team has played way better than they have in the past couple of years. They've been in almost every game. But if you're just a fan that just wants blood, you don't see it. You don't see what can be built.
Right.
And that's why great chess players always beat people in the end, because you know why? You think you're doing something to him. Oh, man, he let me take his rook. You know why? Because he got his bishop lining your king up the whole time.
Right.
So you're excited taking his rook. Well, you know, he done checkmated you with a knight and a bishop. You looking like, what the hell?
Right. Where the hell did that move come from? Right.
Yeah, where the hell did that come from? Yeah, because you weren't paying attention. You were just looking on the surface. Oh, we suck. Yes,
tunnel vision on that rook, boy. If I could take that piece, that's
right. Yes, we do suck. I'm not gonna sit here and be foolish and tell you that. Foolish and be like we're the best thing since sliced bread. No, we suck. But what coach can go out there and win with Mike Glennon and Jake Fromm out there? with a bad
Fuck my
offensive
life.
line on top of it. What coach in the league is going to get points with an offense that's led by Glennon and a bad offensive line? And I mean, 4 of your offensive linemen really need to go. And your quarterback, Mike Glennon, shouldn't even be in the league. And Jake Fromm is a practice squad quarterback. And the way he played, if he plays like that again, he might be out the league too next year. Just to be honest with you. I mean, now everybody wants to kill him for not playing Jake Fromm the whole game. So he's supposed to just sit there and let him throw 6 for 25. I mean, 6 for 17 with 25 yards, throws a pick, causes the Eagles to get momentum. He's supposed to just let him go in there and play and just let the kid die out there. No, you don't let that kid go out there and die like that. I told y'all that kid shouldn't have started.
Man, you might.
That kid shouldn't have started. You should have let him come in the second half and take those garbage time plays and let him build his confidence. But everybody
told you.
Yeah. All right, let me get to some of these comments. Sorry, Big Blue. He says that's the one good thing he did. He wanted to tackle because the offense he wanted to run. I dislike Garrett, but he couldn't run his offense due to all O-line poor play. Reek says we got to play chess sometime. Yeah, we do. He says I'm not a fire everyone guy, but he has not proven anything to make me want him come back and to buy into his outdated philosophy. What makes it outdated? And let me say this, if Joe Judge has enough leverage to pick a GM, then he has enough leverage to sign a proper backup. Blake Bortles was the most capable free agent weeks ago for Jake Fromm. First of all, you're not willing to pay that much money for Blake Bortles. You're going to have to give him $3 to $4 million to come on. Jake Fromm was on the practice squad. What is he, $90,000? This is a season that was lost. We're not going to pick up a major free agent like that. And first of all, I don't think he's picking his own GM. I just think that Mara wants to go with Joe Judge because he likes the guy, and I don't think he has a choice. Who the hell would want to come coach the Giants after 3 coaches get fired back to back to back after 2 years? Who would want to come coach us? Knowing that you have no foundation and you're still calling the shots.
Okay, hey.
Coach?
Sorry. Somebody in front of the computer, look up Parcells' coaching record his first 2 seasons as Giants head coach.
Let me try to look that up real quick.
Are you looking up?
Bill Parcells' record first 2 seasons with the Giants.
Parcells' first 2 seasons? I believe one of them was 3-12-1.
Yep, 3-12-1.
And I believe the other one,
Yep.
I'm going to say was either 5 wins, 5 or 6, 4 or 5, around there.
He went 3-12-1 his first year, and then went 9-7 his second year.
Oh wow, okay, I was off.
Then went 10-6, 14-2, 6-9, 10-6, 12-4, 13-3, and then he left after the 90 season. He won the
Now,
Super
if we'd have
Bowl.
fired him after his first 2 seasons, we'd have never got that.
Right. He won a Super
Now,
Bowl.
Bill Belichick's
year.
first 2 seasons. What was Bill Belichick's record as head coach for his first 2 seasons as head coach?
With the Patriots or just
no? Because he wasn't. His first head coach job was, I think, Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And then he was about to take them to the promised land, and then they sold him to the Ravens.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. His first season with the Browns, he actually had 4 seasons with the Browns.
Yeah.
Man, he had 4 seasons with the Browns? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
6-10,
so it took him 4 years.
It took him.
So it took him 4
with
years.
the Browns.
So it took him 4 years to build that Super Bowl championship team that won it all in Baltimore in 2000. It took the GOAT, Bill Belichick, 4 years to build that team, but we expect these guys to build a miracle in a year or two.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Okay. He says,
I know. I'm just saying.
Joe Judge's philosophy is outdated because he wants to rely on the defense and play on the field position game. He said in the presser he doesn't believe scoring every drive is that important.
Well,
okay, so let's
now
call
he
it
has
this.
to.
Yeah, let's call it like this.
Sometimes you play the field position game depending on how good your defense is and how bad their offense is. Sometimes that is a good strategy.
I'll be right back.
So what do you have to say when Bill Belichick and the Patriots beat the Rams? What was it, 10-3 in the Super Bowl, or 13-3 in the Super Bowl?
Right.
What do you have to say about the Patriots? All their Super Bowl wins are only about 3 points or 7 points or less in just about every last one of their Super Bowls. Adam Vinatieri is in the Hall of Fame because he made game-winning field goals for the Patriots multiple years, kicking field goals for them to win the Super Bowl. They weren't blowing everybody out and scoring 50 points in the Super Bowl.
Nope.
Guess what? The one time Tom Brady threw for, what was it, almost 600 yards in the Super Bowl, they lost to the Eagles. They lost. The one time Tom Brady put up Madden game stats in the Super Bowl, he lost to the Eagles. Think about that. How many Super Bowls you see are 55-50 or 45-42? A lot of those Super Bowls are like 24-20, 24-17, 17-14, 17-10. Everybody wants to bring up, over the last, we only had 22 wins and 58 losses. Hey, look, everybody goes through their bad times in their franchises. The Patriots weren't always the best franchise ever. Before Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, they weren't crap. They've been to 2 Super Bowls their whole lifetime and lost both of them.
So let me get this straight.
Bears and they lost to the Packers.
The 22 and 58 is on Judge too, even though he wasn't here. Like, come on, bro. That shit is crazy. People just want to fire somebody because we suck. That's all it is. We want to blame somebody because we suck.
And that's the bad part. If you're on,
but people don't know enough about football to know who to. People don't know enough about football to know who to blame. And then when you give them facts, they get mad and argue because they can't match wits. It's crazy.
Every player that you like on this. Sorry, Lou. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, that's why I don't even have these type of discussions most of the time, because you bring out facts and people get mad because they can't debate with you, so they start slinging ad hominems and insults and shit because they ain't smart enough to hold a conversation. And I'm not saying anybody specifically. I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking about nobody in the Big Blue Crew or nothing like that. I'm just talking about through conversations throughout years that I've had with football fans, sports fans.
Right.
Once you start bringing out valid points and they cannot keep going back tit for tat with you, they start insulting and using ad hominems.
And every player that you say on this team that you think that is good going forward with this team, guess what? Joe Judge brought those guys here. No matter what you say, how much you dislike them, the players that you root for, the Roches, the Ellerson Smiths, the Ojalaris, the Thomases, the Xavier McKinneys, the Tay Crowders, if you want to root for him. A lot of people, oh man, Jalen Smith looks good. He looks like he can turn around. Guess who brought him in? Joe Judge did that. He got Roche for crumbs. Right. And he's actually turned out to be a pivotal part of this team. He got him for crumbs.
Right.
So you want to get rid of the one guy that actually brought you some players that you can root for. Look how that looks.
Right.
Look how that looks. The one thing that's good about this team is we have a core of little players that we believe that can actually be pretty damn good. You cry to say that you miss that you miss my man Martinez, guess what? He was part of that. He was part of the free agency period that brought in Martinez. And you can't take that away from him, because if you do, you have to give it to Dave Gettleman. You damn sure don't want to give it to Dave Gettleman, now do you? You hate that guy.
With good reason.
As a football team, yes, I'm a Giants fan through and through. As far as football, the only team I'll go for is the New York Football Giants, Miss Queen. But I will talk about other teams as well. I'm a football fan, period. But I'm a Giants fan, diehard Giants fan. I know you like Dak Prescott and the boys out there. Y'all have a good chance of doing something.
All four of these guys you see in the panel are diehard Giants fans for 20 plus years.
Big Blue in the Bronx is the second comment up. He's got the small one there, but he's got a bigger one up there. The players that read that one.
The players that we root for, like the Thomases, isn't that a foundation? 10 of 10.
One player, a foundation does not make.
And you have to evaluate who is better and who isn't. You said 10 of the 12 players aren't judges. Judge was here when those players were drafted. Judge was here when Thomas was drafted. That was his first year. Xavier McKinney, same draft. People like Darnay Holmes the year they was here, same draft.
Cam Brown.
People like Aaron Robinson, the other cornerback. He got him there. Tate Crowder, he got him here. Cam Brown on special teams, guess who brought him here? He did. When you guys were liking the Coughlin kid, guess who brought
Carter Coughlin?
He did. Carter Coughlin before he got hurt. Guess who brought him here? Rodarius Williams was balling out before he tore his ACL. Guess who brought him here?
Oh my God! Why do we trade up and get a third-round corner? We have enough. Oh my God! What a bullshit move that was. God damn it! I hate that draft pick. Oops. Oops. Y'all want to take? I can go back and find it in the tweets, man.
I say one thing, Pat. One thing, man, about Joe Judge, man. Very concerning to me. I can't go into next year and have another year like this. I'm telling you right now. We can't be sitting here next year at this time and doing this shit again, man. I'm telling you. And I'm worried about him because he shows a lot of lack in certain things like clock management and offense. You know, these things worry me. I'll tell you. I'm not against bringing him back and giving him a chance to grow, like I said. But we have to see some growth next year. It can't be, we missed this guy in the draft because we wanted that guy, and that turned out to hurt the quarterback, and then the quarterback hurt this. You know, we can't do this again. And I'm not telling you we got to be a playoff team next year, but we can't be winning 4 games.
Well, who wants that?
I know we don't want that. That's what worries me.
Hold on one second, guys. He said, I never said Thomas wasn't drafted by Judge, but you're making a case that there's no foundation when you're naming college names of special teamers and offensive and defensive players like McKinney. That's what I'm telling you. It's because of Judge you can say that. That's what I'm saying. And people are comparing him to Mike McCarthy. Oh, Mike McCarthy came in, the Cowboys are looking like Super Bowl contenders. They had a foundation built before he came. What foundation did this team have before Joe Judge came?
Y'all want to tell me what offensive players you're rooting for and who they were picked by? Last I knew it was Thomas and Kadarius Toney, and that's it. Who's that? Joe Judge's guys. Who else on that offense is a Joe Judge guy? Who else on that offense right now was picked in the draft by Joe Judge? Mark Ross or John Ross? He was a free agent, but wasn't picked. Kadarius or Galloway? He was a free agent, wasn't picked. We don't know who was involved in all of that. We've been thinking about it. Who else on that offense is a Joe Judge guy? Daniel Jones ain't. Barkley ain't. Guess who brought Booker in? And Booker's looking better than Barkley.
Yeah, a lot of fans are putting that up there to say whatever they want to say about Barkley.
I'm just bringing it up, man. Who's on offense this year?
Booker looks better for this offense than what Barkley does. Guess who brought Booker here? If you want to say that,
don't shoot me. I'm just saying.
So now don't recant that statement just because we say Joe Judge was the guy that brought Booker here.
It got reiterated.
He says, let me reiterate this. Sometimes you need to play with the tools that you didn't buy. But what if those tools that you didn't buy are the reason why this team is bad?
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
The Lorenzo Carter's in the beginning. He is shaking back. He's having a decent.
Hey, you know what? We can
quarter
run
of the
with
year.
we can run with X-Man again if you all want to. We can
Yeah.
bring Ximenez back and sit Roche and
Man, don't you
Ojulari.
dare say no shit like that, man. Lord have
Hey,
mercy.
I mean,
Hey,
Nate Solder. I mean,
you got to
Nate
make
Solder,
work
that's
with
a
what you
tool.
got, right?
Nate Solder. You see what the tools that he didn't bring in? Hernandez and Nate Solder. This is probably one of the worst right guard, right tackle combinations in the league.
Not
Yeah,
probably.
we had-
They are. They are. It's not probably.
I mean,
The
man.
worst.
I mean, a lot of people like Dexter Lawrence. I think he's playing out of position. I think he needs to be stronger in the defensive tackle.
Right.
But you can say Dexter Lawrence. He's doing good with Dexter Lawrence. You like Dexter Lawrence? He using him. He's not one of his guys, I guess. But who else can you say? Like, who else on this team could you say before Joe Judge brought those guys here that you could be like, man, yeah, we could do something with those guys? Besides Lorenzo Carter and O'Shane Ximenez, and they were fool's gold. Who else can you say? You said, example, Giants cut Devin Kennard plus Okwara in 2018. They had said 7+ sacks seasons in Detroit, but Sherman, one of his guys, was benched and got Kareem Martin / Josh Morrow for less sacks.
Why
What
do you
does
think
that
they
have
got
to do with Joe Judge?
right? Right. What's Joe Judge involvement in that?
Thank you. Because I was damn sure about to be like, Joe Judge wasn't in here in 2018. But I couldn't push the mic button fast enough. Motherfucker.
Look, man, we're not trying to shoot you down. We're just trying to bring facts, man. That's it. Just facts. We're not trying to degrade, make anybody, belittle anybody. No, we're not trying to do that.
No, it's just people
what
just
does that have to do with Joe Judge?
People will just fixate on one person, right? And then just say all kinds of shit that's totally irrelevant and try to pin it on somebody. Like, that shit is crazy to me.
Well, you want to say because he got rid of Marcus Golden and BJ Hill. We needed linemen, folks, and BJ Hill was one of the only assets that we had to trade to get an offensive lineman. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But a lot of offensive linemen retired. And let's be real. Like I said earlier, who's to say that he even wanted Hernandez and Solder on the field?
Yo, Pat, we to play the other side for a second. We have allowed a lot of players to walk out the door over the last few years, and I'm talking about way before Judge also. So it's not really on Judge as an organization, and a lot of players are playing on other teams, and they're producing. They're playing good football, and it all goes back to one thing with this organization, man. We are not grooming players anymore, man. And that's been going on for a few years.
So we're the only franchise that lets go of a player and they do well somewhere else.
No, we let go of boarding our players. Let's be honest.
Listen, when we groom somebody, you all get pissed off, though. You all get pissed off if we groom a player, though, Miz.
Tell me, how does Marcus Golden and BJ Hill make this team better than what they are right now? Are these Hall of Fame caliber type players? Are these Pro Bowl type players?
You don't have to say BJ
Hill. Who's to say BJ Hill does this again with the Bengals next year? Marcus Golden is only proven to be good over there in Arizona. Yes, he had 1 10-sack year, but a lot of those sacks that year, let me be real with you, didn't mean a damn thing.
And it's like, well, our first-round draft pick wasn't playing week 1. What the fuck? I mean, everybody was like seriously pissed. Seriously pissed. Because we were developing. Because when he was ready to hit the field, he puts up 189 yards. Yeah, he got hurt.
You ain't gonna get the reaction you looking for.
But when Joe Judge said, "Go out there, kid,
this
is your time," that he knew exactly what to do. He knew the routes. He burned everybody on that damn field. Dallas didn't know whether to shit or go blind that game. with him on the field? Why do you think they were picking fights with him? They were pissed off that they were torching their ass so bad. But he was ready to be prepared. Roche and Ojulari, yeah, they didn't start week one. Oh my God, Carter and Zimenez are out there. What the hell's going on with this team? I can't stand it. But he developed Roche and Roche and Ojulari now. They're damn good pass rushers. They're fitting the bill of what this team needs. But when we try to get somebody ready to step up to give them their shot and get ready for it, we get all pissed off because they're not out there week one. So it's either damned if you do, damned if you don't. Either way, you people come at Judge and the whole damn team.
A lot of people gave him a lot of flack. I was one of them for not starting Matt Pert. He came out basically said Matt Pert was soft. Guess what? He got his first full-time start. Guess what happened? He tore his ACL.
Right.
Not to take a shot at Matt Pert, but they said he was soft and he wasn't ready to play. Guess what?
Now, who's the one that came out and said that?
Said what?
That Matt Pert was soft.
That's basically what he was saying in his interviews. He wasn't saying that he was soft, but he was saying, "Hey, look, this."
No, I missed that interview, so I'm asking who said that.
Oh,
Joe Judge.
Joe Judge said, "Yeah, Joe Judge said Pert wasn't ready, and we killed him for it."
I just told you guys that I'm going through a lot of shit here. So there's been news reports and shit. No. There's been news reports and shit that I've missed. I haven't been making content like that because I haven't been able to research and do stuff that I normally do to make my videos. So I completely missed that whole conference. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, that was about two or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, Pat, I've been going through this shit for 5 months.
Hit Squad. Light up Hit Squad's last comment because it also came out that the scouting department is the people that wanted Pert, and that's why he got drafted in the end of the third.
Exactly.
It wasn't Judge.
The scouting department wanted Matt Pert.
When Pert was drafted, they specifically on draft night said that he's a project that wouldn't be ready for about 3 years.
Right.
Oh, and
So
who's over the scouting department? Chris Mara.
Chris Mara.
Right.
Well,
no qualifications for that job whatsoever, other than his last name is Mara.
Yep.
Sorry, Miz. Go ahead. I apologize.
I'm just quickly saying that Pert, you don't give up on him yet. You develop. We got to develop players. I'm hoping we're going to start developing players better than we have. It's
a man that size.
It's an organizational thing.
I get where Miz is coming from. I want him to come back too, but a guy that size after an ACL tear, it's hard to come back and perform at your level. It really is. And he was not an all-pro when he got hurt, so he's got a long way to go now to get back on that field.
He won't be back. I hope not. I hope he gets signed somewhere and we get a comp pick for him because that dude was no good. Nate Solder, I would take a penny candy for him.
Christ, I'd give away a penny candy. What are you shitting?
Yeah, but forget about
right. I'd pay somebody to take Solder.
Right.
I mean, Soldiers is not coming back. His career's over. We know that. So
another thing I want to.
So is Sterling Shepard's.
Yeah.
I don't think Shepard bounces back from this and makes it with another team.
I don't think he does either. I think Riggs is done, man.
Victor Cruz.
Another thing I want to address is they're saying that Joe Judge can't teach players on he can't develop players. So
it's amazing that when he fired the line coach and he stepped in at the line coach, they improved drastically last year.
Right.
You can say that. The players that you root for that are developing, isn't he a part of developing those guys? The Xavier McKinney, the Roches, the Ojularis, the Tate Crowders.
Prime example, right? What did we say? That Daniel Jones would have been best served sitting behind Eli for a year, right? And learning and developing. Now, everybody was mad that Kadarius Toney didn't come on the field immediately because he held him back and developed him, right? Everybody was mad. Everybody was mad that Kadarius Toney wasn't on the field week 1, 2, and 3, right? Because he held him back and developed him. Everybody was mad that Rodarius Williams wasn't on the field immediately because he held him back and developed him. Everybody was mad that we didn't see Ellerson Smith the first couple weeks, or we didn't see Quincy Roche as soon as we signed him, right? Because he held them back and developed them, right? Now that's an old, outdated thing because you don't see quarterbacks sitting for years behind the starters no more. That's outdated. But guess what? It worked. So they can miss me with that outdated philosophy shit because defense wins championships and running the ball still kills the clock. So that outdated shit, they can miss me with it. Here's an example. For thousands of years, marriage worked. People didn't get divorced. They stuck it out. They worked together, right? Now look at days. Motherfucker argue one time and get divorced to break up the whole family. Why? Because they're a pansy-ass generation with no fight in them and no grit. And the old-fashioned shit works.
Right.
Great analogy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like I said, people don't want to. You know, I just said that most of the Patriots' wins came by 3 points or 7 points or less in their Super Bowls.
Hey, that's why I say that this draft shit and the Madden football has killed the NFL because everyone, I can do it so much better in a computer game. Not real life, man.
And everybody wants to be like the Chiefs, like a Patrick Mahomes and everything. But guess what? If their run game is not getting off, they don't beat you like that.
That's right. All you guys that are good at Modern Warfare, Call of Duty shit, something like that, go get your buddies that are all good with you. Go play paintball against 5 Marines. Let me know how you make out. Let me know how you make out. I guarantee you get lit up, smoked, and everything in between, man. They're just going to destroy you and crush you.
What's going on, Marjorie?
The military teaches you the military teaches you how to circle step and C-step when you're taking on fire and laying down fire. Okay? You never learn that shit in paintball.
You ain't going to learn that in freaking Call of Duty either, my guy. Xbox ain't going to teach you that shit. That's what I mean. Football, complete different. You're looking at real human beings.
That shit's not going to teach you how to control your breathing and silence your nerves and focus in for a fucking 600-yard kill shot. You know what I'm saying? None of that shit is going to be taught on a simulator.
Right.
All right.
Even NASA puts their pilots, their astronauts in the simulator first. But before they ever send them out in space, they make them go up a few times to see what it's really like because the simulator can't duplicate it.
Right.
It says, who's the top of the NFL right now? It's QB play, Mahomes, Brady, etc. I'm not saying you don't need a running game or defense. Having a guy like Jones as the QB has a ceiling of about 9 to 10 wins. Hey, look, you want to say Tom Brady then was on top of the league. Guess what? Before that offensive line and that run game got going, the Chiefs were at the bottom of the AFC West. When Leonard Fournette and them couldn't get running against the Saints defense, guess what? They got shut out.
Another thing people forget. Go ahead, Pat. Sorry.
Leonard Fournette and them, when Leonard Fournette is running that ball with the Buccaneers, they're damn near unstoppable. But if you take Leonard Fournette and Jones and them away from the Buccaneers, you can shut them down. They got shut out by the Saints.
Look at the Titans, man. Look at the Titans without Derrick Henry.
And people forget this too, right? Out of all them Super Bowls that New England won, all them great playoff runs that they had, right? How many running backs did they have?
Shit, 3. Sometimes 4.
And a good defense. And a good defense.
And all of them played, did they not? And all of them played, did they not? In every game. There wasn't no, it's just one running back or 2 running backs. They did it with a running back by committee. They had a running back for screen passes. They had a running back for up the middle runs. They had a running back for cutbacks and taking it outside. You know what I'm saying? So that outdated philosophy of defense and running still worked for New England.
Highlight Jay's last comment because he's 100% correct right here. 100% correct. And if you look at the Giants, how about Earth, Wind, and Fire, guys?
Yeah.
Right.
Brandon Jacobs, Bradshaw. I mean,
no. That was Tiki, Ron Dane, and
no, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Earth, Wind, and Fire was Jacobs, Bradshaw, and Ward.
Ward.
How many teams? The only team, and guess what? Even the greatest show on turf had a great running back, a Hall of Famer, Marshall Faulk. They still had a running game with the greatest show on turf when the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Yep.
Guess what? The Falcons didn't have a running game. They were up 28-3.
Look at
And
what
they
Clyde
didn't have a running
Edwards.
game to speak of.
Look at what Clyde Edwards-Helaire does for the Chiefs.
Yeah, when
And
he's
now
out,
he's
that's
hurt
a
again.
different team.
Now he's
Yes,
hurt
there
again.
are a couple of teams out there that can just air you out. But they still have a
When
running game
Atlanta-
that you have to respect.
When Atlanta was on fire, people forget it wasn't just Julio Jones and Roddy White. Devontae Freeman was killing them.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
and the other running back, I forgot his name because they had two of them.
It was Freeman and it was Coleman. No.
Yep, Derek
And
Coleman.
remember when they had Michael the Burner Turner? Michael Turner was killing.
Before he went to Seattle, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And this is another subject that I'm glad we do this cave thing. We have to do this every Tuesday because it gives us old heads some time.
Right.
That's what they call it,
Right.
old heads. You remember in his press conference, he said, Joe Judge says, you don't have to score points on every drive. And everybody just went absolutely apeshit. What the hell are you talking about? You're so stupid. No. Picture this. You get the ball pointed to your 1 yard line, but you get 3 or 4 first downs. You get out to the 40-yard line. If you had a decent punter, his name wasn't Dixon, he'd be a decent punter. And you punt the ball to their 5-yard line. Guess what that just did? Not only did you take some time off the clock, you flip field position, and now the defense that you depend on gets a 3 and out, and they can't get past. They can't get a first down from the 5-yard line. Guess what? Your team's on the 40 or 50-yard line looking to get 20 yards. And you're already in contention to get points.
Right.
It's a whole game. Everybody wants to play Madden. Everybody wants to play fantasy football. Everybody wants everybody to put up 50 points a game. It hasn't gotten to that point yet. And believe it or not, I don't think it's ever going to get to that point because you're always going to be in need of a run game unless they just take the rules away from the defense completely.
That's right.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say, when you have that run game, them linebackers cannot just drop back into coverage. They have to respect the run. That's what opens up the middle of the field.
Exactly.
Right. You can't just pin your ears back and zero blitz the quarterback when you got to respect the run.
All right.
Exactly. Why do you think the Ravens are one of the best teams in the league when Lamar Jackson is in there? Do you think Lamar Jackson is throwing it all over the field? Man,
we also got to remember that a lot of these comments and questions and outlandish ass statements that come in are from people who are under 18. So, what have you really learned in life in 18 years?
Let alone football. She says, well, we did just put up 56 points. Most of that came off turnovers by Washington. I think he had like 2 block punts that game too. So,
right.
And Washington is just scared of y'all. Taylor Heineke is shook of Michael Parsons. I'm just going to be real with you. He is shook of that Cowboys pass rush. Whatever those teams, how those two teams are built, they are not built to beat the Cowboys. I'm just going to be real with you. They're not built to beat y'all. He said just got off Kush Stream, and we were having an interesting conversation about our boy Big Play Slay. He says, let me ask the panel something. Go ahead, Nate. He says, hey, no, they were actually missing most of their team. I mean, it is what it is. I just don't think the football team is built to beat y'all. I'm just going to be honest with you. And then they were fighting each other, to be honest with you.
They shouldn't have beat us. That shit was ridiculous.
He says, do we think the Eagles have a chance at a playoff game against the Cowboys?
No.
Hell no.
You want my honest answer? Yes.
You think so?
Yes, they do. Yeah. I promise you they do. Because they run the ball very well.
Well, if they come out the way they did against us, Pat. Ooh.
Oh, I think we're built to beat them. I think our defense is built to beat them. All they have to do with that team is play defense with the Cowboys when you get into the playoffs. Because I'll tell you, Cowboys are front runners. If they're in a dogfight, I don't think they win. If they're in the dogfight, if they're beating you 14-0, 21-0, they're gonna dog walk you every time. But there's not one team in the playoffs I thought there's not one team in the playoffs that I think they're gonna dog walk. They don't do it to the Cardinals. They don't do it to the Rams. They don't do it to the Packers. They don't do it to the Buccaneers. And I'm telling you, if if Jalen Hurts doesn't turn over the ball, they got a hell of a chance, bro. I'm telling you. If Jalen Hurts doesn't turn over that ball and they just stick with the run, run it down their throats. You take Micah Parsons out of the game. Run it right out. Make him make that tackle every time. Because as long as you let that guy roam free, he's going to cause hell against you. And that DB over there that everybody keeps testing, he gives up a lot of deep passes, Joe. That dude is giving up the most passing yards this season. And that's for a reason. He's taking too many chances. But a lot of quarterbacks are just popping it up, throwing it to him. And he's having one hell of a year. I'm not going to take anything away from him. But in the playoffs, I think those passes where he gives up a big play are going to come more often. Because look at the teams they've beaten. They've beaten us twice. They've beaten Washington twice. They beat the Panthers. What real good team have they beaten this year?
Who, the Cowboys or the Eagles?
The Cowboys.
Oh, the Cowboys haven't beat anybody, but I don't think they're going to beat the Eagles. I just don't think Hurts is going to be the guy that can. I mean, look at we went out there and they were only 3-3 at halftime or whatever the hell it was.
Our defense is different. I think our defense is more disciplined than what the Cowboys' defense is. They're going to let Jalen Hurts get out that pocket more than we do. You see what I'm saying? Only thing that keeps that Cowboys defense alive, I'm going to tell you what it is that damn Micah Parsons. I'm telling you, if they didn't have Micah Parsons on that defense, they'd be one of the worst defenses in the league. I look at film, that dude covers up a whole lot of ground, bro. That dude's good.
We're gonna see.
I'm telling you, Joe, if Jalen Hurts doesn't turn over that ball and they just stick with the run game.
I think Hurts is going to be a turnover machine against them, though. That's
why. If you're running the ball, run Howard right at the ass. Run them straight at them.
I'm telling you what I see between the two teams, man. That's all I can do is give you my opinion.
Watch what I tell you. You throw those quick passes and you run it straight at them, it's going to be a way better game than you think.
I don't trust Sirianni to stick with that game plan. I don't.
Queen Vibes, we beat the Saints too.
Right? When they were healthy.
Right.
Hey, Queen Vibes, you a Dallas Cowboy fan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm like, why she keep praising the Cowboys on the Giants stream? She must be a Cowboys fan.
I think the only way that the Cowboys will advance in the playoffs is if they do beat or they do meet up with the Philadelphia Eagles in the first game. If they don't, I don't think they're going to win the game.
I'm telling you.
They beat the Bucs earlier this season, didn't they?
Who? Dallas? Lost.
No, they lost.
Yeah. They lost.
They lost.
I couldn't remember who won that game.
They beat the Pats before the Pats got on their road.
Right.
And they had to beat them in overtime.
Right.
Man, I can't believe the Bills beat the Pats to take the AFC East.
The Cowboys are one of the most dangerous teams in football, and nobody in NFC want to see them in the playoffs in the first round. I can promise you that. You guys will see. Because that front seven is built for January, and so is their power running game. And I hate the Cowboys, but I'm just giving you the truth.
Look, bro. I have ultimate respect for the Cowboys, but that front seven has been the same every freaking year. Nobody new has come to that front seven. They've had that same front seven for the past 5 years.
Say nobody new comes to that front seven, but Parsons is the best defender in football.
That's what I said. Parsons has saved their ass on defense this year because he's playing that damn good. But if you nullify Parsons, make him be a dog, make him make tackles throughout the whole game. Don't let him go back there and get your quarterback flustered. Run that ball, run it straight at him, and play some damn good defense. And the Eagles has a defense that can match up with the Cowboys on offense. They do. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a way better. It's gonna be a way better game than people think, bro. Intensity gets higher. This is win or go home. This is do or die. And I promise you, you just think the Cowboys gonna go in there and walk over the Eagles. The Eagles play you twice a year. This will be their third time playing. I promise you, it's gonna be a different story. They might still win, but it's not gonna be a walkover if they play the Eagles in the first round. I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, my guy. I'm going to disagree. I just don't see that. I don't see it coming from the Eagles. That defense, Pollard and Zeke are just going to eat up freaking yards, and Dak's not going to have to do much, man. That Eagles defense ain't going to stop them too.
I think Jamar Chase wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Jalen Wallace have one hell of a second half of the season. That kid is balling, man. He said Dan Quinn deserves credit also. Yeah, that's cool. He does.
No,
he said the Cowboys fly around, they make flashy plays, but if you make them grind it out and win tough, I don't think they're stand. I'm telling you, it's the same team every year. When they go to the playoffs and they get hit in the mouth, I promise you, it's a different team. You think CeeDee Lamb dropping it now? Wait till that pressure get on him in the playoffs. Let's see if he steps up in the playoffs. If he's dropping passes now, I promise you. Name one playoff game Zeke went absolutely ape shit. Name one playoff game with that offensive line Zeke has went off. This is the same offensive line. Nobody's changed on that offensive line. It's the same offensive line. Same running backs. Pollard was there last year too. And the year before last year. Same quarterback. Only reason why I say they might beat the Eagles because the Eagles are not a really good team.
They're not.
But you think they got a chance against the Rams in the playoffs? The Buccaneers?
Neither one of them do.
The Cardinals with D-Hop coming back?
But I think playing at home, I think that Dallas is going to beat the Eagles, man.
I'm saying they still might be the Eagles, but it's not going to be a dog walk like people think it's going to be. I promise you they're going to get scared. If they don't get beat, they're going to get one hell of a scare. Because I think Jalen Hurts will be game. I think that dude will elevate his play. Just that type of dude. I'm telling you. That kid's a gamer, man. He might throw for only 150 yards that game, but might have 3 rushing touchdowns.
Nate being a wise ass in comments. It's the year. That's right. It was just like last year, Nate. The year before that. The year before that, Nate.
Yeah, but guys, clear. The Cowboys will win all this year because this is the year. I know we've said that every year since the 90s, but this year is different. After all, they had Mike McCarthy. Yeah, I know.
I've never said that.
Every year they say the same thing.
And I say that this year. I've never said that, and this is a different Dallas team.
How? They've been 10-4. They've been 10-6. Why? Because one guy has 11 interceptions, and they got
because they have the ingredients. They have the ingredients to make a run. They have a strong defense, a strong running game. Dak has gotten better and smarter, and they
get the fuck out of here. That dude's a bum. I'm telling you, they're gonna choke in the playoffs. Watch what I tell you.
Talking from your Giants heart. I'm just trying to be real.
No, I'm not talking from my Giants heart. I'm talking about facts, bro. Listen, this dude is a backup quarterback. And every time I say that shit, people kill me for it. What the fuck has he done in this league?
I agree with you. 5 years was one of the best teams in the NFL.
So he's a backup quarterback. He's had one starter, right? Come on now.
Listen, bro. Listen. He's had arguably the best offensive line in the NFL. Okay, for his whole career. And what the fuck has he won?
All right.
Meanwhile, Daniel Jones has had arguably the worst offensive line in NFL history. And you know, listen, I'm not trying to argue with nobody. I love everybody on this panel. So yeah, I just curse and I talk loud because I'm passionate about it. But I'm not trying to disrespect or insult anybody. I'm just saying, like, this dude has had the best O-line in front of him and one of the best running backs in the league for years now.
Yes, but
so just because they had a good
football the last 2 years, right? They had some of the worst defense in football the last 2 years.
Okay.
Zeke was bad last year. He was fat and out of shape, and now this year he came back in good shape into training camp and played
Has
better.
he set the league on fire this year? Man,
No, but they got a nice little tantrum going there with him and Pollard. They got it's a
okay.
good 1-2.
Well,
They got
when you have a
weapons.
good 1-2, when you have a good 1-2, your running back is not going to always have 1,000-yard rushing because you got a 1-2, right? So they're going to split reps, understandably. But I'm not talking about Zeke being a backup. I'm talking about Dak Prescott. He's another Romo. He chokes in the big game. In fact, I think Romo was a better quarterback than him.
Yeah, Romo was a better quarterback than him. But to call him a choke in the playoffs, we got to see it. We'll see what they do this year. Romo had several chances
And
in the
sorry,
playoffs.
Queen Vibes.
Jackson
I don't know
hasn't.
you. I'm not trying to bash your team and nothing. This ain't an insult at you. Thank you for coming in the stream. Please subscribe to Pat, Joe, Niz, and even my Dallas hating ass if you'd like. But
I mean, look at the teams they've beaten this year.
Oh, I
They
have.
beat the Chargers. Okay, that was the second game of the season, and really
But
the Chargers should have won that game because
the
they called some
scores.
penalties.
Wait a
Yeah, they
minute.
called some
Wait a
penalties
minute.
against the Chargers that game, and the Chargers really should have won that game.
All right.
They gave up
Go ahead.
28 points to the Carolina Panthers at that time. They beat New England 35-29 in OT. They beat Minnesota. Minnesota always gives up the goods. They got
Hey,
dog walked by Denver.
those
They
are good
beat
wins.
Atlanta. Okay, Atlanta. Come on, man.
Not Atlanta.
Kansas City they lost to.
he said not
They
Atlanta.
They lost to the Raiders. They lost to the Raiders, which
Who we
we
beat.
beat them. They beat the Saints. We beat the Saints. There's no hallelujah on that. And other than that, it's been division games. They beat us twice. They beat Washington twice. They beat Philadelphia. That's 5 of their wins right there. Carolina's a losing team. That's 6 wins. The Chargers are out the playoffs now, which they should have lost that game because they cheated them out that game. Let's be real. New England, they barely beat New England. Like, other than that, who have they beaten? Atlanta, they're not going anywhere.
Right.
Minnesota does the same thing every year. They can beat the Chiefs, will turn around and lose to us. They always do that. Kirk Cousins is Jekyll and Hyde. And wait till they get to the playoffs. I'm telling you. I'm not believing it to them cats until they actually do it in the playoffs. I don't give a damn what nobody say. You got the defensive rookie of the year. You got a DB. You got 11 interceptions. 11 interceptions. People keep throwing it towards this guy. It's like the ball's just a magnet to him this year. But it ain't gonna be like that in the playoffs. I promise you, it ain't gonna be like that in the playoffs.
Yo, speaking of which, I saw something. There's this guy on YouTube who says the NFL is rigged. And he came out with a video talking about they got magnets in the ball and magnets on their gloves. And he was like trying to argue this whole case and putting up film videos and looking at these awkward ass catches that look like they just magnetically snuck to his hand. I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. Sorry.
The only one I could truly believe was that Hopkins catch against the Bills. That did look like a magnet.
Well,
it did look like
I got the Eagles up here right now, Pat, and they beat Atlanta 32-6. We all remember that week 1 fiasco with Atlanta. They beat Carolina 21-18. They beat Detroit 44-6. That was the only real shellacking that they handed out. They beat where the hell is it? Denver. That's no big feat right there. They beat New Orleans. Okay, so 3 teams in the NFC East beat New Orleans. They just whooped the Jets. They beat Washington and they beat New York. Who the hell are they? They ain't played nobody either.
That's the point, Joe. That's what I'm saying. You think they're gonna get dog walked? I'm telling you, they're not gonna get dog walked in the playoffs when it comes to playing those damn Cowboys. I'm telling you, bro. Watch, they might beat them. I'm not saying the Eagles are gonna just beat them. I think the Cowboys can put a real close one, but it's gonna be closer to what you think. I'm telling you.
I don't know what makes you think the Eagles are making the playoffs so quick. They're gonna find
Well, they are
themselves.
the 7th seed, and they hold the
You
tiebreakers.
watch the game they get against Washington this week when they're getting all their players back, coming off a 56 beating or whatever it was. You watch Washington come and give them a war.
I think they're gonna beat the absolute hell out of Washington.
All right.
Washington is just like us, bro.
Yes, I agree with you there. I agree with you. They're not much better than, but I think if they have any manhood at all, they're gonna come play this week.
Yeah.
Look, I'm telling you, bro. If the Eagles wind up playing the Cowboys in the playoffs, that's gonna be a good game. Okay. I'm telling you, it's not gonna be a dog walk like people think it's gonna be, because those guys have never proven it. These guys lost to the Lions in the playoffs. I'm telling you, they're a different team in the playoffs. You can say, "Oh, they got all the ingredients." That they had these same ingredients every year. There's only a sprinkle. There's only a sprinkle of Micah Parsons and this dude Diggs came out of nowhere. But I promise you, Diggs has given up the most passing yards this year.
Oh, I know
he's given up the most double moves this year. So those 11 interceptions look good. But come on, I promise you, you give up a bunch of deep balls in the playoffs, you going home.
Queen wants to know what's a Gnation.
Washington is booty water. Yes, they are just as bad as us. You say, I agree, Miz, as an Eagles fan.
I'll answer that question.
I knew that'd get him.
He's a husband, a father, a working man, a man of faith, and a man who loves football. That's what a Gnation is. That's me. Big Blue Lou from the Gnation. Thank you.
Yep.
I got news for you. Eagles is one of the biggest frauds in football. You watch. Okay? If the Giants had their...
Oh, my God. Wait. I'm not going to lie.
Not the reaction you thought you were going to get, huh?
Listen, I got to hand it off to you guys. We're so goddamn pathetic right now that we're arguing if Dallas or the Eagles is better. We're not even talking about the Giants.
It's over with.
This is great. Some bitch.
I know. I saw a game this week where it was 3-3 and the Giants got nothing on that field. No quarterback or nothing. So I don't have no respect for the Eagles.
I think we have a better defense than what those teams have as well.
Yeah, we do.
Like I said, if we had any type of offense, we would be beating the hell out of a lot of teams. But we have no offense to speak of.
One thing about me is, just because we root for different teams, we have different philosophies or different opinions. I'm never going to come up here and talk shit to you and curse you out because you root for a different team than me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we all love the same sport. We might cheer for different teams, but we all get excited about sacks, interceptions, fumbles, touchdowns, phenomenal plays, great play calling, great game planning. We're football fans. So at the end of the day, there's no need for me to come at you and call you all types of scumbags and all this other stuff because you root for a different team than me. That's just ridiculous.
Exactly. Even if it is.
I'm throwing up something for Lou.
Right, even if it is the Cowboys.
But it's going to be a better game than people think, man. I promise you that. And you heard it right here on this stream first. If the Cowboys play the Eagles in the first round, them damn Eagles wind up winning, boy, I'm going to laugh my damn ass off on all Cowboys fans. Because you do the same thing. You've been doing the same thing for 25 years. It's over 25 years now. It's our
27.
Year. It's our year. It's our year. You get to the playoffs and you don't do a damn thing. Shoot, you're the reason why we got boosted into the playoffs a couple of years.
Oh, here comes the eggplants.
That's for you, Lou. I eggplanted you.
Eggplants across.
No, you did not, sir.
You did.
See, the difference between me and other people is I know that Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all of these places are not the real world. So I don't let that shit bother me. Keyboard warriors and all that shit doesn't affect me because none of that shit is real.
But yeah, we'll see who won that game. But I can care less because my team has won more than both those teams. So
facts.
I can care less.
Hit him with the Jada.
I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not riding the Cowboys like that because they do it every year. I don't give it until they prove me wrong. They're the same old boys. How about them Cowboys? The same.
Well, I haven't seen them like this in a while. So
what you mean? They set the world on fire the other times they were going into the playoffs. They were like 13-3.
nah,
Let's get Bayless tell it.
That's 11 years ago. 10 years ago.
That
We're talking about
10, 11 years ago. Dak Prescott ain't been in the league 10 years.
You talking about the year when we beat them with Romo?
No, I'm talking about Dak Prescott. I think it was his rookie or second year. They were like 13-3. They were the hottest team in football. Then they did it again the year after that. The hottest team in football. Go to the playoffs and guess what?
No, I'm not talking about that team that was putting up great points and fantasy numbers and everybody was gaga for them. I'm talking about this team. The things, the ingredients are there, man. The defense, it's there. I'm telling you.
This defense has played us twice. What has our offense done? They played us twice. What has the Washington football team offense done? They played them twice. They played the Saints with Taysom Hill. They played the Falcons. They played Kirk Cousins. They played Mac Jones when he was just getting into his groove. They played Sam Darnold. What has this defense done?
So if they beat the Patriots, it's because Mac Jones just got in his groove. But when the Patriots went 8 in a row, nobody says that.
I said Mac Jones was just getting into his groove, and he actually was beating them. They had to go to overtime to beat him.
Hey, part of football. So what?
They got a tip off the receiver's hands and it went for a pick six. Like, this defense is good. I give them that, but it ain't what it is, man. It's Jekyll and Hyde. I don't give a damn if a dude have 11 interceptions if he's giving up over 1,000 yards. When you play good teams, you're not going to get those little fluky interceptions when you play against good teams. In the playoffs, when it's do or die. It's different in the playoffs. We ain't been there so long, you forgot. It's different. I'm telling you, those dudes gonna go in the playoffs. You're gonna face a whole lot more schemes, and people are gonna look at that Parsons tape and they're gonna be like, "Look, we're gonna go right at this guy. We're gonna make him be the defensive player of the year. Make him tackle somebody every freaking play."
Hey,
yo,
I'm in no means rooting for Dallas. I'm just telling you what I see. That's all.
Oh, sure sounds like it, buddy.
Right. Tell you what I see, man. And if Dallas wins that first playoff game, a lot of you guys is gonna be saying sorry.
Hey.
But I'm not gonna come on and say that because I'm not a Cowboy fan. So
I like you on Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays. It don't matter. I'm a Giants fan. You're a Cowboys fan.
Hey, eggplant parmesan for you. How about that?
But everybody do this. Every time the Cowboys show they a little decent. Oh my God, this might be the year.
No, I never did that in my entire life, Pat. Never in my life did I do that.
So
I always gave the argument. I always gave the argument that you're giving. I always said the Cowboys will choke. They choke. They will find a way to choke. I've always said that. But I see something different in this team. I can't help but say the truth.
Okay.
You know why they're America's team? Because they're that godforsaken pentacle on their helmet.
Mm-hmm.
This ungodly ass place.
Well, when all said and done, the Packers should go to the Super Bowl. What was it?
I guarantee.
You know what? You know what? I'd much rather see Dallas than Aaron Rodgers and his sorry ass. I can't stand that dude. I can't stand that dude. Listen, how you lie about your vaccination and they sweep that shit under the rug, but they drag Cam Newton ass.
Yeah, they drag everybody. They get that stupid.
Listen. I didn't say you did not hear
they
me
drug
say
Antonio Brown
going
ass
to the Super Bowl. I didn't say that. I said
no. I just said I'd much rather see Dallas in there than Green Bay.
No, I'm talking
just because I dislike Aaron Rodgers that much.
Right. No, I'm talking to Jeff and Nate. You didn't hear me say Dallas is going to the Super Bowl. I did not say that. I said that they are going to be a threat in January. They could knock somebody off that we won't expect. It could.
You can
Oh,
say
it
that
could.
about
Yeah.
anything.
Any given Sunday. Yeah.
You can say that about anything. But I'm telling you, they're the same old Cowboys to me till they prove me wrong.
Same old C.
Right. Same offensive line, same running back, same quarterback, same receivers. They got everything that the team should ask for, but somehow, some way, they just find a way to disappoint you.
Well, who was that? Did Queen Vibe subscribe?
Yeah, she
Well,
should
thank
subscribe
you.
to everybody. Queen Vibe's a good person, man. She's nice.
I never met her.
Oh, Queen wants you to sing that song
I don't know.
again.
Sing it again.
Got to
Lou.
be careful. You can't say him or her no more. You get canceled for that shit. You got to say it. What the fuck?
Man, I don't know what you got to say, though.
I don't
He says,
either
I live
anymore.
in Texas. I don't hear a peep from Dallas fans down here. They're chokers. You're right, Lou. It's the pentagram on that helmet.
Hey, thank you. That's actually a pentacle. The pentagram, the point would be at the bottom and the two at the top. The pentacle is the 1 point at the top and the two at the bottom. But yes, it's still
right.
sorcery and witchcraft.
And Logan actually makes a good point here. He says Giants have the second most championships in NFL history, but when we talk our legacy, we're told to shut up.
Right. But you got guys who haven't been there in 27 years and they call them America's team.
Lou knows his stuff when it comes to stuff like that because Lou, for a living, he hunts and kills aliens.
What? Don't say no shit like that. You'll have the Mexican population coming for me. Don't say no shit like that.
No, hold on a second. Has anybody in this room or in this setting ever seen an alien? Or
it depends on your definition of the word. Because according to the government, I'm an alien.
Well, I'm not that kind of alien, like the ones from space and stuff, you know.
But I was born here.
Right, but I didn't say. I said you hunt and kill aliens because that's how you know about the pentagrams and stuff like that. And for those of you that have never seen an alien, Lou thanks you. You're welcome. There, how's that?
Joe is crazy, bro.
Right.
You better blow that shit out.
It's all evil. That's right.
Yeah, you might have seen what they call a chariot, what they call spaceships. You might have seen a chariot before.
Yeah. Jay,
chariot of fire.
Set up by Joel. Yeah, Joel setting up Lou. Lou's set up by Joel. Yep. To be fair, Giants aren't the second most. They're tied for fifth. Oh, we are, huh? We're talking championships, not Super Bowls, Chris.
And that's four Super Bowls.
And that's
Listen,
damn good
4
for Super Bowls.
Leave Chris alone. He don't know anything about championship or Super Bowls. He's a Jets fan. Don't bother him.
Yeah, if Chris wants to watch highlights from his Super Bowl, he has to get out that big projector and the slide screen that's 8x10, and he'll clear out all the room. You can't walk in front of it. 8-minute millimeter film.
Some platforms.
Oh man.
But just to say we're fifth best in Super Bowls, that's still damn good. That's still good.
Right.
Top 5, dead or alive.
Right.
But if you want to count all the championships and Super Bowls, there's only one team in the NFL that has more than us, and that's only one game more than us, and that's the Green Bay Packers. We still have more than the New England Patriots.
They have more than the Bears. They have more than the 49ers. They have more than the Cowboys. They have more than Pittsburgh. But if you want to go Super Bowls, then it's the Patriots, Pittsburgh, Cowboys, 49ers. And then it's us. And somebody just tied us. Because we got 4. Who else got 4?
Somebody tied us?
Huh? The Patriots got 7. The Steelers got 6. Patriots got 7. Steelers got 6. Cowboys got 5. We got 4. Who else has 4?
49ers?
49ers.
No, the 49ers have 5.
5.
Okay.
Right.
So it's 49ers at 5, Cowboys at 5, Pittsburgh at 6, Patriots at 7.
Right.
and we're at 5, and we're at 4 at the 5th best team as far as Super Bowls. Packers got 4.
Packers.
Yeah.
Because Brett
Yeah.
Favre got 1, Rodgers got 1, and I think Starr got 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Bart Starr, yeah.
Yeah, the Pats got they got 7, don't they?
Yeah. Pats have
They won
7. Yeah. Pats have 7.
Oh, Brady has 7. Okay, so yeah, the
Brady
Pats
has
got 6.
6.
So
Okay.
the Pats got 6. Steelers got 6. I thought the damn Patriots had 7.
Patriots 7, Steelers 6, Cowboys 5, 49ers 5, Packers 4, Giants 4, Broncos 3, Raiders 3, Redskins 3, Dolphins 2, the Colts have 2, the Ravens have 2, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Bears all have 1. Jets,
I know
Buccaneers.
tripping, so Brady got 8.
No, Patriots and Steelers are tied for first. I have it right here.
Was 6?
Thanks to Bucco, he sent it.
Oh, it might be 7.
It's 6.
Don't New England have a Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's what I thought. 6.
No,
Okay.
they have
Patriots
No, they've
Steelers
never
have
won
6.
anything. Yeah, they never won anything before Brady.
no,
Patriots,
I'm saying
No,
Steelers
they
have
didn't.
6. 49ers
They only have
and Dallas
6.
has 5. 49ers
because they
and
went
Dallas.
8 times and only won 6.
Yeah.
Green Bay and Giants are tied for third with 4 each.
No, it can't be. Can't
Why?
be. Third.
Why?
Because Pittsburgh and New England is tied for 1, and Niners and Dallas are both tied for 2, if you want to look at it that
Right.
way. Giants,
Well,
Packers,
actually,
Giants,
it would
Packers
be
tied for.
It would be
And
the
Reds-
Patriots and Steelers are tied for 1. The Cowboys and 49ers are tied for, and the Packers and the Giants would be tied for 5th.
and then Washington, Denver, and Raiders each have 3.
Then that'd be 7. 7th would be Broncos, Raiders, Redskins. And then 11th would be Dolphins and Colts, Ravens.
He says Giant scout team is getting exposed by a scout from another team on Twitter right now. Just leaking a lot of stuff. I mean, that scout team is absolutely trash. You know, I don't need any leaks to know
Yeah.
that.
So let me get this
Throw it
straight.
up.
Wait. Let me get this straight. Joe Judge is in charge of the scout team too, right? That's all Joe Judge's fault. Like y'all kill me with that dumb shit, man.
No, that's the organization. That's the GM. That's all going
That's
out
Chris
the window.
Mara.
Right.
Yeah. He's going out the window too at the end of the year.
So
He
they're
might
saying
still be
Abrams
involved.
doesn't deserve a shot. I really don't think that has to do with Abrams. What is it? Is Abrams the head of the scout department? I thought it was Chris Mayer.
Nope.
It is Chris Mara.
Abrams
Abrams is in charge of keeping the cap under control.
Yeah, so what
Right.
does that have to do with Abrams?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Abrams ain't out there
Huh?
scouting people.
Yeah,
He's just
just something to
he's
jump
just
on,
getting the contract.
man. Just
Yeah.
something to jump on, I guess.
And I think
If the scout
I
team
think-
is terrible, you fire Chris Mayer and the scout team. Abrams
Right.
is the cap guy.
Love to see
think
that. I'll be right
Abrams-
back.
Abrams is going to stay the cap guy. I have a feeling. So
Yeah, he's gonna be a G. He's just gonna have the name of GM if they do make him a GM, but he's just gonna be basically the cap guy. And Joe Judge is gonna bring the people.
no, I believe Peter King. I think they're going outhouse for the GM.
And if they do, look for that guy from the Chiefs.
Dorsey.
Mm-hmm.
I would like that. I would like that.
Say he's also heard. He's also said he's heard so many stories about brain trust in the Giants organization. Look, he says Abrams is capping. He says Judge, I think, is good at scouting some talent, but he's in game coaching. His in-game coaching needs some serious fixing because it's killing this team.
Well, here's another thing too. I mean, when I told you guys Chris Mara was involved about 4 months ago, and y'all said no, it can't happen, it can't be. Well, maybe it is. I mean, me and Pat got in a really big argument about that. Guess what? I'm not coming at Pat saying, haha, I was right. Believe me, I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to show you guys that it's more than just the team that's being affected right now. And it's more than what Joe Judge can fix in 2 years, is all I want to say about that.
Right. He also said John Mayer doesn't know a thing what's going on with the scouts. I can believe that too. Because his son,
How would he not know it when his son is the one running it?
Because
you mean to tell me that the owner of $1 billion corporation doesn't ask his head of scout what's going on when they have dinner on Sundays or whatever? Or on Christmas parties or whatever, when they get together with their actual family? You mean to tell me he doesn't ask his son, hey, have you turned up anything new that could possibly turn this team around? He's got to ask. He's got to know.
But
this is the same guy who forced the offensive coordinator on the head coach. He's involved in way more than he should be, if you ask me.
Because it was printed. I mean, I'm going to tell you sitting here right now, I got a kind of a platform, and I don't like the turd with Colin Cowpie. I think we should boycott that damn show because I don't like it. But are people going to say that that's true because somebody said it?
Oh, the herd.
Where he's getting this information from? You said this is from NFL Scout,
not a fan. Listen, I'm the freaking beard, okay? I am Joel, classified 3F, all right? I got a little bit of clout, goddammit, with some people. All right.
So I got to go like that or something. I think he's involved with the Giant stuff too and related to Mara.
That's a disgruntled scout, man. That's a disgruntled scout that the organization let go of. I heard of that guy already, man. He's angry that he was let go a year or two ago.
Yep.
That's the same guy. That's the same guy who's trying to sue them and said that they were beating him up in the locker room. That we had a culture of violence.
That's him, huh?
You should sue him. Hold on, I got something for him.
Check your sources before you spew garbage.
That's right.
He said the herd is a flip-flopper. Told me Adam Gase and Darnold will win a Super Bowl. I'm still waiting.
Right. For the former scout.
Listen, all of these guys are the same way. They're like weathermen. They're just guessing if it's going to rain or if it's going to be sunny today.
That's right.
Shout out to the 33 people in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Hit that like button and subscribe button to all these good gentlemen if you haven't already. Classified 3 for Joe.
Yo.
Miz. Go ahead.
There's a 50% chance of sun today and a 50% chance of some rain or maybe snow. It all depends on where you live.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
I just blew smoke up somebody's wazoo. I hope they enjoyed that one too.
That was 80% fog.
This man is crazy.
Same stuff, man. I mean, you have to look at the media and you have to take it 50-50. 50% truth, 50% lie, because you ain't getting the straight scoop. You know, they're never going to tell you.
50% lie with the media.
The days of Walter Cronkite are gone. That guy read the news, reported it. You made a decision on what he told you, and he gave you all the facts. That's all he did. And at the end, he said, that's the news. That was it. That was your decision. It wasn't led one way or another. I know you guys are like, who the hell is Walter Cronkite? He was an old dude, okay? Really good newscaster. Did a lot for what you're seeing with the news. I mean, not today, but you know, he was a really good, you know, good newscaster. But listen, you can't believe everything you read these days. It's impossible. You have to make up your own decisions. You read the article and decide what's bullshit, what's not.
Read between the lines, people.
Right.
Discern. Sift it like wheat.
Most of it is bullshit. A way to manipulate people. That's all.
Yeah, sift through it like wheat. You have to sift that stuff, man. Because if you consume everything that's thrown in your path, man.
Right.
He said the Giants worker is also coming at him on Twitter and getting the
Bohemian Groove.
He said
the Giants what? What was that?
Past gym of a game. No, I can't do any film on these games, man.
He's mad, bro. He's
Hey,
mad.
See
hey,
it on the
what,
field.
what did he say before that? What was the statement before that? The Giants
He
worker
said
is also
the
coming at
Giants
him.
worker is also coming at him on Twitter and getting offended.
Well, tell us,
No,
Ash, you can be shoot
He
back
says,
at
but
us,
Judge
but
got
that's
nothing
not
to
a
do with it.
point. That's not a point, my guy. We're arguing points.
All right, hold it down for a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Hold up, that guy Dowell that is saying all that stuff. He got fired before Joe Judge got here.
Right?
disgruntled.
Yeah,
Lot of fun.
exactly. I mean, let's throw Fromm out there, see what he's got. We tried saying not to, but I knew what he was.
I'm hoping there's going to be a lot more disgruntled scouts being released after this season. I really hope so because I think the scouting, our scouting, has to be. I don't know them personally, but there got to be changes, man. There's going to have to
I
be changes.
agree. That's why I say, Miz, I think that we're going to see some stuff happen here. If Mara really believes what he said about Judge, okay, give the guy control. Get a GM in here that can work with him, even if it's from the outside. Have him and Judge sit down, and Judge can tell him his vision, and he can say his vision, and figure out whether or not it's going to work together. With Judge understanding that he has to produce this year. If not, I got to get somebody in here that can. All right, but you got to be on like the same vision, because there's no way you can just bring in an intern. It's not really going to work. Now, if you bring Abrams and say he's the GM under Judge right now, but you have a guy in the shadows watching the team and not making any decisions in case you have to blow it up, but then what do you do with that guy if it works? There's a lot of ways that this could be screwed up. There's a lot of ways it can work too.
My thing is, I want to go out. I wouldn't mind that guy Dorsey, man, and bring in his scouts and bring in his guys, and let's just do this whole new thing. And you could keep Judge. It's fine. He has to have an understanding. We're keeping Judge. If he's good with that, that could be pretty good, I think.
I
don't want Abraham. That guy's not a GM, man. I don't want a guy that's not a GM, though.
He was an intern GM when we got rid of Reese. But what the hell is he going to do as an intern GM? And we cut Reese halfway through the season, 4 years ago, whatever it was. Maybe I don't want a GM. Maybe I want Judge to make the draft picks. Maybe I just want Abrams to write the checks and get the deals for the guys that Judge wants.
Putting a lot of you're putting a lot of stock in a young coach. 2 years. That's all. 2 years.
Parcells was a young coach, man. He was never a head coach before he coached. Belichick was never a head coach before he coached.
Yeah, but you want him to be the man. You want him to basically be the GM and the head coach. That's a lot.
No, not the GM. I just want him to be the guy that can say, I want this guy, and this is the price we're going to give, and we're not going to go over that. I'm not getting in a bidding war like Nate Solder. I think Judge is that type of person.
Well,
we're not going to get bad contracts again. I think that's the type of person Judge is. He's going to go up to Abrams. They're going to say, who do you want? Judge is going to sit down with Abrams in the interviews because, the coach is sitting in there with the player interviews of free agents. That, look, this is the deal we're going to offer you. I can't go anymore. Take it or take it or leave it. Because with Galladay spending 3 days in the office last year before we signed him, goddamn good and well that Mara was involved into that and Garrett was involved into that. I don't think Judge would have kept the guy around for 3 days. And then Judge wants to get us an O-lineman. And Chris Mara says, no, you can't because he called me an asshole. Really? You missed out on a really good offensive lineman, Miz, last year that we could have had on this team. So not only would we have had Thomas,
I don't
we would
know
have
that whole story. Tell the story. You know the whole story.
You know the whole story? Or?
No, I don't.
All right, Chris Mara, we were going to get a guy in. Could somebody help me with the name in the chat? We had a guy that wanted to be on the Giants, was a really good offensive lineman. He's like a top 10 offensive lineman right now. But because he called Chris Mara an asshole, Chris Mara boycotted him from becoming a Giant and told the scouting department, everybody else, don't even offer him a contract. Russell Okung. Thank you, Jeffrey. Russell Okung. We would have had him on the offensive line this year if Chris Mara could have ate crow because that's the guy Judge wanted. So, you know, and I don't know if that's before or
No, if he'd
after the
let his
Galladay
ego get out
signing.
of his way.
Exactly. I don't know if that's before or after the Galladay signing, guys. That's another thing. We don't know the timeline that was under. So if that Okung deal was before Galladay, Judge wanted to get some old linemen in here. If it was after, don't matter. We still missed out on a damn good offensive lineman that could have helped this offensive line this year. Judge sees the need that we need people, but Chris Mara put a kibosh to it. Call me an asshole. I ain't paying you.
This is what I mean, man. I've been saying this guy should not have this. I don't know who the hell this guy thinks he is, man. Just because he's got the last name because he belongs to the family, don't mean he should have a position.
But for everybody saying that Judge is a trash coach, man, all this shit's starting to come out now as to why he's battling, what he's dealing with for the last couple of years. The turmoil that's involved in this organization. There's a lot of turmoil inside that office.
Oh, yeah.
And then it comes out that Dave Gettleman's got an assholes need not apply sign right on his desk. So you can't say anything bad about something.
I believe that, Joe.
Dude, it's come out and said.
How can you not believe it?
Because a lot of people
this
in the
is
media
the same man who on live television, when they asked him about analytics, his response was, people on the keyboard, it really doesn't make any sense.
Right. And then all of a sudden, he's a big analytics guy. We're bringing in these guys for analytics, and these guys are going to help us with the scouting and the play calling and this and that.
Because he was about to get fired.
Right.
Yeah, but Gettleman has a lot of people that hate him, you know, so he might be just like attacking back.
I said you have to take it 50-50. You have to look at it with a grain of salt, Ash.
I understand that you want to root for Gettleman because of his heritage, his lineage.
He's a Hebrew.
You know what I'm saying? Right. I understand that. Right?
That's not why,
Just like Ron Rivera is the only Puerto Rican head coach in the NFL. Right? You don't see me jump, Ron Rivera. I don't care what the hell his nationality is.
Gettleman's done some good things, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, he should be gone. I do not want him back next year.
I could change my mind, Ash, because you can remember I was a Gettleman supporter. I backed that man up. And now I'm sitting here looking like an ass because I did not realize what was going on in the office. If half of this stuff, look, if just half of this stuff is true about Chris Mara, about Gettleman walking around in flip-flops, about him being a dick, a prick, whatever you want to call him. Okay, guess what? I got a little more information. And you know what? I'm sitting here saying I was wrong to keep Gettleman. I'm wrong to say that, rolling back another year. I did not have that information available to me. None of us did. I just saw the draft. I saw Judge not losing the locker room. I saw, I saw a man that was definitely trying to bring culture and respect back to this organization. Why he doesn't want the stupid penalties. Why he doesn't want us to have false starts. Why he believes in the special teams when not a lot of people put interest in it. I see what he's trying to do now. And I even saw it back then from year 1 to year 2. Just like how I stand up for Daniel Jones. I saw progress this year that I think next year he's going to be the guy. If he's not, I'm just going to have to sit here and say I was wrong. I guess he wasn't. But I'm not going to flip-flop on something from 1 week to the next. Look at how long I went with this. I've gone a long time saying that Gettleman was the guy. I liked him. I liked what he did. The man had my respect from everything that he did with the Giants before. I looked what he did at Carolina, took a team to the Super Bowl. He was getting good draft picks. You know what? They didn't turn out for the second contract. Okay, big deal. But C-Mac's looking good if he stay healthy. Calvin Benjamin, Gettleman drafted in Carolina. Okay, that first couple of years was okay, but then, the problems started shooting themselves in the foot. Every team has bad draft picks. God, look at Oakland. God damn, I can't get that out of my head. Las Vegas. They got a whole draft where none of them players are on that team.
Ash, what? I lost. Who? Wait a minute. Where did that come from? Who called who a bully?
Wait a minute. What?
Someone says bully. They said Joe. Laugh my fucking ass off. Chris Bucco. Who's a bully?
I don't know.
I got news for you. It don't matter. We have bad years, and there's been some infection inside the organization. This is still one of the best organizations in all of
They
sports. I
called
don't care what
Gettleman
anybody.
a bully. That's right.
Oh,
I don't care.
Gettleman.
Gettleman bully, Chris
Right,
Mara.
right.
Bad few years. I don't care.
No, I
Giants are
thought
still
they were
one of
saying
the
one of
best.
us.
No.
I
One
thought
of
they
the
were
best
saying one of us.
franchises in football. I don't care what the haters want to say. That's a fact. He had a New York Football Giants, 4-time champions, who lit up the Patriots twice. It's never going to change. With the greatest defender in history. It's not going to change. I don't care if you're a Jet fan or a Cowboy fan. It ain't going to matter. An Eagle fan. The Giants are still the Giants, and I guarantee they'll be back. And it won't be
How many
long
wins did
as long as you
Parcells
think.
have, Ash? I know we talked about that in 2 years. How many wins did Parcells have in 2 years?
10.
Well,
I know we
12.
just brought it up.
12.
So you would have got Ash would have shit canned Bill Parcells after 2 years.
Yep, because he had 12 wins in 2 years.
Right.
we'll turn it around. And Judge is young, so you're right. I guess we stick with him.
I think he's the guy that's actually going in there telling people, and they might be listening for a change, miss.
Mara's got to listen, man. Mara's got to grow balls, and Mara's got to grow balls, and he's got to do the right thing. You got to get your son out of that position. You got to move Gettleman out. Gettleman's gone. We know that. You got to do the right thing here. You got to bring real football people in now.
The man that we call the GOAT, Bill Belichick, okay? He built the Cleveland Browns for 4 years before he left. And then in the 5th season, they won the Super Bowl as the Baltimore Ravens in 2000.
Right.
Okay? Yeah. So the man that you call the GOAT couldn't do it in 2 years.
Right.
And let's not forget
and then Bill Parcells, the guy that you call the tuna, couldn't do it in 2 years. But we want Joe Judge to do it in 2 years or shit can everybody. And then we want to come on everybody's chat and say ridiculous shit and unsubstantiated facts and rumors. And they get mad when we shoot them down. Like, come on, bro.
Ash, you weren't even around for that. How the hell do you know Parcells showed you anything? How the hell do you know? I'm not meaning it against your age, but my God, man.
He said Parcells showed you something in 2 years. Judge hasn't. Parcells showed you that he could be a good head coach. Judge has shown you nothing. Well, he has shown you the players that you root for. I'm going to continue to say it. The players that you root for on this team, he's the one that brought them down.
You don't remember the turmoil with Parcells after his first year.
Sure
Google
don't.
that shit. Why you always want to bring up coaches from the 90s?
Listen, well, hold up, because y'all saying that his style is outdated and from the 90s. But you were just saying that Jason Garrett's offense is from the 90s. You see them? Y'all make contradicting ass statement after statement after statement, and then when somebody calls you out about it, y'all get mad and get all butthurt.
You did your
research. Go do some research.
He says name a coach that wasn't involved with the Giants. What do you mean by that?
What was the first coach that we had, and what was Bill Parcells'
I don't need to name a coach. I don't need to name a coach that wasn't involved with the Giants. I can name the coach that everybody acknowledges as the greatest coach of all times. Bill Belichick couldn't do it in 2 years. And if he's the greatest and he couldn't do it in 2 years, then your argument has no freaking merit, man. I mean, it's common sense, bro. 1 + 1 is 2 in every language. Y'all kill me with this dumb shit.
I know.
2 in French, 2 in Spanish, 2 in German, 2 in any language. 1 + 1 = 2, bro.
You can do all the research you want, but you ain't going to hear about the turmoil that Bill Parcells had after his first year, and he only won 3 games here with the Giants. You can look at numbers. You can do research that way, but there ain't no way in hell. There ain't no YouTube videos. There ain't nothing that's going to tell you what this fan base was like when under Bill Parcells' first year. You have no clue.
He says Hugh Jackson brought in Myles Garrett. Okay, so after they fired Hugh Jackson, have the Browns won more than one playoff game after firing Hugh Jackson? Because he was the problem, right? He was the problem. He was the problem why Baker Mayfield started struggling. Is Baker Mayfield looking like that quarterback that they said he was going to turn into after firing Hugh Jackson, Hash? Or does he look like the problem, like Hugh Jackson said? Because I'm gonna be real with you. Hugh Jackson built that defense. That same defense you got, that you got that merit from, Hugh Jackson built that defense and brought those players out there on that offense. Have they done anything since they fired Hugh Jackson?
Look at Detroit. They fired Caldwell. They were winning football games.
And
what have they been doing lately?
Back to the number 1 pick.
Eddie's right. Awesome. They want to call him gone after 2 years,
I've
right?
heard of documentaries. I lived it. A documentary will never tell you the way that the fans were back then after Parcells' first year. You're never going to get the whole truth. Never.
Life experience is the best teacher.
Analytics is what you guys are trying to kill us with. Us old heads, as you call us. I know you call us names. It's still love. I know you call us names when we don't agree with you.
Like I said earlier, I don't get mad at the keyboard warriors or none of that shit because I know that social media is not a real place. This shit is fake.
You know what?
And a lot of people on social media like to portray images and portray a lifestyle that they don't really live and live in a fantasy land. So I don't let none of that shit get to me because people just as fake on social media as they are in the real world, if not faker.
I said they made the playoffs one time after Jackson was fired, but they said it like Hugh Jackson was just holding his team back, and this team was going to go on a playoff ride every year after that. What have the Browns done besides beating the Steelers in one playoff game after firing Hugh Jackson? What have they done, Ash?
So you're telling me, Ash, that you can watch the documentary on Woodstock and get the vibe off of that? You're telling me that you can watch the documentary of a serial killer and get the vibe off of that, how he truly was? You're telling me that you can learn what it was like to be a soldier in World War II from a documentary and what he felt?
And Buko actually says something. He says people wanted Coughlin and Eli gone the year they won the Super Bowl.
That's coming from a Jets fan.
Right. After year 2, they wanted Coughlin and Eli gone.
Yeah.
So if we go by your philosophy, we would have never got 2 Super Bowls. Or 2 more.
We'd have never got 4.
We would never got 4 because of your philosophy. Bill Parcells would have been out the door, and Phil Simms would have been out the door too.
His first season as head coach, he was 3-12.
And 3-12-1.
Yep. That's because the media like to stir the pot, and fans love drama.
That's right. This is what you do, Ash. I never said that you said Hugh Jackson was trash, but you're saying that, hey, look, Joe Judge had 2 years. He's had enough time. Get him out of here. And what I'm saying is consistency is key when it comes to things like this. Sometimes you got to let a coach be bad 3 to 4 to 5 years to get a clean slate. So what I'm telling you is when they brought in Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield did all that little chatter about Hugh Jackson behind his back like a little bitch.
Right.
Let's just be real about it. They said Hugh Jackson was a problem. When they got Hugh Jackson out of there, they won 1 playoff game. 1 against a washed Steelers team. Other than that, what have they done, Ash? You still haven't answered that question. What have they done after they fired that coach after 2 years? They blame everything on Hugh Jackson. Once we get rid of Hugh Jackson, we're going to solve this. The Browns are going to be Super Bowl contenders. They haven't done jack shit except for 1 playoff victory against a Steelers team. Other than that, they ain't even made the playoffs, as a matter of fact.
And they added Odell Beckham.
What did Coughlin and what did Parcells show us in the first 2 years? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. Just like Judge, not a damn thing. But he was able to get this team under control. He was able to change the philosophies, both of them. Because Parcells, when
They
he first
changed.
come in, he was
They
a nice guy
changed
coach.
the culture
His second year,
first.
he came in, he was a hard ass. He was
They
worse
changed
than
the culture
Coughlin.
first.
Right.
And everybody wants to. I heard somebody on the damn chat talking about, oh, he should be fired for the way he talks to the players. Man, get the out of here. This is a man's sport. This is what's killing society today. You want to give everybody a participation trophy too, huh? No. If you don't win, you don't get shit. Period. This is what's wrong with the world today. So y'all kill me with that. Yo, I get aggravated talking about this because people don't see how much they contradict themselves. They just want to be right so much that they don't actually listen to the shit that's coming out of their mouth. Listen to the shit. Read the shit you're typing. Please read it back to yourself. Because Tom Coughlin lost his first 2 seasons. Bill Parcells lost his first 2 seasons. Bill Belichick lost his first 2 seasons. But what they did do was change the culture first and get rid of the bums and bad players and leeches that was just collecting a check on the team. And you have to wait sometimes because those are contracts and you can't just breach a contract or you're liable for it. So you have to wait that shit out. And while you're waiting, you have to maneuver, strategize, plot, and put yourself in position to acquire the pieces you need to put any other team in checkmate.
Well,
everybody wants to make everything black and white.
Everybody wants everything now. Everybody wants fast food, everything now.
That's what I mean. What guy on this panel says Joe Judge is the coach for this team?
Nobody.
What guy on this panel
but we saying you got to give him more than 2 years,
right?
That's all.
Or you keep doing the same shit. You hire a new coach. He'll come out with a different 75. scheme. We'll
so
draft
I saw
10 players for a new scheme again, and then we'll have 5 different regimes of players for different schemes.
Right.
So I'm saying I see flashes of Parcells and Judge, and I've been watching since 78. And I'm getting that feeling because Parcells came in 82, 83. You know, I had to witness all that bad football, sitting there with my father as a young kid, just started playing Pee Wee football. You know, I sat and watched all the bullshit and the struggles and everything that man went through in the 70s and early 80s. 1980, 81, LT was drafted, 82, made the playoffs, but then went to shit. You know, 83 and 84. Christ.
And then people, why do people do this?
But why are we talking about 90s football? But yet you just brought up something, Ash, about late football, bringing up your granddad. What does 70s football have to do with today?
What does Pat Shermer have to do with Joe Judge? Pat Shermer lost in his first 2 seasons. Okay.
And he's over there killing it with Kansas City's offense. I mean, not Kansas City.
We haven't drafted anybody in like the last, 10 years. Or what the hell does Joe Judge have to do with the draft over the last 10 years? I mean, the last 2, yeah, but not the last 10.
And the last 2 drafts, this is where all your key players are coming from. That's what we keep trying to tell you. We saying stop doing it. And he just happens to be the coach that you need to stop firing coaches after 2 years. We need to stop that trend. It hurts you as a franchise. You got too many players from too many different regimes on one team. There's no
Mark
foundation.
P. Highlight Mark
No
P's
identity.
Last comment.
No identity.
Just went off the board. Yeah, right there. Right there.
Right. You lose all your money in the stock market. Oh man, it go up
Damn
$50
sure will.
today, I'm pulling it.
Yep. And then tomorrow that shit jump up 4 points.
Right. You just lost 10 grand.
The last 2 drafts have been pretty damn good. Yeah, because all your main people that you love on this team came from the last 2 drafts, and guess who's been the coach? All the people that you're cheering for on this team that are half decent, be like, you know what? He can actually play, have come from Joe Judge. He said, I brought up my granddad to show you that I have sources and I do my research. He's watched since 75, so I'll use him to show that he is a source and watch the Parcells era. Okay,
But when I talk about it, you said that what does 90s football have to do with anything?
Exactly. Bring that comment back up. It's in the chat. Y'all always referring to the 90s.
Man, it's way back up there.
Oh, I'll find it. Because I'm an asshole. Especially when I'm right.
Over text, you're going to take what I'm saying. And,
He said,
dude, I didn't take anything.
90s, he said, how does the 90s philosophy work in our era then? You go against your point.
He asked me?
Yeah.
That's what he said earlier.
How does it work in our era? Because 90s style era.
Says, why y'all always bring up coaches from the 90s?
Okay. Because everybody wants to say that Joe Judge's philosophy is too old school and outdated, right? But in the 90s, what won football games is still the same thing that wins football games today. As much as everybody wants to say, oh, it's a passing league, running the ball, the possession of the time, and defense is still what wins championships in the NFL. And you can try to tap dance around that in any kind of bright colored outfit, or you can try to dress it up any kind of way you want to. But when you go back and watch film, the same thing that still wins championships today is defense, running the ball, and time possession.
And I don't want to hear, oh, well, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. They did have a run game, too. It's not like they didn't run the ball at all that year they won the Super Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes is definitely a playmaker. We can all agree with that.
No,
how do you look at the last Super Bowl?
We don't even want to hear about – you don't even got to go to the Chiefs. Sorry, Joe. You can go to the New England Patriots. Every Super Bowl they won, they had a running game. They had a two-headed or three-headed monster at the running position.
Guess what?
Always had a stout defense.
The team that they played in the Super Bowl was one of the best running teams in the league that year, and that was the 49ers with Jimmy G.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Joe said I wasn't alive for the Parcells era, so I brought up a person that watched in 75. Okay.
Because I said that he can't, he's not going to know the turmoil that was around the Parcells era, because the documentary is not going to show everything that was going on.
Oh,
it's not going to hear the fan chatter that was going on at the time.
I can tell you what, I could watch a documentary about World War II all day, but I'm never going to feel what those guys felt when they were actually there. And people during those times when the war was going on, you're never going to feel that the way they felt.
You imagine like hitting somebody with a flamethrower?
Yeah, just like the Great Depression. I'm never going to know how those people felt at that time.
Oh, people sold their kids.
Here comes Adam.
Eat.
You're going to mix the
Adam,
fire.
what's going on? I mean, Adam can come on too. I know Adam's views.
Go ahead. I'm gonna pop off and watch you guys because I'm really tired and out of it tonight.
Yeah,
but
you look
watch.
it, Miz.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna watch. Yeah. I'm gonna let Adam pop on because I know he got some fire to bring in. So I'm not bringing it tonight. So
we've been going for 2.5 hours, so I'm not gonna be on here much longer.
Yeah, me.
I'm watching because I want to see Adam get into it right now.
No,
Adam,
yeah.
Getting out, Adam, and you calling.
Well, shit, we've been having this discussion for 3 days now, me and Adam.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam can come on. You're more than welcome to come on, Adam. Miz is dropping off. You're more than welcome to come on.
All right, Miz.
Have anything to say? But that's like what do you call that? With Martin Luther King and them was going on.
Hey Pat, let Ash come on even if he wants to. I'd really like to hear what.
Yeah, I mean they could come on for a second.
Yeah.
You're ready to get off.
I would love to.
Adam, buddy, what's going on, man? What's going on? You know it's all love, bro. So go.
Oh, okay. He said that we was reading the chat later than when he posted it, so it sounded like he was contradicting himself. Okay. And listen, just to be clear, Ash, you know we can debate about this shit all day, and it's never gonna get personal. I'm never going, you know what I'm saying, curse you out, call you out your name, and none of that shit. We just football fans, bro. Ain't no need to get ridiculous with each other like some people do. And I'm not taking jabs at nobody. I'm just saying when we have these debates and I'm involved in it, you ain't never got to worry about no disrespect or no shit like that from me because my vocabulary is very extensive and I can hold court with anybody.
Sounds good.
Mr. Adam, what's going on?
How are you fellas doing tonight?
Adam was good, baby.
Hey,
I hear there's Joe Judge talk.
Yeah. Look, he tried to come in all smooth now so he can get cranked up in a minute.
That works for me, man.
I heard those Joe Judge talks.
Hey, get that. I got the fire ready, baby. Look at that. We're going.
Yeah, you're about to burn down the damn building with this guy. Give me a break. Dumpster fire.
Say what you gotta say, man. You got the floor, man. Go ahead and say what you gotta say, brother.
Look, Joe Judge needs to go, and there's reasons why. And Pat and I described those reasons. Here are a few. One, his record. McAdoo right now has more wins in 2 seasons than Joe Judge. Okay, has 14 wins. Joe Judge, how many's got? 10. Okay, you've got this team that has regressed from 6 wins to now 4 wins. Everything is falling apart. We want to blame excuses every time we have a bad season. We want to look for reasons why, but we don't want to point the finger at the guy who's the head man. He got hired for a reason. He's the head coach. Well, his offensive coordinator, give me a break. His defense plays great. Why doesn't his offense play great? He's the head coach. That's his problems. These are his problems. They all fall at his freaking doorstep. You know, we want to bring him back. If we want to bring him back, we might as well bring back the whole damn crew. Bring back Gettleman, bring back Joe Judge, because let them fail together. Because what's the point of bringing back a guy who's going to be a lame duck coach if he fails? Because if he goes 0-3, 0-4, he's out of here. I don't want to hear any time, because the probability of us making the playoffs is gone. So,
Miz, that wasn't a shot at you. Sorry, Adam.
Excuse me?
No, Miz put it's personal. I call names. That's for me. And I said, no, that wasn't a shot at you. I was just stating the fact about myself.
Right.
But sorry, Adam, go ahead.
My point is that I've seen enough with this guy to know that it's just abandoned ship. Let's go. If you're going to bring in a new, see, this is what we did last time, right? We fired Tom Coughlin, left the GM, and it failed 2 years later. And here we are doing the reverse again, right? We're keeping a coach and now firing the GM.
Oh, okay.
And look at what the Jets did. They did the same thing, and then they restarted the next year. So we could be in the same boat next year. Why don't we just cut our ties now? Let the guy bring the coach in. They both evaluate the team and see where they want to go from here. Because there's no way that you need to be hamstrung to Judge. He's proven nothing in this league outside of right now that he's a loser coach. Okay, he's a losing coach with a losing culture. We want to talk about a culture. What culture has he built here? He's built nothing but losing. I don't care if the guys high-five each other in the hallway. Great job. You know, great. The morale's up. Woo, yay. They still stink. Every week they stink.
Can I ask you a question, Adam?
Go ahead.
I mean, I know. No, look, do you remember Parcells at all, or was that a little bit before your time?
I'm no Parcells.
Okay, I wasn't sure, Adam, because I wanted to ask you if you saw anything out of Parcells' coaching style to keep him around for 2 years when him and Judge have about the same winning record right now.
The difference is that they were patient. Remember, Bill Parcells said to the guys, once he failed, he was like, I'm picking my guys and I'm doing it my way. Okay. And they had more time then because the teams were built differently. This league now is not the league when it was with Parcells. See, Parcells, you had to stack bricks, keep stacking bricks. Now you don't have to stack a bricks. You can have a fucking straw house and win a Super Bowl, have that shit blown over, and redo the same thing next year. Because the mediocrity in the NFL is so prevalent. The NFL wants that. They want you to go from worst to first in one season. That's what they do. I mean, look at teams like the Lions are winning games. Friggin' Texans have a guy named Davis Mills, looks like a Mike Glennon clone, okay? And they're winning games with that kid. And we're sitting here, well, you know,
but they don't have more victories than we do.
Well,
Adam.
Jason,
they're 4-11. But what were their expectation levels?
Jason, that was LT. LT was a big reason that Parcells' second year we won a playoff game.
I'm just saying, what was their expectation level for the Texans? They were supposed to be a 4-11 team. This giant team was supposed to. We spent $200 million, and this is what we get.
Expectations from us, though, Adam. Giants fans had those expectations. The league didn't have expectations.
No. The Giants had those expectations. When you spend $200 million, you're not spending it to be 4-11. That's damn true. You
had expectations for this team to be bad. A lot of the league said that we were still going to be bad.
Right.
Listen, even he said it when he got interviewed. He told Mara, I'm only gonna take this job if you allow me to build this team the right way. The reason that Mara thinks he found his Bill Belichick or Bill Parcells is because that's the same thing that he said to him in the interview.
What that is brainwashing because John Mara will drink any
because you got to
Kool-Aid that
remember, Bill Parcells was a defensive coordinator. When the coach got fired, he interviewed for the job. And in the interview, he told Wellington Mara, I will take the job, but you got to let me build this team the right way. When he failed, and he said, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down with my guys. So who's not to say that that's what Joe Judge is doing now? He said, you forced O.C. Garrett on me. You wouldn't let me fire him last year. Now you finally let me fire him in mid-season. You couldn't expect me to work a miracle with the last 8 games, right? So you knew we was going to lose out in injuries and everything else. So now you see that I was correct when I told you fire this guy. Now let me get the reins. Let me build my team. And if it wasn't to your satisfaction next year, shit can me and slander my name all over the media. But give me my fair shake first.
Okay, so whose idea was it to bring in Mike Glennon as his backup quarterback?
That could be Jason Garrett for all we know,
clue.
because
I have
Judge
no
really
clue.
didn't say-
Who
wait,
makes
he was
the
a
final
backup in
decisions
Dallas.
on bringing
Glennon
in
was a backup
the
in Dallas.
player?
Glennon was a backup in Dallas in the past, so he might have had familiarity with Jason
Exactly,
Garrett, but
with
I
Jason
don't know for
Garrett's
sure.
offense.
So I'm
Dallas.
just
When was-
speculating.
When was
Mike
Glennon the
Glennon
backup
was never in
in
Dallas.
Dallas?
He was a backup.
Yes, he
in
did
Dallas.
back up for Dallas.
What year?
I think it was like 3 years ago, 3-4 years ago. He was a backup.
Let me double verify.
I remember he was. I think he got drafted. Unless he was somebody with the Buccaneers, he got drafted by the Buccaneers. Then he got that contract with.
He never played for the
Chicago.
Cowboys. Tampa Bay, Chicago, Arizona, Oakland, Jacksonville, and New York Giants. Okay, so he never played for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, what happened was he was the cheapest option on the market, hence why they brought him in, and they let go Colt McCoy. Head coaches have roster decision-making prowesses. So he's in on those meetings when they say, yeah, we need a quarterback who's on the market. Oh, yeah, let's bring in Mike Glennon. This is his choice, too. I'm not exonerating him from this roster construction right now. I'm not exonerating him for putting a guy like Nate Solder out there every week. I'm not doing it. Whose call is that?
You saw what happened when Perk got in there.
He's injured.
Rush. That's right.
You saw what happened when Perk got in there, and that was his choice. The scouts drafted him. And why don't we never give
the
him
scouts drafted him? He was drafted in the 2020 draft with Joe Judge. He was sitting here.
The scouts put the card in for them to draft Perk. Joe Judge was overthrown by whoever, Chris Mara and Dave Gettleman at the time was overthrown. So Perk was drafted because the scouts said, hey, look, you draft this kid, he will be a dominant right tackle in 3 years. That's out of his hands.
Okay. All right. I guess the head coach has no say in any decisions now. That's all right. Let's bring the guy back.
We can't say that for sure.
Yes,
it just feels like we just can't say that.
But you guys
can
bring up things from old scouts.
That's what I was just about to. Okay.
But that's for certain.
That's
right?
what I was just. That's what I was just about to say. If you let me finish my point, but I guess I just won't finish my point. But anyway, I just decided to come on because I wanted to.
What's up, Ash?
Describe. What's up, y'all? I just wanted to describe what I was saying in text. Everybody knows I have a lot to say. I talk a lot.
Yeah, you be texting fast than the motherfucker too, so
right.
just to be honest. You don't even answer the first question. He just said
I know y'all were like, this motherfucker here. But yeah.
All love.
I was one of those. I agree with. I used to agree with y'all point that y'all are having now. When Joe Judge first initially got fired, I was one of those people that were saying you need to give him 3 years. But with human nature, everybody can change their opinion. Joel, like what you said, how you were defending Gettleman, and when that article
for 3 years. 4 years.
How that article came out, you wanted that it kind of shifted your judgment.
It did. More information. You're absolutely right.
Yep. So I changed my mind on Joe Judge at this point. And if he comes out next year and we're start off the season 3-1 and we're doing good, I will accept that I was wrong. If any, I'm sure y'all probably won't, but if any of you want to come back and say, well, remember what Joe Judge was doing, remember what you were saying about Joe Judge last year and how stupid you look now, I would be like laughing.
I try hard,
I
Ash,
know.
not to do
I
that.
don't
I
get no
really
joy out
do.
of doing that. Yeah, like
I don't
that's
get joy out of
if
doing
I
it.
was
Yeah,
15,
that's why I
maybe,
would
but
say. That's why I say I don't think y'all will. I only do that if it's something like funny, like when Joe said
Right.
that
now, now,
the
now I
Jets.
do that shit if you're a Cowboy fan
Oh,
or an Eagles fan. Oh, I'm
oh,
petty then. Yes, I'm
like
bringing all
we
the
can
receipts.
laugh
But
about when I picked Miami and everyone killed me. That Ravens game. We can laugh about that.
Yeah,
Exactly. But
funny
I don't.
stuff
I
like
hate
that.
sitting here and people that say, "Ha ha, I told you so." I'd rather be wrong than right. Trust me.
yeah, I want this team
Yeah,
to win.
like stuff
Everybody
like
on this
Yeah.
that.
panel wants to be cheering for winners. None of us want to be fucking
Right.
sitting here discussing the draft while the season is still currently on. I mean, I know
And
that.
that my
You know
thing,
what I'm saying?
my thing about Joe Judge, and when I talk about Joe Judge, I'm not, even though I am talking about, I'm technically talking about the whole Giants organization because I've been reading a lot of
Right.
stuff with the scouts, and everybody could choose whether to believe that or not. I was just going through the
Right.
thread while I was typing in the chat, and a lot of information has been coming out over the past weeks. My thing with this organization is that I've seen problems that we go through as an organization around the league with other teams that they fix it in a blink of an eye, and we take 5 to 6 years just to fix it, or not even fix it, just to get some hope that we have fixed it.
And the big part of that reason is because Mara
Okay.
is too involved in personnel and operations when he should just
Can
be signing checks and that's it.
I know that. And
can I
and oh, go ahead, Joel.
I just wanted to throw another example out there, Ash. I mean, okay, the football team is winning games, but they were supposed to have the number one defense this year. They were up there for title contender as far as winning the division, being equal with the Cowboys, a 10-win team.
Yeah,
Okay. So, the Giants and the football team kind of resemble each other to me
they're
because
kind of the same.
Dan Snyder sticks his fingers in the pot, and then all them emails that's going on right now about the football team, them having to change their logo with the football team, and then John Gruden get fired because of his association with emails to the football team.
Yeah, and
Oh, it
my
wasn't
thing
for no
is that
association with the football team. It was for the shit that he said about every type of people
It
and
was,
color of
but
people and race
I'm
of
just,
people.
I just bringing that
Let's
up
not
though because
sugarcoat it. He's a racist ass.
and
he was.
the thing is that they have gone through all that shit, and they are still in a better position than we are right now.
You think so?
Yeah, well, what makes you think they're in a better position?
Right now, they have more wins than us. With the
Is that the
quarterback that
only
has been
reason why?
Because their offense is functional with backup quarterbacks.
their
Really?
deep
Their
their
offense is
defense.
that functional to you?
They had Tyler Heineke for most of the season, and they functioned. It wasn't until now, the late season surge, when everyone's getting injured and on the COVID list, where they fell apart. Okay.
I'm saying right now. I don't know about if I was a if I could predict the future, I would drop all the gems and I would spoil a lot of stuff for you on these live streams.
Right.
But right now, their offense has been way better than our offense. They have a third, is it a fourth round draft pick in Terry McLaurin as their leading receiver. Taylor Heineke has been on the NFL free agent circle for like 3 years. Their defense has still performed up to par even after their number one defensive end was out.
No,
I
they
mean,
haven't.
and
Their defense has been bad this year. That's the reason why they're losing a lot of the games because of the defense.
up
Our defense is
after
actually
Chase
playing
Young
better than their defense.
after Chase Young got hurt, their defense was able to keep them in games up until they had all the COVID stuff with up until like that Dallas game. But in that span from where Chase Young got hurt to when they versus the first meetup versus Dallas, their defense has been playing well. Right, our defense is better than theirs. I'm not denying that at all. I'm just saying that their offense has been drastically better than ours, just like every other offense in the league. And
Right.
their defense taking blows, a major blow in Chase Young. It seems like they haven't really lost a step. Right?
Okay. I understand what you're saying, Ash, and I agree with you. But, we say to the Giants, I'm sick and tired of hearing about injuries. I'm sick and tired about COVID. Go out there and win some more goddamn games and get us a division championship. I'm not trying to argue, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No. I'm listening. No, I'm listening to you. I'm listening to your
Okay.
point. My thing about that is just like at one point the Titans had the most people in IR in the league, and they were the number 1 seed in the AFC at that time. The Colts went out and lost 4 out of their 5 starting offensive linemen. Weren't playing this past week against the Cardinals. And up until Arizona kicked that field goal on their last drive, they were beating Arizona, a 10-win team, with Kyler Murray and the receiving corps. They were beating them by a 2-score game.
That's what we don't have. We don't have that base, though, Ash. We don't have the depth. That's what we're lacking so much. That's why we're saying let's get a guy in here for 3 years to at least get some established players in here so that the next coach can come in and say, okay, I like this guy. I don't want this guy. I'm going to draft for this guy. I'm going to get this guy in free agency. I'm going to get rid of this guy. I'm going to get rid of this guy. If you don't have at least a couple of players offensively and defensively, because what judge draft picks do we have on offense besides Thomas and Tony?
My thing about judges and the thing about our lack of talent is that throughout this season, and I've been sounding like a broken record when I say this, throughout this season, I've seen Judge make some bad decisions. I'm not even going to say some. I've seen Judge make bad decisions throughout this season that you don't really need a good amount of talent on your team. I've seen Judge wait 8-10 weeks just to sit players, not put his players into position to succeed. There's some things that when I look at a coach, I'm not just looking at the statistical record. I'm not looking at whether Pat Shurmur won 9 games and Joe Judge won 10. So like I'm not just looking at that. I brought up the Pat Shurmur point because I forgot who it was, but somebody said that these dudes did like Bill Parcells. It was a whole thing. This is where I was trying to tie all my points in together, and it just got all fuzzled and stuff. But my thing is that I've seen him. Like I've just seen him make these decisions that don't require talent. Decisions that when I see other coaches around the league do, they're not making these decisions. When a guy is playing horrible, you don't wait all these weeks just to sit his ass.
But if you don't have the guy to come in as a backup, what choice do you have? When you don't have the depth, man, what are you supposed to do?
Hey, this might be the first comment I've heard all night, though, Ash. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to let you get back to it. But he says, to be fair, it's Jets' problem. The past games missed on so many, the past GMs missed on so many picks that the depth isn't there. We don't have depth.
But look at Judge's depth pick.
So are we going off of this past game to really say that Matt Pert, and I'm saying it off a joke, but are we really going by this past game to say Matt Pert is really worse than Nate Solder when he hasn't really had any action for him to get adjusted to the NFL?
I mean, Isaiah Wilson was activated, didn't see a snap.
Right.
We have players that even Bernardrick McKinney. But when you put Bernardrick McKinney in the game, he does damage, and then you take him out and put these scrubs in. I literally saw Darius Slayton, Evan Ingram, and Kenny Golladay on the second play of the game. They don't even block. They don't even make an attempt, and they just miss their blocks to block a man. Like some of that stuff is coaching. It's coaching.
It is, but a teacher is only as good as his student. If the student doesn't want to listen, you ain't doing shit, my guy. If that guy doesn't want to listen.
So, but if you can't get through to the said player, then you're not the guy, because Bill Parcells got to.
Maybe the player needs to go.
Right.
I get Darius Slayton was blocking, because I have done and look back. Darius Slayton was doing some things better his first 2 years, and then now has he just took? Are we saying he took a talent regress? Is that what we're saying? He took a mental regress.
Maybe teams have figured out what he does best.
So then, what about Kenny Galladay?
Maybe teams have found out what he does best, and they take that away from him.
I'm not talking about his route running. I'm talking about his, like, on the play, the second play of the game, where Jake Fromm threw an out pass to Saquon in the backfield, and we all knew what was coming. Darius Slayton completely just let the guy run past him. It didn't even block. But in his first 2 seasons, he was pretty damn good as a blocking receiver.
So you're saying that he can't block anymore because Joe Judge is the coach?
What is
I'm not saying that. It looks like
so Joe Judge became the coach. He just forgot how to block now because Joe Judge's coaching is so bad that he doesn't even know how to block. That's what you're saying.
I said his first 2 seasons, and his first 2 seasons in the second season, that was Joe Judge's first season as a head coach. So I'm not saying that, but I'm saying what is going on in practice. That's what I'm saying. What are you doing in practice that your receivers aren't going out on the field and they're missing assignments?
Just keep the guy.
Like,
I'm not saying so. 4-13 practice. So you're saying a new coach is just going to now all of a sudden they're just going to be able to block. He's not going to drop any more passes. He's not going to miss assignments no more. He's going to find holes in the zone.
Listen, we all know Darius Slayton sucks, but that doesn't explain to me the reason why Kenny Galladay is sucking.
I don't think the guy's fully.
I'm not saying Joe Judge needs to fix is the reason why Darius Slayton is dropping passes. I'm in this situation I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about this second play of the game in the Eagles. That's what I'm talking about. Nelson Aguilar been through like how many coaches, and he still hasn't fixed his dropping issues. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Ash is talking about execution. That's on coaching.
So that's what I'm saying. So firing this coach is going to make the execution better.
Firing this coach allows for you to bring in a GM and a coach at the same time and allow you to do this the correct way. Keeping a coach around who has won 10 games to justify because we want to keep him around a third game when he's regressed from season 1 to season 2 because I've given you ample reason why he should be fired, but you want to keep him fine. Keep him. I don't see the point in keeping the guy, but you want to keep him
because you don't gain anything by getting rid of him. That's what we're trying to tell you.
What do you gain by keeping him?
If you get rid of the guy, that means you're going to bring in a whole other philosophy, and now the new coach is going to have a regime of 4 coaches.
What are you going to do with him? Like you're saying to keep him.
If you keep him and he bombs out next year, you allow this whole thing to be cleared out.
How?
Right.
You bring in a new GM.
The GM's going to get a completely new, fresh start next year.
So are the Jets.
What does that have to do with the Jets?
The Jets have been keeping general managers and firing head coaches.
The Jets did the same thing with Adam Gase. Adam Gase brought in Joe Douglas only to have his ass get fired, right? So then Joe Douglas then brings in Robert Saleh. So now we're going to have a guy come in to have Joe Judge then get fired to have another GM make the coaching hire. So it sounds like the Jets to me.
If we keep Joe Judge
and we aren't.
If we keep Joe Judge one more year, okay, let's say Abrams is the GM, and Joe Judge stinks to high heaven next year. What you're doing is the next guy that comes in is going to have cap space. He's going to have his draft picks because you ain't going to allow anybody to trade any draft picks. You're going to have a coach with a fresh start that's going to have cap room
How do you
to
know
not only get his draft picks, to get his coaching staff, develop a new scheme, fit, whatever, get his quarterback, and not have to give up the future. And then you're not going to have Barkley. You're not going to have Jones. You're not going to have Martinez. You're not going to have Bradbury. You're not going to have any of those. You're going to get out of the Golladay contract that year for a minimal hit. You're going to get out of the Adoree Jackson contract for a minimal hit.
What's
and
the point
whoever he wants to. But then if you're going to blow it up, man, now you're blowing it up. You're getting rid of players. You're trading players for draft picks, capital for the new regime that's going to have a complete fresh start with cap room, with draft picks. Unfortunately, Gettleman didn't have that because we were under 5-year guys.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask everybody a question right now? Hey, talent-wise, what is the biggest hole on this? What is the biggest, like, I don't know how to put this. What is the biggest hole on this roster?
O-line, and you could take Chris Mara for that. O-line, because we could have had Russell Okung, but Mara.
So how is it?
That's old news. We're talking about right now.
How is it that
right now?
How is it that a coach can go a whole draft without taking a single offensive lineman, and we just treat it like it's nothing? I mean, did y'all forget that Joe Burrow tore his MCL last year? And the only offensive lineman they replaced on that line was Bobby Hart. And they're fine. The Chargers, you know that the only offensive lineman on the Chargers offensive line that they actually drafted themselves is a rookie in Rashawn Slater.
The Miami Dolphins have one of the worst offensive line in football, and they won 7 games. They've won 8 games.
Well, probably all four of their other offensive linemen have been let go by their previous teams. They had one of the worst offensive lines last year.
When Andrew Thomas was healthy, Daniel Jones had an above 90 quarterback rating. Just Andrew Thomas when he was healthy.
Could we run the ball? Could we run the ball?
I think we could. I think we were moving the ball, but we killed ourselves in the red zone, and the defense was giving up 35, 40 points a game, if you recall.
Those Washington and Atlanta Falcons game, even the Saints game, we could not run the ball to save our lives. Saquon would just have one big run.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Go
Going into this season, did anybody on this panel think our offensive line was good?
Nope.
I don't think so. I thought our offensive line was average.
We also did say that they were rolling the dice. I came on here and said the Giants are rolling the dice with their own guy. I got yelled at because they're like, "Oh,
and even I
and that was on Gettleman, and that was on Judge to make that decision.
Wait a minute. Now we all came into the season knowing that the offensive line was suspect, that we was rolling the dice, right? Yep. Now, in the very early part of the season, we lost Nick Gates. We lost what was the other one? Shane Lemieux. And we lost 2 players in the offseason right before the season started. So you guys are totally negating that factor, which left us with one offensive lineman. Wait. That left. I have not interrupted any of you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That left us with one offensive lineman, Andrew Thomas, who got hurt a few weeks later. So y'all act like y'all forgot that we started Nate Bredesen, Ben Bredesen. We started Matt Skura. We started.
I did not forget.
You see what I'm saying? So
I did not.
We've had 9 different line combinations, 11 different line combinations,
and they wanted to get Russell Okung too, Lou. But Chris,
why do you keep saying that, man? That was years ago, bro.
No, it was this year.
Yes,
that was this offseason. That was spring training.
Can I respond to that point that Lou just said? The thing about the offensive line is, yes, we went into the season knowing that our offensive line wasn't strong. Weeks 1 to 4, Nick Gates got hurt in week 2? Yeah, week 2 when he got moved to guard. Before the season started, We weren't even talking about, like, how are we talking about
So
Shane Lemieux now?
Russell
Like
Okung
he's
was
a
in
factor.
2017.
Before the season,
Was
we
it?
weren't even
2017.
starting.
2017, Russell Okung became a free agent, signed a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Los Angeles Chargers, only to be traded on March 4th, 2020 to the Chargers for the Carolina Panthers in exchange for Trey Turner. So don't keep bringing up something that happened
I
4
think
years
he might.
ago.
I think he might mean after that deal, like after that deal.
I think
The
Russell
article
Okung could have
said
been
that
picked
was
up
this
this year
year.
too.
He was
He could have been
probably
picked up again
off
this year
that
too.
deal. He was probably But why were we acting like Shane Lemieux was like all of a sudden a factor? We said that we needed to get Rashawn Slater because we could not only move him to not only just for tackle, but move him to guard because we thought Shane Lemieux was a weak piece. And if we can see that the offensive line was a weak spot going into the season, that gives no excuse for Dave Gettleman and Joe Judge to not address it
Yeah.
in the draft. I will come out and I say I was wrong because I was not a person that wanted Rashawn Slater in the first round. I said I wanted a receiver, Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle, or Parsons. Parsons was my second choice. Miz was head on Parsons. I will give him that. But I said, and I also said that one of these edges were going to fall to the second round, and Joe Judge didn't want to pass on one of them edges because he did a lot of work in the pre-draft process at the pro days and everything. But I said, do not go out of the third round without taking a lineman. Most importantly, an interior offensive lineman. We all knew Matt Pert. We should have started Matt Pert at the beginning of the season at the right tackle and use Nate Solder at the swing tackle.
Irritate
These are
Adam,
problems
but
that we saw from the jump. From the jump. So if we know that this offensive line is weak, yeah, they had some continuity towards the end of last season, but we still know that was weak. They were still ranked
you can
low.
share that.
If we could see that as fans, these people get paid to have NFL jobs. If we can see
Great
that as
point.
fans and they can't see that, then what the hell do they have a job for?
Okay, now let me ask you this: when those linemen, Zach Fulton and
That's what
the
that
other
was.
guy
Stand
walked
corrected.
away,
Frederick.
when
Thank
those
you.
other guys, hold on, when those other guys walked away and retired at the last second, we had already signed Galladay, Adoree Jackson, and all this other stuff. We had no cap room to go get anybody else, and we had no depth to really get rid of anybody to go get nobody else, which is why we ended up giving up BJ Hill, who we would love to have here right now, instead of freaking Billy Price.
And Danny Shelton. But to that point, we knew that Joe Looney and these guys, we knew they were just depth pieces. And the thing about no
Would Joe
cap room,
Looney and Fulton be better than Billy Price and Bredesen right now, or Matt Skura if they were still here?
I don't know. I don't know.
Come
I
on,
mean,
man.
last year
Fulton's
we
a
said
former Pro Bowler, and Joe Looney was been a career lineman that's came in and fill in for good teams on those Cowboys teams. He plays way better than a freaking Matt Skura or Bredesen or Billy Price because he can play center as well.
Last year we said that we didn't think this offensive line couldn't get any worse than it was now, and it got worse. I mean, and we even heard that Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman didn't even give Kevin Zeitler an offer, and he over there balling in Baltimore.
And a lot of fans
Didn't even give him a chance to decline an option, to decline a contract extension. So to me,
a lot
that
of
says
YouTube,
that you didn't think. Go ahead.
just a lot of YouTubers and fans alike were like, "Yeah, I'll roll with Matt Pert. I think he could be the starting right tackle."
And
A lot of
yeah,
people
but
were
my
willing
thing
to
is
put
like,
their chips on the table on that one.
yeah, you should have started him from week one, and if he wasn't it,
Then what?
then you could go off of that. But just going,
Then you're gonna blame Joe Judge for
you'll
that
just be
too,
without a
right?
right tackle. No, I wouldn't. Because we already knew what Nate Solder was. So if we just had a hole, we just had a hole. But
we knew that.
we hold on. We and then Justin Pennick and Talking Giants, they actually like have a good connection with the Zeitler family. They said that they didn't even get a call from Joe Judge or Dave Gettleman. So to me, that says that you didn't feel like the offensive line was a necessity. That's what that tells me.
How can you say that when everybody got hurt and they brought in 2 veteran backups that retired on them at the last second? They brought a backup center who tore his Achilles. Everybody
Because
forgets
that's your
about
best
that.
lineman.
Harrison tore his Achilles. You lost your starting center and Nate Gates. Then you lost the backup center. Then you lost your left guard. Kevin Zeitler left. They let him leave. But you brought in 2 people that retired. Then Matt Perk turns out to be crap in training camp and everything. He proved that he was too soft. Nate Solder, nobody knew Nate Solder was going to be this bad. I don't care what you say. I knew he wasn't going to be great, but nobody knew he was going to be this bad. I can give a damn what you're talking about. Nobody knew Nate Solder was this bad. Nobody knew that.
Especially after a year off.
Because Kevin Zeitler was our best lineman.
Harrison actually played well in the preseason. Then he tore his Achilles before the season. Because Billy Price wouldn't even be here if Harrison was healthy.
Right.
So Harrison playing center.
Jonathan Harrison, yeah.
So when you got 4 to 5 injuries across your offensive line and 2 retirees, yeah, you're gonna panic. Yeah, you're gonna panic.
I'm not talking about the panic. I'm not talking about the panic. I'm talking about.
I know you're not talking about the panic, Ash. But they had a plan in place. But damn, you gotta have a plan D.
Okay, so why won't you not even look at giving your best offensive lineman an offer for an extension
because
when
they
he was your
used
best
that money
offensive
to
lineman
bring
by
in
far?
other people? If they would have known that they would have had 6 injuries across the offensive line and 2 retirees, I guarantee you Zeitler would have been taken care of differently. You don't know all those people are going to get injured and 2 people are going to retire on you at the last second.
Well, why draft Billy Price if you have Jonathan Harrison on the roster? Because according to this, he was cut on August 31st, 2021, and then re-signed September 22nd, 2021. So if they did not want to cut Jonathan Harrison, he was so good, he would have been on this team. But he wasn't. He was cut. Then signed to the practice squad 3 weeks later.
Because
not necessarily so.
Money.
You know that they do that to players when it's time to cut down the last of the 53-man roster. You know that sometimes they'll cut.
Why waste
them to the
assets
practice
if you can
squad?
Is Jonathan Harrison better than Billy Price?
We traded BJ Hill for Billy Price. We didn't draft.
Is Jonathan Harrison better than BJ Price? Billy Price, excuse me. Okay, so
from the Jets, yes.
Jonathan Harrison was on the roster prior to Billy Price being on the roster, and yet they still saw enough to cut his ass, bring somebody else in who didn't even start
before he got the injury.
Time 3 weeks later, but that's okay.
They do that to save money.
You don't need to save money. He's cheap.
The thing about Zeitler was they did that. They didn't even offer it before they spent the money. That's the thing you're missing. Before they spent the money, they didn't even look Kevin Zeitler's way.
Because they had a plan without Kevin Zeitler. Nobody knew those people were going to get hurt and 2 retirees.
The plan has been turned to shit. Why would you want to depend on a plan with scrambling for offensive linemen, not taking offensive linemen in the draft?
Nobody knew those guys were going to get hurt. Nobody knew those guys were going to get hurt. Nobody knew those 2 guys they signed were going to retire.
So you're saying there's no consequence to rolling the dice on gambling on your own players? Because if that's the case, then again, that's a decision he made. He needs to be held accountable for it. Okay, he and Gentleman went in there
who's not holding them accountable for the line being bad? But you got to be realistic about the shit too, guys.
No. We're not talking about that right now. Your argument right now was
if he didn't even have a say in who his OC could be, what makes you think he had a say in the draft that much?
Exactly.
Then why be the head coach? I mean, he has to have some say on this team.
What we said he
regardless
had
of
to
what
say when he traded back for Kadarius Toney. Like, what are we talking about?
He traded back because they couldn't get the guy they wanted, Devontae Smith. So yeah, they did trade back to get more assets.
Yeah,
I believe Joe Judge knew this team wasn't going to be that good. To be honest with you, and he started stacking his assets. And I believe he was told he was going to be the head coach a long time ago in his third year. I believe it was guaranteed they gave him a third year. Guaranteed it to him.
So to pass over your biggest hole.
So you let Micah Parsons go.
Assets and Rashawn Slater, that doesn't make any sense. And the thing that makes it all worse is that he knew this from the jump when he got his job last year.
Y'all making it seem like a second-year head coach had all this say in the draft and all this power.
Right.
First time head coach in his second season had all the power to make his picks and all that.
What I'm saying is that he knew that we had these problems on the offensive line from the jump. When he fired his old offensive line coach and he was spending time with the offensive line every week in practice, he knew.
Do you know that this offensive line was one of the best run pro offensive lines last year?
His offensive coordinator even said they needed O-line help. Offensive coordinator
said they didn't even have a good offensive rushing attack until Wayne.
And they still passed.
Listen. How can you say that they didn't do anything to the offensive line when they signed 2 veterans to come in and play for this offensive line? Actually, 3. They signed Harrison, Looney, and Fulton.
Listen to
me. They signed 3 veteran offensive linemen. Okay, you want to get on them for getting rid of Zeitler? Okay, you can get on a lot of teams for getting rid of a player and they turn out to play good somewhere else. It happens. It happens every year. You want to get on him about Zeitler? Cool, get on him about Zeitler. We didn't offer him a contract. He's the stupidest motherfucker in the world. He didn't offer Zeitler a contract. Okay, cool. But they did address the offensive line. They thought they were going to be pretty decent. You signed 3 veterans to come in and back up those young guys. But guess what?
Out of the 2 undrafted free agents in Jake Barton and Brett Hagee.
Right, and Brett Hagee, right.
And we're not giving them a chance on the offensive line.
2 of those guys retired on you at the very end of the damn preseason, just about. They didn't let you know that they were going to retire like that. Who knows the reason why they retired? You can say, oh, Joe Judge was making them run. These guys are professionals, bro. These guys have been running their whole lives. I think it was deeper than that. Lemieux goes down. Harrison goes down. Okay, now you want to say he got rid. Okay, we got rid of him. Cool. Okay. Came back and tore his Achilles. I think he was going to play in front of Billy Price, but he got hurt. Gates goes down in the second week. Matt Pert turns out to be worse than what they thought they were going to be. And guess what?
Shane Lemieux.
Shane Lemieux went down. Pert wasn't even Joe Judge's guy. The scouts drafted him. That's how much power.
What do you mean it wasn't Joe Judge guy? Was he not? Was Joe Judge not part of this? My God,
the scouts. I can't
drafted. Chris Mara, the scouts.
Can't do this right
now. Oh my God!
I'm going on to a different topic because this is just asinine that we think the head coach of this team has no say.
Same head coach that couldn't
give me a break. Give me a break.
Right.
Give me a damn break.
The fact of the matter is,
no. The fact of the matter is,
Okay, guys. Okay, let's rein it in. Relax before somebody's blood pressure gets too high, has a heart attack. Sorry, I'm chewing on chips.
They act like the future was predicted. They just knew 3 people were going to
get
hurt.
The argument is over. The argument is over.
What did we say?
The argument is over.
What do we go into the season depending on veteran linemen? That's what I'm like. You should.
How about them Lakers?
5 people that leave.
You should
not
go into a season depending on veteran offensive line. If you know
so what are you going to do?
Good night, guys.
If you know that it's a
good night, guys.
Take care of them kids, man. You need anything, call.
Nobody
offensive
was
line
saying
was
this about
doing
when the
bad,
Chiefs
and
were
they
doing
went
bad
and
in
they
the beginning of the
drafted 2
season, right?
offensive linemen in the draft.
Lou, was
These guys are
anybody
crazy.
saying anything about the Kansas City Chiefs when their line was doing bad? Nobody was saying, man, why would you depend on these guys to come in and do something? And you know your offensive line was bad. Was anybody saying that when the Chiefs were doing bad?
Creed, and when their
Hey,
line folded on them in the
Pat.
Super Bowl, they went out and they got 2 offensive linemen in the draft.
Okay, we got two veterans, and we had a whole offensive line before then. So what's the difference?
You're not even if you go out and you say, okay, we're gonna get some veteran offensive linemen. You should not go out into a season and when you draft, because we all agree at some point in the draft, you need to draft for need. If you know your biggest need is the offensive line, you should spend at least 1 pick on an offensive lineman.
So if we get somebody like Trey Smith, our offensive line issues this year will just be gone, right?
I'm not saying that, but
Can y'all please change the subject?
you should not choose to decline.
Can y'all please change the subject?
Just because of veteran offensive linemen.
Here's why I'm not
choose to
changing
decline your holes.
I'm leaving, y'all. Good night.
All right, Lou.
You guys have a great night.
Because this is my issue, okay? We all sat here after the draft, everyone on this panel, and banged our fists on the table saying why we didn't draft an offensive lineman. So don't play like I don't know that we didn't need an offensive lineman. We need one from jump. We passed on a good one over in LA right now. Okay, they signed Zach Fulton and Joe Looney in March. They knew what they were doing. They decided and they said, we are going to respect our coaches and we're going to go in with the guys that we have. Meaning they didn't draft the guy that we needed. They went with Joe Looney. They actually they signed Looney in early in camp. They went with Zach Fulton, a guy who's a journeyman, not a Pro Bowler, a journeyman for the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay, they signed another few players after the draft, and then they said, well, this is the guys we're going to go with. And we were all mad that they didn't do anything about it in the draft. And now we're going to sit here and then say, well, Joe Judge had nothing to do with it. It's all John Mara's team and blah, blah, blah. But yet we don't want to blame the head coach for anything.
Who said Joe Judge had nothing to do with it?
That's what you guys are telling me right now because you're saying it's all John Mara.
I'm not telling you that.
That's what you just said.
I'm telling you this offensive line would have been a lot better if people didn't get hurt and those 2 guys didn't retire. I promise you that. I put everything that I own on that, and that's true. Shane Lemieux,
but as an
if Shane Lemieux and Nick Gates and those 2 veteran offensive linemen didn't retire, and Shane Lemieux and Nick Gates aren't hurt, you mean to tell me this offensive line wouldn't be better than what they are? Will we see the same offensive line if those 2 guys stay healthy?
The offensive line has been our issue. We talked about this. Okay, you are the head coach.
You're getting mad at a guy who doesn't have a plan E. That's what you're getting mad about.
I'm not getting mad. I'm not getting mad because I'm not talking about firing Coach Judge with anybody because it seems to me that when we go 4-13 this year, we're going to clap our hands for progress because the guy that we see now he doesn't touch the offensive line, he doesn't touch the drafts, he doesn't touch anything that goes on with this team. He's just a guy that walks around with a headset on Sundays.
Hold on. My thing is that
team is because he brought those guys here.
I cheer for the team. I don't care who the players are in football games.
When you're an NFL coach and you're sitting in your office, you plan for what you're going to do heading into this offseason. You don't just think about in this instance bringing in veteran offensive linemen. You think about whether they get injured. Football is a physical sport. We all know that. This is why. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. This is why these people get paid the amount of money to do what they do. You don't think that they don't go through if these people get injured? I mean, hell, you don't think they were thinking about what if Daniel Jones gets injured after he got injured twice in his each of his first 2 seasons? If your plan is okay, we're going to get some veteran offensive linemen. Even though our offensive line is our biggest hole, we're just gonna go by the draft, and we're not going to draft that need, and we're going to get some veteran linemen on the market, and depend on guys that that have just been passed around by NFL teams as depth. If
I mean,
this
the
was a
Rams
coach
did it. The
for
Rams
any other
did
team,
it. The Rams did it with
if
Andrew
this was a
Whitworth.
coach,
Andrew Whitworth was passed around for some years before he went to the Rams. It turned out to be pretty damn good.
Andrew
and we
Whitworth
didn't
played for the
want to, and we didn't want to give him
for
any
like a
money because we
decade.
thought he was old. That's what I'm saying. We didn't want to give him any money because we thought he was old.
If
You should not.
Chris
If you have
Merritt, if Chris Merritt,
Go ahead.
Ash, this point would be more valid if a whole offensive line didn't fall.
Andrew Whitworth played on Cincinnati for a decade, and then he went to L.A. So he wasn't passed around teams. He's a 4-time Pro Bowler, a 2-time first-team All-Pro,
Okay,
and he
now
wanted to sign with the Giants.
Look up Zach Fulton. There's a lot of people that have been passed around the league that have been good on other teams.
Zach Fulton was not a great player. He played okay for the Kansas City Chiefs. They paid him a big contract, but then they cut his ass and he went to Houston.
Like I said, there have been plenty of guys that come here that's gone everywhere and played good for other teams, and it was trash on other teams. Look,
I mean,
one of our best offensive lines, like 2 or 3 of them were undrafted free agents.
We're not just talking about the offensive line with Joe Judge. We're talking about everything else. We're sitting here beating a dead horse about offensive line where we already knew was bad. Okay, we knew it was bad from jump. We knew it was bad when they gave me the lip service. And
you still haven't answered my question. If those 2 veteran offensive linemen,
I can't predict that to you because I don't know. Because
so how can so? Oh my God!
You traded. You just traded.
How could he?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You traded for Billy Price. You traded for Billy Price, who's a first round pick, right? The first round pick. He was a first round pick over Joe Looney and Zach Fulton. That means he has more clout than those 2 combined. So we actually tried to get an asset. Those 2 bums were scrubs that got signed to not big veteran minimum deals. So you can't tell me that they were going to be better than what we got out there because what we got out there
I can say it's going to be better than what we got out there because I've seen what's on the field.
I see what's on the field too. Act like I don't watch the game. Obviously, you're not watching because you want to keep Joe Judge around, who's lost more games than he's won.
Who said I want to keep Joe Judge around because I want to build consistency? Firing this coach, you have no plan.
That's what we have.
What plan do you have if you fire Joe Judge? Go.
If you're going to bring in a new GM, you might as well let the GM.
What coach do you bring in? What GM do you bring in?
How do you know what coaches are even available? That's a blanket. That's a blanket question. You have no idea who's available or when they're going to be available, who they're going to interview. And we don't know because the GM is not here to do that.
You want to fire him so bad. Name one head coach who will want to come here. Name one.
I can't name a head coach because we don't have anybody yet. Who's the GM first? That's what you need to know. He might not pick coach.
Name one GM that will want to keep.
How come everybody in the world and in New York sports wants to fire Joe Judge except for 2 people in this panel? Everybody else says, hey, gives reason upon reason upon reason, and we're sitting here because we want to run it back with Joe Judge.
Because you know why? Because you guys have no foresight. You guys have no vision. You guys just want somebody.
I have a vision. My vision is
guys just want.
There's actually been general manager candidates that
don't tell me, Pat, please.
There have been general manager.
Do me a favor. Don't tell me what I'm not, because I watch the team just like you. I have just a different opinion. Don't say I don't see a vision. I see a vision. I just don't see this team doing anything better with Joe Judge. So I'm not wasting my time to rip the Band-Aid off a year later to redo this whole situation.
So what do you do? So what's the new coach supposed to do after 3 years of 2 coaches being fired back to back to back to back?
So what are you going to do? You're getting a new GM who doesn't want this coach or quarterback? There's been
general manager candidates that have been interested in this job, but they said that they don't want to inherit Judge.
What are you going to do with the coach that comes in after 3 coaches have been fired after 2 years? 4 coaches in 6 years.
We could have signed Morgan Moses for $3.5 million, but we didn't do that, did we?
Oh my God! So we signed Morgan Moses. This line just turns into the best line in the NFL.
Oh my God! But you said that.
Where's the 3.5 million going to come from, guys? After they spent what they did in free agency on other players.
We literally
spent
said
that much on the
Listen,
season for all these bums that we bring in and out, cycling up and down.
You said one right tackle. There's still a left guard, a center, and a right guard as well.
Oh my God, bro. This is why I can't talk to this team about firing Joe Judge. As a matter of fact, I'm done talking about firing Joe Judge because it doesn't matter what I say. He's the next Bill Belichick. So if you want to drink
saying that either,
go ahead, drink the marriage.
All people like me and Joe are saying you bring this guy on and let him do what he wants to do, and if he fails, you have a clean slate.
He's failing now, but we still want to keep him.
If he fails bringing in his own,
but what have you seen right now that allows you to give him another year? What have you seen?
I don't give a shit what he's done these past 2 years.
If they lost the Eagle game and they lost the Raider game, we would be 2-15, right?
You give him another year to bring in his own players, and if it doesn't work out, you get a clean slate. That's why I say bring Abrams in and his GM as intern. Because you fired both of them if they have a bad season next year.
Why should he constrict us from getting a top general manager candidate? Though?
Exactly.
There's been multiple. There has been multiple candidates. There has been multiple candidates. I don't know where he went.
I don't either.
To me, this is argument.
Multiple candidates that said they wanted to come here.
I'm not gonna lie, man. It's great. I'm glad you guys are keeping it simple.
I don't know if he's seen like reports or anything, but we've had people that have been paid to cover.
How can you explain to me 8 losses by double digits?
That have been paid to cover the NFL, and they have said that they have speak to general manager candidates that are interested in the Giants' job.
8 losses by double digits.
Listen,
he said,
all right, hold on.
Don't want nothing to
hold
do
on.
with
I've been sitting quiet here for the last
8 losses
5
for double digits.
15 minutes.
It's okay.
Been letting you guys tear it up. Okay, time out. Just deep breath, chill. Listen, all me and Pat are saying is that we agree with you blowing it up, okay? But me and Pat just do not feel right now is the time to blow it up because there's too much against the new GM and there's too much that's going to be against the head coach.
Exactly.
Okay, that's all we're saying. We're not fucking happy with this team either. We're tired of seeing this bullshit week in, week out. But
I'm just saying start over from scratch with both guys.
But like if we start over from scratch next year with cap room, draft picks, and money for free agency, doesn't that seem to like fit the new GM and head coach in a better situation than trying to get him in right now?
You're saying can I bring these guys into an absolute shitstorm. So you're saying it's not going to work.
Hold on. Can I ask you guys a question?
Please do.
So if we have had reports come out, people that have been inside the league that have came out and said that they are interested in the Giants job, and I'm not making this out of my ass. This has been out. They have been interested in the Giants job, but they said they don't want nothing to do with Judge. And you have a general manager that you think can turn this team around. You're talking about setting them up with good personnel and good draft capital. We have 10 picks this year. And you have talented players who haven't been used to the best of their abilities on this team.
But
wouldn't that be an ideal? Wouldn't that be an ideal? Wouldn't that be an ideal situation for a new general manager, a new head coach?
You're looking at old players from an old regime.
Who's that?
Who's what? Who's the old players, old regime?
Yeah,
everybody that's under Judge right now because it's all.
You're acting like the players. That's it. I mean, come on, give me a break, man. This team.
Give you a break.
This team has lost 11 games, right? They lost 8 of them by double digits. Yet we're still sitting here and we want to run it back. Okay, it's good. It's all right, guys. It's okay. Don't worry. It's a good coach.
We don't know if this.
Like I said, that's why I said what I said. It's called foresight. It's called
he's a good coach.
Past what you see right now.
4-13 progress. I see. He's got 2 seasons under his belt. 2 seasons he regressed. They fired Pat Shermer over less. Give me a break.
They fired Ben McAdoo over less.
Didn't Ben McAdoo had winning with Ben McAdoo? Didn't I just say you need to stop doing that? Didn't I just say you need to stop firing coaches after 2 years?
Ben McAdoo had 14 wins in 2 seasons.
So you got to start with somebody, right?
We're going to start with this bum who went even worse.
You got to start. So what if you bring the new coach in? What if you bring the new coach in next year and we go 4-13? You gonna want his head too, right?
No, because
mean, that's
I know
one-
that he
that's
started
1 year,
over.
not 2. So,
What are you?
so you just contradicted
Y'all
yourself.
crazy,
If
man.
if
Y'all
you
talking
said
crazy now.
if
Now
you
all
How
of
we
a
talking
sudden,
crazy
now all
when
of a
the
sudden,
team's in
now all of a
rebuild?
sudden,
The
now
team's
all
in
of a
rebuild
sudden,
mode.
If you
now
The team's in
all of a
rebuild
sudden,
mode.
now all of a sudden, now all of a
If you
sudden,
said
oh,
that
it's
Joe
okay
Judge,
now.
if
It's
you
okay
said he
because
Okay,
got
we
yeah,
got
all
rid of
right,
Joe
all right.
Judge.
It's okay.
Okay,
It's
okay
okay to go.
now.
It's okay to go. It's okay to go from.
Easy.
Oh boy.
Easy.
yourself.
Slow down. Deep
Oh
breath.
no.
You're
USA.
contradicting yourself. If you said
USA.
that we
Contradicting
need to
myself.
stop firing coaches after 2 years, and Ben McAdoo has finished with a better record and has got
How
fired
do I
for less than
contradict
what
myself
Joe.
when I said we need to stop because we did it earlier?
So
That's
then
why
Why
I
did
said
you
we
stop?
need
Who
to
cares?
stop.
You fire until you bring in the
Why
right
should
guys.
No,
Why
and
should
that's
we
why,
keep
and
this
that's what the
That's what the
Jets do.
Browns
Why
did. They
That's what
fired
the
everybody,
Lions do.
drafted,
That's what the
brought in the
Browns
right
do.
guys, and look where they're
That's
at.
what
Why
Jaguars
should we
do.
keep this coach?
You
that
want to
can
go
work less than
20
Ben
years like the Browns did?
Yeah.
Like we
They're
have no
still
idea.
not
Browns
there.
did
McAdoo.
it.
They're
I can
still
only-
not there.
I can only see what my eyes see. And in 2 seasons, this guy has less wins than McAdoo had in his 2 seasons. And McAdoo was cut 4
In my
games
eyes,
last year.
I have watched the Browns since the year 2000 have a top draft pick for 20 freaking years and miss after miss after miss after miss after miss after miss.
Are they not relevant now? Are they not better than us right now? Are they not
They
better
were
than us
not
right now?
relevant for 20
Are they
years,
not better
man.
than us right now?
You want to go 20
We're
years
talking
like
right now
that?
because in the NFL you can go from worst to first in one off season. We went from worst to worst in a one off season.
Criticize
Like
us
when you
for
paid
looking-
$200 million.
Hey,
So aren't
listen,
y'all
real
looking into
talk. Real talk. How many teams have you seen be bad for years? Straight,
Bengals.
turn around in 1 year and win a Super Bowl, and they go back to
Chargers.
being bad.
Bengals
and
are
Chargers.
on a verge
I
of
mean, I
going
could
to
name
The
a bunch
play.
of-
Bengals
I can
have
name a
been
bunch
to
of
the
teams.
the Bengals have been to the playoffs 6 times within the last 11 years. They've been to the
Okay,
playoffs.
11 years. What do they do? What have they done the last 3 years?
as a failure. They've been trash for like 5-6 years.
2
What?
years,
Talking about
exactly.
11
It took 3 to get there.
Oh my goodness.
They lose 2
Oh, my
coaches and they
goodness.
moved in. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
You know what?
Oh my
Fine.
goodness.
Fine. Keep Joe Judge. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Keep Joe Judge.
Marquis
It's
said
great.
if we-
Kumbaya.
if we-
4-13 is progress. 4-13
If
is
we need
progress.
to say
Who
that
said
we
4
should not
13 is
fire,
progress?
Because you
Say that.
obviously you want to keep a guy who's going to go 4-13 because you want to
I
keep
want to
continuity
keep the
when he's
guy
going
for
bad.
future reference because I know if this guy fails, I've given him a fair shake. I've given him
Fair
3
shake.
years.
Oh my God!
I've
What
given
fair
him
shake
3
do you
years,
need?
and once he
We were fighting for the
fails, I'm
playoffs
able
the
to
year
start
before.
brand new.
We went $200 million. We spent $200 million to go 4-13. Come on, what logic is that?
Most of those guys that we
That's
brought
facts.
in were hurt.
I don't give a damn.
And
There's $200 million.
and I
Now you want
understand-
excuses for
Yes,
them?
yes, this team has failed
God, give me
miserably
a
this
break.
year.
Ownership
Yes,
did not
this team-
open the purse strings
yes, this
for them to
team
get
has
a
failed
$72 million
miserably this year.
receiver for them
But
to
I
go
tell
4-11,
you what.
and then you say bring him back. You don't even want to listen to me. That's
Why
fine.
not?
I don't care.
Why
That's it.
not?
I'm done talking about Joe Judge.
Because you guys have no
Because
plan.
it doesn't matter what I say.
My
What's
Say
your
opinion
plan
is
when you
that
fire
I'm not trying
the
to change
man?
your opinion. I'm moving. I'm
What's your
turning on mine.
plan when you fire the man? When the next guy
What is
comes in, and
your
he has
plan to
2
keep the
bad
man? You want to
seasons,
keep the man for a year? How do I know
fire
who the
him
plan is?
too?
Because I don't know who the GM is.
If we go by you guys' logic, we never win 1 Super Bowl. Think about that. If we go by you
said that we
guys'
should
logic,
stop
we
firing
never win
coaches
1
after
Super
every 2
Bowl.
years. But we're defending a coach. We're trying to defend a coach that has finished
Jim
worse than
Fossil
what our
took us
previous
to a
coach
Super
had.
Bowl. Jim Fossil
Oh,
took us
my
to
You
a
know what
Super Bowl.
you know what his first year record was? 10-5-1. He won the NFC East right out the gate.
Guess
And then he was
what?
8-8, 7-9, and 2, and then he went to the Super Bowl.
You wanted to fire him right after he lost the Super Bowl.
Nobody wanted to fire him after they lost.
People wanted him fired right after he lost the Super Bowl.
I mean, first off, I didn't know you, nor did I make podcasts, and nor did I want him fired. I was only 16.
said people wanted him fired right after the Super Bowl.
I was 16.
I didn't say
I don't care what those people were thinking. I'm telling you what I'm
Hey.
thinking now.
And I'm telling you what I'm talking
He got
about.
fired. You know why I got fired in 2013 and 2003? Because he had injuries and the whole team sucked. The whole team sucked. We played a backup quarterback named Jesse Palmer. And we fired the coach.
How long
Why?
was Dan
So
Reeves
Joe
here?
Judge is playing a guy named Mike Glennon and Jake Fromm.
How long was Dan Reeves here for?
That was Mike Glennon was Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman's hire. They hired
so
that guy.
J.C. Palmer was brought here by Jim Fossil.
Who?
Jesse Palmer was brought here by the head coach that got fired. But you said
he was drafted. What's your point? He also got fired and sucked.
Who? Dan Reeves?
Jesse Palmer came in, sucked ass. They fired his ass and the coach with him. Then they brought in Tom Coughlin because of the Club Med atmosphere. Okay.
How long was Dan Reeves here, Adam?
3 years.
3 years. Okay. And who was before him?
Ray Handley.
Ray Handley, right?
Yes.
What did Ray Handley do to this team?
He laid a foundation for him.
No, he fucking laid an egg is what he did.
He destroyed this team.
He destroyed this shit. Dan Reeves got 3 years to bring his guys in. And then
he
that
failed.
paved the way for and then we got John Fossil. That's what we're saying.
They only got Jim Fossil for Dave Brown because Dave Brown was so shitty that they wanted a quarterback guru to help out.
Exactly. But it was still Dan Reeves that put the foundation for Jim Fossil to go 10 and whatever,
Dan
7
Reeves
and
went
9.
11-5 his first year here. He went 11-5, 9-7, 5-11, and 6-10.
So he was here 4 years.
Yes.
All right. He still shit the bed, right?
You know what happens when you decline? You get fired.
So there's
this is what have you done for me now lately, league. And when you come in and your team falls apart in the second half of a game, you are undisciplined, you're not physical, and everything's going wrong. Meanwhile, other teams like the Miami Dolphins have a worse offensive line, yet they're coughing up points.
No, they don't.
They're in the
playoffs.
playoffs.
The line is nowhere near as bad as ours. No,
it's terrible.
Not.
It's terrible.
No, it's not.
It's terrible.
Their offensive line is actually half decent. Do not compare anybody.
That's okay. Do you watch the Miami Dolphins every week? You watch the Miami Dolphins every week?
I watch a lot of football, sir.
Okay. Then you're telling me that everybody in the media is telling me the same thing that I'm saying, that offensive line is not as great as it looks, but yet they're winning 7 games. Why? Why is that?
Their offensive line is better than ours. I didn't say it was great, but
it's our offensive line. You want to blame the offensive line, but it's not just the offensive line when they block somebody and the quarterback can't make a fucking throw.
So that's Joe Judge's fault. Because
he brought in Mike Glennon, didn't he? Who brought in Mike Glennon?
So
don't worry, I'll wait. Don't worry, I'll wait. Don't worry, I'll wait. Who brought in Mike Glennon?
Okay, I have no idea. Brought in a lot of these quarterbacks.
Nobody, you have no idea. Give me a
listen, man.
I'm going to bed.
There's reports that saying that there's reports that saying that we are looking outside the organization for a general manager. So my thing is that why should we keep Joe Judge if we are looking outside for another general manager when that's the thing we've been complaining about?
How the fuck do you think you got those 10 draft picks?
We've been complaining about for years by recycling.
How do you think you got those 10 draft picks? How do you think you got those 10 draft picks? You want to bash Joe Judge about everything? Who got the 10 draft picks here, Ash?
Do you realize that with that Chicago
got the 10 draft picks here?
Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman. I'm not denying that. But my thing is, do you realize with that Chicago draft pick, you need to select a rookie that is of the caliber, almost or of the caliber of an all-pro rookie like Michael Parsons and Rashawn Slater.
Why?
Do y'all not realize that?
Why can't that number 1 pick come in and just be a very good part of this team and help us win? Why does he have to be a Hall of Famer?
Because that's who you passed up on. If this dude Michael Parsons is terrorizing.
What logic is that? That means every other team that didn't draft him need to draft a Hall of Famer too, right? Because we're not the only ones that passed on him. 10 other teams before the number 11 pick passed on him too, right?
And I bet the Atlanta Falcons and I bet the other teams that passed on are punching themselves in the face that they didn't draft them.
Why?
Because they didn't draft them.
That tight end is doing damn good over there. That tight end is having a rookie year to remember. Why are they mad because they didn't get Michael Parsons?
He only has 1 touchdown.
He's having a good rookie year.
And for
he's doing his job.
For his hype, he was supposed to have much better. I mean, let's keep it real.
He's just doing good over there.
All I'm saying is, listen. All I'm saying is that if we go outside,
Jalen Waddle's having a damn good year. Devontae Smith is having a damn good year. So they're punching themselves too for not drafting Michael Parsons.
If we go outside for the organization for a general manager, why should we keep Joe Judge? If that's the thing that we complain about the Browns doing, we complain about the Jets doing, and we complain about what we're doing. That's my thing. Why should we miss out on a legitimate general manager candidate just for Joe Judge?
You guys are so bloodthirsty.
Yeah,
You're willing to
right.
sacrifice everything.
I'm
You gotta
trying to
have
speak
somebody's head
logic.
roll.
I'm trying
Who's-
to speak logic.
Where are you getting this information that we're sacrificing a good GM from coming here if we keep Joe Judge? If they saying that the Chiefs guy is willing to come here while Joe Judge is here, where are you getting this information that we're sacrificing this? We're sacrificing
you're
this
calling
great GM.
You're calling John Dorsey a great general manager?
No, I didn't. You're the one that said it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
You said we're missing out on great GMs that could possibly change this team over because we're keeping Joe Judge.
Let me fix that. Let me fix that. We're limiting our search. We're limiting our search. Is that fine? Because there have been general manager candidates who have come out anonymous, not anonymous, whatever the fuck the word is. Not
anonymously.
Whatever.
Okay.
They don't want nothing to do with Judge, and they have been interested in the Giants job. That's my thing. So if this dude, let's say Ed Dodds is one of the dudes that who came from Indianapolis, let's say he is interested in the Giants job. Are you telling me that for a chance at Ed Dodds or somebody that has a good foundation and has been a part of a good foundation, you're willing to sacrifice that over a coach that hasn't shown you anything? And then when Ed Dodds gets a general manager position at somewhere else and he turns that team around and Joe Judge pisses the bed next year, we're going to be looking like dumbasses because we put our faith into Joseph Judge. That's what we put our faith into.
You're not putting your faith into somebody. You're just letting the guy build his team, and if he fails, you get a new clean start. What we mean by clean start, and what I mean by clean start, you guys thinking a clean start is just bringing a GM and a coach.
Right.
No, a clean start is getting rid of all these contracts that are here before your new GM and coach
and bad players that are not going to be a cap hit.
That's what we're talking about. I could give a damn about Joe Judge. You saying Joe Judge is bad. Yes, he is bad in a lot of aspects. But you let this guy come in here and bring in his own players, and if he falls on his face, guess what? You get a new coach and a new GM. That's why I'm in favor of bringing Abrams. Let him get that GM intern job and let them try to do something next year. And they both fail, guess what? You make them both kick rocks, and this new general manager and coach can come in and get rid of all the old contracts, all those old draft picks that were drafted, and they get to weed out the bad players, and we get to start fresh.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. You guys are trying to make it seem like
I'm in no way, shape, or form saying that. Do I realistically want Joe Judge here? I really don't know. I'm going to sit right here and say I really don't know if he's the guy or not. Okay, and I know that, when I say that Mara's got his hands in there, you guys go, oh my fucking God, whatever. You know what? He is that type of guy. I've witnessed his dad do it, damn it. It's in his family. Look at what Chris Mars doing. I know Adam got pissed off at me when I kept bringing up Okung, but God damn it, that guy would have been fucking good on this team. You think this offensive line, he's still a free agent right now. You think that guy's going to make a difference?
When John Mayer says that Joe Judge reminds him of Bill Parcells, we just want to believe him and bring him back another year.
No, I don't give a shit. He could have said he was the next Bill Belichick. I don't give a damn. But that's y'all problem. You're not listening to what we're saying. Everything that we're saying, I don't think you hear is, oh, Joe Judge is a great coach. We should keep him. Joe Judge is a great coach. You should keep him. That's not what the fuck we're saying.
But I want the next guy and the head coach that comes in here to be able to make the changes on this goddamn team to fix it so that we can go out there and win 500 and go into the playoffs the following year. Bring his fucking guys in instead of having to deal with a regime that has draft picks from 2 fucking coaches ago.
Technically, we were talking about all the draft picks that we had from 2 coaches ago. The new head coach and the general manager could get out of those coaches from the previous coach before Joe Judge.
It doesn't work that way, my guy. Why do you think factories turn over workers? Because they're not doing the fucking job that they want them to do. You know, when a new CEO comes in, he gets new management, new staff. That staff cleans house in that workshop. They're sitting back there just watching people work. That guy's been here 10 years. Fuck him. Get rid of him. He's not doing the job right. I've seen that more times than ever.
I've been through it.
Me too. I've watched friends get fired because of that bullshit. You cannot bring in your own regime and expect other people to act the way you want them to act or do the job that you want them to do. It doesn't happen in the business world, and it sure as hell ain't going to happen in the NFL. Why do you think these guys rotate? Why do you think guys let guys go to free agency? They ain't worth a shit. I don't want them no more. Go have someone else pay you a bag. I'm not doing it.
So I just can't. So if we're talking about John Mara, then why the fuck are we even talking about bringing Joe Judge back for another year and having faith in a third-year coach like he's gonna do something? If John
that's the damn problem right there. That's the damn problem right there, Ash.
Right.
You
like,
keep
what the
thinking
hell?
that we're
What
saying bringing this guy back that he's
mess?
going to do something great. You know what me and Joel are saying? You bring this guy back to let him bring his people in, and if he fails, you get a fresh, clean slate from players to coaches to the GM across the board. Right. Nobody's saying this dude is going to be great. When have you heard me say that? When?
Look. Yeah, let's just give him another year to prove nothing, just so we can have a clean slate. Like, we're acting like some of the players on this team don't have no talent at all.
But where are the guys coming from that have talent?
If you give this team to a coach like Sean McVay, if you give this team to a coach like Mike Tomlin, they do.
No, I don't want to hear nothing else. Answer that question.
Stop that.
Answer that question. I'm gonna keep on.
Answer what question?
Who brought in the talent that we have right now?
It doesn't matter, Joel.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Who's bringing talent across the fucking league? They're the coach that brought in fucking Megatron. Where the fuck is he now? Where is he now? I mean, the coach that brought in Barry Sanders, was he a good coach? Like, come on. The coach that brought in fucking AJ Green. He was a goddamn receiver. Where is he now?
Actually, Marvin Lewis was there
for a long fucking
time. Yeah, Marvin Lewis was there for 9 years.
For a long fucking time.
9 years he was with the Bengals.
And he hasn't done shit.
And the guys that brought in Calvin Johnson,
never got the job done.
Guys that brought in
he did. He won a division title or two.
Yes, he did.
You can't say that. He didn't do his job.
What I'm saying. Did he get the job done?
The guys that brought in Barry Sanders and brought in Calvin Johnson are the last two guys that actually went to the playoff game with the Lions.
Not working. You give this team to a coach like Sean McVay, you give this team to a coach like Frank Reich, we are not.
Who's that out there right now? Who's that?
If you give a coach to a team like Frank Reich, we are not. I'm not even talking about top 5 coaches in the league. I'm talking about middle of the pack teams.
Who's that?
So you think Frank Reich comes here with the players that we have now? Frank Reich comes here and this is a whole different team? We're a 10-win team if Frank Reich comes?
Yes, he revitalized Carson Wentz's career. He just revitalized Carson Wentz's career. He went out against Arizona with 4 out of 5 linemen.
Do you know the coach have a great foundation before Carson Wentz came over there? Carson Wentz was the last piece that they thought they needed.
Right. Great defense, good offensive line, weapons.
Jonathan Taylor
coach went out there with 4 out of 5 offensive line missing, and
they had depth because they draft offensive linemen.
They had offensive linemen.
Oh my goodness!
In front of those guys.
But what do you want? I said Joe Judge went without a whole draft, y'all killed me without taking offensive linemen. Y'all killed me.
Ash,
I didn't kill you. I wanted Slater. You know damn well I did.
Okay, but my thing is, when you inherit a head coaching job,
there's no way that you can prepare for that. If you're not a team that hasn't had a good foundation for 2 to 3 years. Joe Judge just got this team and it was a shitstorm.
It was.
If If
Still is.
you inherit a team without a foundation, a team that hasn't had good offensive line depth for years, what do you think you should do? You should not go into a season and depend on veteran offensive line depth. If you when you take a head coaching job, you not only look at what you have to deal with, well, you look at what you inherited, and you look at what you do to make it better. So if you inherit a team with a weak offensive line, you go into the draft and you draft offensive linemen, not only starting, but for depth, something that the Giants didn't have in years.
Hold on, Ash. So if we draft Trey Smith, and let's say we got another lineman in the 3rd round, with all those guys going down, do you truly believe this offensive line will be way better than what they are right now?
If we drafted somebody,
same events happen, and we drafted Trey Smith in the 6th round and got another lineman, do you think this offensive line will be way better than what it is?
I mean, you just said that anybody is better than Matt Skura and Billy Price and Will Hernandez.
You're not answering my question. I say, do you think it will be way better than what?
Fulton
do you think?
And Jonathan Harrison would it be better?
Do you think Trey
Billy
Smith?
Price?
Do you think Trey Smith and another lineman would have saved this team this year? Because basically, what you're saying is fire Joe Judge because the team that lived up to the expectations you thought they were going to have. So, do you think
that is one of the reasons why I'm saying fire Joe Judge?
Do you think Trey Smith and another lineman has this team in the playoff race right now?
I feel like Trey Smith and another lineman would make this offensive line much better than
do
what
you
we were.
Believe that do you believe that those two guys, if they drafted them, will be in the playoff race right now?
Why did you change it up? Your first question wasn't about the playoff race.
One of the ways
you just said, do you believe we will be in a better position? Now you're saying we would be in a playoff race. Why
position is the playoff race, right? This is what you guys want, right?
Okay, but you just said, would we be in a better position? I gave you my answer. Then you repeated your question and said, would we be in the playoff race?
No, I said playoff race from the beginning, Ash. But let's just say a better position. What's a better position to you, Ash?
Listen.
What's a better position? What's a better position to you? How many wins
you just
would be
said we all agree that our offensive line is dog shit. Our offensive line being average is in a better position.
We already know that. How many wins would be a great?
Giving Jake Fromm and Mike Glennon time in the pocket when Daniel Jones is hurt is a better position. That's a better position.
How many victories do you think would be suffice to where you would think that Joe Judge doesn't need to be canned?
Repeat that. I couldn't hear you.
How many victories do you think the Giants should have right now if Joe Judge was a good coach and he doesn't deserve to be fired? How many wins would he need to have to not be fired this year?
We should be right there with the Eagles right now. 7-8 wins.
That's the playoff race, right?
Okay, but you didn't say that from the jump. Like, what are you talking about? You didn't say that from the jump. That's what I'm trying to say.
Give me a number. How many victories do you think that Joe Judge should have right now if we would have drafted 2 linemen in the draft? How many victories do you think we should have?
If we drafted 2 linemen in the draft, since we believe that Matt Skura and Billy Price and Will Hernandez are so bad, and we said that is the main reason why we've been losing games, I feel like all the games that we shot ourselves in the foot and our offensive line couldn't do, the Kansas City Chiefs game, I believe we could have won. Maybe that's one. The Washington game, that's one. What's that? What are we at? 4? So 5, 6. Name me a number.
You're basing it off game. Give me a number. I don't want you to say we should have won.
I literally just said we should be with the Philadelphia Eagles. I just said
we should have
with
8
the Philadelphia
wins.
Eagles.
If we had 8 wins,
turned that team around, who was tanking in week 18, tanking in week 17, and got them in the playoff race, we should be right there with him. We should be right there. If he's a real coach, we should be right there. The fact that you start off the season 1-3 speaks volume right there. That tells me that you are not a coach.
So the Chiefs started off what? The Chiefs started off 2-5 or 2-4. So Andy Reid the Chiefs started off 2-4 and 2-5. So that speaks volume.
Yeah, and the coach started off 1-4. The Dolphins started off 1-7.
Exactly. And people were saying fire him too, right?
Because they rebounded.
In a row.
Yeah.
They
Oh.
rebounded.
Yeah, because they
The
have a
Colts
team.
started
They
off
have
1-4.
a team
They
that's got
rebounded.
healthy.
The
They have
Dolphins
a
started
team
off
that got
1-7.
healthy.
They rebounded.
Yes,
The Giants
they
started
did.
off
And they
what
played
1-4, and we
played
haven't
some
rebounded since.
They played some bad teams along the way too, and they've won some good games. They've gotten healthy. They've gotten into their groove. Joe Judge doesn't have a foundation with this team. This team can't get into a groove. And you want to say
That's
that we
why
the
you
three
go
games
into the
that
draft and
Falcons.
try to build that foundation.
Look, you want to blame Joe Judge for losses? That Falcons game, if Adoree Jackson picks up the ball, do we win that game?
How many dropped interceptions?
If Adoree Jackson picks up that ball against the Falcons, do we not win that game?
How many dropped interceptions do we have off the year? Because that's not what you're seeing.
No.
That is coaching. That's
not what he has.
If Adoree Jackson picks off that pass against the Falcons, do we not win that game? Yes or no?
I don't know. There was still like 6 minutes left on the clock.
Okay.
So you're telling me you're going to go off of 6 minutes left in the clock and say we should have won the game?
That wasn't 6 minutes left in the clock. It was only 3 minutes left. What do you mean?
Okay, still 3 minutes. We see Aaron Rodgers take a team down the field in less than 1 minute. This is not high school football.
If Dexter Lawrence doesn't jump off sides against the Washington football team, do we win that game?
And why did he jump off sides, though? Why did he jump off sides?
Oh, it's Joe Judge's fault he jumped off sides, right?
When you have penalties and you continue to lose close games by shooting yourselves in the foot, that's not culture. Like you thinking y'all thinking like fans right now. Y'all thinking like fans.
I'm not thinking like a fan.
Y'all thinking like fans. When you continue to have penalties by jumping off sides with Dexter Lawrence
why that man jumped off sides,
and you lose close games by shooting yourself in the foot, is that not a reflection on your culture and your coaching?
Wow. So this guy
is that not? When we look at other teams, when we look at the Jaguars and we see them commit penalties, what do we say? That's a reflection on Urban Meyer.
No, I
when
don't.
We look at the Detroit Lions and they have penalties, what do we say? That's reflection on
the players are jackasses.
Whatever the coach name is in Detroit.
Urban Meyer got fired. Did they get better after Urban Meyer got fired?
I mean, the Urban Meyer had a scandal and they beat the Bills.
And Urban Meyer was the coach, right?
Urban Meyer was caught in the club with a girl that wasn't his wife, and the week after they beat the Bills.
How many games have they won after they fired Urban Meyer?
It does okay, but we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
I'm talking about it. I'm saying
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the
Dexter Lawrence doesn't jump off sides against the Washington football team. Do we win that game? Yes or no?
We win that game, but did that change anything?
I don't want to hear anything else.
Did that change anything?
I don't want to.
Does that change anything?
It will change.
That is a reflection on your coaching and your culture.
If O'Shane Ximines doesn't jump off sides and Patrick Mahomes throws that interception against us, do we not win that game?
Is that not a reflection on your culture?
Is that
not a reflection on your coaching and your culture?
Joe Judge cannot go out there and rush the passer for you. I don't care how many times you tell the person not to jump off sides if he does it.
You can get your players mentally disciplined, though.
What? How? I can tell you 2 + 2 is 4 all day, but if you want to be a clown,
okay, but y'all want to bring up Jim Fossil and Bill Belichick and Bill Parcells. They got their players mentally challenged. They got their players mentally ready.
That's right. The key word there is their players.
Oh.
Their players.
Y'all want to compare Joe Judge to Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick and say his results were the same in his first seasons. They got their players mentally ready. When you continue to lose games by shooting yourself in the foot, that is a reflection on your coaching and your culture.
And if you really want to get jiggy with it, on with the Buccaneers with that short pass over the middle that he threw to Shepard, if he throws that to Shepard accurately, that's a first down. If you really want to get into it,
what are we talking about?
I'm talking to Jeff. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Jeff. You said, yeah, he threw that short pass over the middle that Jones threw behind Shepard instead of running something more creative. What do you mean running something more creative? He got the first down if he throws the ball accurately right there, right? Joe Judge can't go out there and throw passes for you too. How the hell are you gonna blame him for Mike Glennon that can't throw to a wide open receiver? That's Judge's fault. How the hell are you gonna blame this man for somebody going outsides?
Look around the league. Oh my God, this is not as cookie cutter as y'all making it seem.
Many people go outside during the game.
When
what are you talking about?
Continue,
nobody blames Andy Reid when the Chiefs go outside. They say that player needs to be more disciplined.
And then what happens when Andy Reid's player go offside? What happens then? What happens the week after?
They don't do it again. They go to the next play and try to pick up the first
what happens the week after? They don't do it again. We have continued. We have continued to lose games by shooting ourselves in the foot.
So are you going to blame the coach? Or are you going to blame the player for doing that?
I'm blaming both parties. I'm blaming both parties.
How? Joe Judge can tell you the snap count. Joe Judge can tell you don't go false start all day long. But if you're not disciplined,
when a player goes offside on Bill Belichick's team, what happens the next week? Do they make the same mistake? No. When a player goes offside on Sean McVay's team, the next week, do they go offside again? No. Do they have a pattern of committing the same penalties? Do they have a pattern of committing the same penalties?
Do different things. What are you talking about?
Do they have a pattern of committing the same penalties?
Yes, they do.
Yes or no?
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. No. Hell no. They don't have a pattern of losing games by shooting themselves in the foot. They don't. There's no excuse for that. I don't care how y'all make. There's no excuse for that.
Okay, so
it's like we are the only fan base in the league that makes excuses for our garbage head coach. We are the only fan base in the league.
What I want you to do is, if you ever become a manager at Target and you have a stocker that stocks the cans wrong, he turns them to the wrong side every time, and you come over there and be like, "Hey, you can't do that." Look,
this is the NFL.
Look. If your stocker continues to put the cans in the wrong place week after week after week, and you've been telling them week after week after week, they say, don't stock these cans like this. And the people come in there and they fire you and he stays. Would you think that fair? Would you think that's fair? Even though you've told this clown
they go and fire the player for making the mistake. They don't wait 11 weeks after they keep making the mistake just to sit his ass. They don't do that.
All right,
like
man.
We are the only fan base that makes these excuses for a garbage ass head coach.
This argument's starting to, when you finally figure out what a chick and a condom have in common. Okay, they both spend more time in your wallet than on your dick. Little longevity there. Okay, come on, laugh. That was funny. Ha ha ha. We need a little longevity.
Call the players on offense or defense. If he can't discipline players and if he mismanages the same consistently, what is he doing on the field? Okay, cool. He says, have a good night, guys. Hold on, this is my brother. Hold on.
Okay. Look, we're not disagreeing with you, Ash. We just want to go down a different road where we feel that the everybody that's going to be replaced can actually turn everything over in one shot. Not have to wait 1 year to the next year to the next year. That's basically what it is. We're no way, shape, or form saying that Judge is the guy that we want. But there has to be something there to entice the next GM and coach to come in together to get the right GM. And that way the GM can come in and see, okay, the last guy was given 3 years. I'll give it a shot. I think I could turn this around in 3 years with what's on the team. That's all we're trying to get at.
I'm just saying, my thing is that with a coach that has consistently mismanaged players and he consistently can't discipline players, why should you give him another chance when we've had coaches in the past that have gone on and have been fired for way worse?
But we're not known to fire coaches after 2 years.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. My thing is, we had a coach who was his first season after his previous coach missed the playoffs multiple seasons since 2011. The next season, he took his team to the playoffs, and then the next year, he had a bad season. Again,
do you remember everybody wanting Coughlin fired during those in between seasons? Do you remember that?
Hold on, Joe. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
My thing is that we had a coach
And I'm not saying this dude was the guy or nothing. But my thing is that we had a coach that inherited a team, that was a part of a team, that he didn't have his own players. He was just the offensive coordinator. He took his team to the playoffs after the team missed the playoffs since 2011. Took his team to the playoffs. And then the next year, they had an off year, and he benched John Mayer's golden boy, and he was fired for much less.
You know why he was fired, Ash? You want to know why he was fired? First of all, that playoff season, yeah, they made the playoffs, but that was a fluke. That defense took them to the playoffs. That offense was terrible that year, what Eli Manning and what Ben McAdoo was.
Is that what 2016?
Yeah, that
was didn't
terrible.
Eli have like 7 or 8 games where he won us the game in the final 2 minutes of each game? He had to lead us down the field.
Yeah, the defense kept us in the game the whole time. That year, they were terrible that year. And they went to the playoffs and laid the egg. The next year, that team completely quit on McAdoo. Completely quit.
They had injuries as well. The same thing that Judge was going through.
That team completely quit on Ben McAdoo. You can't tell me that team didn't quit on Ben McAdoo.
Remember Jackrabbit giving up 50, 60-yard touchdowns?
I am not going to disagree with that. The defense, that some players on the defense did quit on them, but you also had players on the defense. No, BJ Hill wasn't on that team. He was drafted in 20. You had some players like Landon. You had some players like
Landon Collins.
Landon Collins. Oh my goodness. You had players on that defense that were still fighting. You go back and look. Go back and look.
I know.
Was getting toasted left and right. Jackrabbit getting toasted left and right. Oliver Vernon.
Olivier Vernon. Yeah, he was injured.
Not doing a damn thing. Snacks.
Ben McAdoo had to deal with defense. Had to deal with injuries across his offense, just like how Joe Judge did.
And what was his record? What was his record? It was 3-13, wasn't it?
Okay, but you lost your star receiver. You lost your other receiver.
Didn't Joe Judge lose Galladay? Didn't he lose Tony? Didn't he lose Shepard? Didn't he lose Lemieux? Didn't he lose Gates? Didn't he lose?
That's what I'm saying.
Didn't he lose Barkley?
My thing is that if he took this team to the playoffs and then he had a year with injuries and we fired him just because he benched Eli Manning, he did much better than Joe Judge has did in 2 years. Why should I give that same respect and that same faith to a coach that hasn't shown me nothing? He's
shown you nothing. He hasn't brought you players that you're excited about. He's shown you nothing.
He hasn't shown me nothing.
Was you saying the same tone about him last year when we was winning those games with straight defense when we beat the Seahawks and them?
Yeah.
We
were singing that song about him because he exceeded expectations. And then
so now he's showing you nothing. He has a bad this year. In
the offseason, did we or did we not say that this schedule this year was easy? Did we or did we not?
I like that.
And he regressed.
James Ramon. Yes, I like that. That's funny. That's good, my guy. That's good. I like that. We needed to laugh. Thank you.
This team to be better than what they really were. We were excited because we signed some people. Okay, it happens. Teams sign players that they think they're going to do good, and they don't do as good as they're supposed to.
I wanted to ask Ash a question because he wanted to get his point first. It's a good point. But after the first Super Bowl with Coughlin, do you remember the turmoil? How many people wanted Coughlin gone? We would not have that second ring. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that because I wasn't into sports by then.
Okay.
But I have went back. I have went back and I have looked at, like I said, I talked to my granddad who's been watching football since '75. He told me that he wanted Tom Coughlin gone.
Right.
He told me he wanted Tom Coughlin gone.
So with that narrative, because we all know how Coughlin was a hard ass. The first couple of years we wanted him gone. Eli took off, got us a Super Bowl in 2007. All right, but then he regressed. But you know what? Looking at what Judge is going through now, I kind of see why he regressed. But then all of a sudden he picked it back up. His players followed him, and he won us that second championship because we stayed with him. We didn't just let him go. We could have fired him real easy. because the newspapers, the press, ESPN, all of them were saying Coughlin's gone this year. But Judge Mara stayed with him. You know, we got that second ring. And that's when Mara really put his hands into everything. And I'm sorry, you guys can say whatever, that I'm not right, that I'm not thinking correctly. But you know what I'm seeing right now with everything that's going down the line, because what saved Jerry Reese? Jerry Reese got a weapon, Odell Beckham Jr. for Eli. What got Gettleman hired? He was willing to run with Eli. Drafted Saquon Barkley. Knew we needed a left tackle. Nate Solder was the best option at the time. And this fan base was not upset with getting Nate Solder for that money. There was a lot of fans that were like, okay, we got the left side. Barkley's going to go off. What helped Eli's game that year? Rookie Saquon Barkley. That's what helped Eli. You know, that's what gave him the outlet. It was check down Eli, and we all give him jokes about that. But that's the only option that he had to go to. Now look at all those years that we failed in the draft to get linemen. We still had Eric Flowers at left tackle for 3 years. But yet they kept that freaking guy even as bad as we saw him. Justin Pugh, Western Richburg. These guys were not good. Jerry Reese's picks. But because Mara had a soft spot for Jerry Reese because he won us a couple of Super Bowls with Ernie Accorsi's draft picks. Okay, you know what? Jerry Reese did have a couple. But you know what? Justin Tuck was the last draft pick of Wellington Mara. Wellington Mara told Jerry Reese, draft him in the 4th round. I want him. Damn good player, okay? I love Justin Tuck. But that was Daddy intervening again. And you guys, like I said, you guys can say I'm full of shit all you want. But I've witnessed it, I've watched it, I've grown up with it, and I'm reliving it again. And you're only going to get as much power as you're given. You know that as a worker. You know that as a shop foreman. You know that as upper management. You can see what you need for the shop floor. You can see what you need for the employees. But if that guy up above you won't let you get shit, you can't do a goddamn thing to save your job. You can't do a goddamn thing to make everybody else's job easier, even though you see it. If you're not given that authority, or they won't check off on certain things that you want to buy for this floor, the shop, the people, safety equipment, whatever, hell no. You gotta wait till OSHA comes in. And then they come back at you. Why didn't you tell us this shit? Well, I kept a paper trail, motherfucker. I got emails I sent you that we needed all this shit. And that's what Joe Judge did. Joe Judge got limited. I'll be the first to say here, and I'm going to defend that guy. Now, like I said, I changed my mind on Gettleman. But I stuck with Gettleman for 3-4 years since he was hired. And now it took this news coming out for me to figure out, okay, he wasn't the guy I thought he was. He didn't do the things that I thought he was doing. That's information we will never have going into what we know about the coaching system, about the front office. Chris freaking Mara stopping people from getting guys. I know I keep harping on that, but God damn it, that pisses me off. You've got the guy ahead of scouting saying to your coach, you can't have that guy. He called me an asshole. Right. I'm sorry. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Well, he's the head coach. He should do something about that. What the hell is he going to do? He did what I would have done. Give the guys enough fucking rope to hang themselves and say, oh, here, I told you so. Now fire his ass. Okay, Garrett, you're gone. And now we're expected to run a good offense with shit quarterbacks, a shit offensive line, a shit play calling book because we can't establish a new play call? Because this is what Garrett wanted?
You expect the whole new playbook week 13 and 14.
Right. There ain't no way in hell.
With a 5th string quarterback from the Bills.
Right.
Mike Glennon, who turned out to be an absolute ass. And if they would have known Mike Glennon was that ass, they would have never signed him.
You got that right.
Y'all act like they knew Mike Glennon was just that bad.
You want to talk about somebody that can sell a bag of bullshit and come out profit-wise? That's Mike Glennon. Jesus Christ. I take Johnny Manziel over that freaking guy.
That's all we try to get you guys to see.
Ryan Leaf is better than that freaking guy. Right. He sucked.
You let this guy go down with the trash can, or he's going to turn it into gold. If he turns out to be shit, great. Now we can get rid of him and the interim GM, and we can bring a whole new slew of people in here. If we've been bad for 10 years, what's one more year? What's one more year?
Listen, you know, if Joe Judge turns out to be this great head coach in the next Parcells and Coughlin, do you think I won't be jumping for joy with y'all?
I know you will be. I know you will be, but I understand where your frustration's coming from, Ash, because we're not happy either with it.
Listen, I just don't, me personally, I just don't see anything in him. So if I don't see anything in you, I'm not gonna. That's just me.
That's your opinion. And you know what? Listen, I'm glad that at the end of the day we're not mad at each other. And this was a hell of a debate because I've been reading the chat. I don't know if you guys have, but they've been loving it. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. I think I might have pissed Pat off a
little bit. I've done that before. Don't feel like you're in a single club at that, my guy. Me and Pat have had some humdingers here because I saw in the chat. I can't believe Pat and Joel are agreeing.
Right. I just feel that people are putting words in my mouth saying that I won't judge here like he's some great coach. That's not what I'm saying.
Right. We're no
why can't you see that? What I'm saying is you let this dude, whatever the fuck you want to call him. You want to call him a lame duck coach, whatever you want to call him, a horrible coach. You let this guy go his third year, let him bring in his players, and if the shit don't work out, you get a clean slate.
And then run another guy in the GM for 3 years.
Right.
If that don't work out, you fire their asses with a clean slate. You let them get their free agencies on a 3-year deal, 2-year deal. And then when you get rid of their ass the same way, you give the next guy coming in the same opportunity you gave this last guy. That's what we're trying to get at. We don't know what the next guy's going to do.
How many GMs you know are Hall of Famers? I've only known one. That's Ozzie Newsome. That's the one guy that I know that could go into any situation and come out clean. And that's the truth. These guys are available for a reason. What great GM is out there?
Right.
You name me one great GM. You want a new GM so bad? Come to me with fact. Come to me with a GM that's turned a whole nother franchise around. And that's done and been there and done that. And won rings. Name me the guys.
Did John Dorsey really do that great of a job in Cleveland? Because Cleveland wants to get rid of Baker Mayfield already.
Oh, y'all actually asking me? I didn't know you're actually asking me. I mean, around like that's how guys become available for the job. And I'm not saying get a general manager that was fired. I'm not saying that. I'm saying get somebody.
These guys haven't been fired, but these guys haven't been proven to do anything either. So what makes you think these guys? You're telling us that we're losing out on great GMs. What great GMs? What great GMs?
Listen, I wasn't meaning great GM. I'm going off of the reports that I see
what you're saying.
That says that there's been general manager candidates that have been interested in the job, but they don't want to take the job because they just don't want nothing to do with Judge. I'm not saying that they're great. I'm not saying that they're trash. I'm not saying that they're next Ozzie Newsome. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is that if you keep somebody as a coach, you're constricting your search for general manager.
So obviously their plan that they're telling Merrill doesn't sound better than keeping Judge.
Listen, I wish I could go on, but I've got out of the bed to talk to you guys, and I'm pretty tired.
Yeah. Oh my God! It is 2:00 in the morning. Holy shit!
I'm pretty tired, and listen, this has been a great debate. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just explaining my points. That's all I'm doing.
Great point.
But I'm going to take my black ass back to bed, and I will catch y'all whenever y'all stream again. So Joel, Pat, and everybody in the chat, y'all take care. I'm taking my black ass to bed.
I'm doing the Alamo Bowl at 9:15 tomorrow, Ash. Good night, my guy. Right. It was great. No hard feelings.
Very great debate. No hard feelings. Hoping anybody didn't get mad. Hopefully Adam's not mad at me.
Right.
But don't put it like I'm saying this guy Joe Judge is great. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is you got to think about the shit. Who's going to come in here and fix something in 2 years after you fire coach after coach after coach? We've had 4 coaches in 6 years.
I know.
If you fire a judge, that means we have 5 coaches in 7 years. Who's going to be able to fix anything like that? If Joe Judge has to be a lame duck, then let him be a lame duck.
Yep. We're definitely going to find out because he got a fair shot. He got a chance to get his guys in here, couldn't do it. Okay, next man up. I agree with that 100%. Daniel Jones, if he doesn't show us anything next year, yeah, we're getting a quarterback the following year. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
If we wind up getting a top 3 pick next year, and the way they can work this draft to get us more picks next year, maybe we get another first-round pick next year. We can trade them and get the quarterback from Alabama. Who knows?
Right, exactly.
But you're trying to bring in a new GM and a new coach to what? They're not going to be able to do anything. Then he sucks for a year. You're going to be all over him.
You're stuck with the Galladay contract. You're stuck with the Dory Jackson contract. You know, I mean, you got a few stars on the team, but they're all still young and rookies. I mean, basically.
So basically, they're not bringing their own team, guys. That's what the fuck we are
exactly.
saying.
You know, maybe your first round draft pick, your 2 first-round draft picks are going to be the new GMs or coaches, players. That they're going to be his guys. Everybody else on that team, he's got no cap room to work with this year. What's he going to do? Bring in a couple offensive linemen? He's going to have to.
What is he going to do?
I don't understand the moves he can make. I don't understand how he could.
Judge, go ahead, Joe.
I just don't understand how he could change everything over that's so wrong with this team. You know, wanting his coach, his coaching staff, his guys, getting these guys to learn another defense, getting these guys to learn another. I know they're going to have to learn another offense, but
you know your defense changes too when you bring in a new guy.
Exactly.
You know
is that defense going to
stay?
Is that defense going to, play the same way it has this year, or the end of this year, I should say? Do you think that Patrick Graham learned something by going from 1 year to the next? I mean, it didn't work in the first half, but it's working now in the second half. You think he's not picking up on stuff like that? Joe Judge has say over that defense. Why do you think it's improved? Again, the offensive line. It improved last year. Joe Judge doesn't have say in the offense because of Garrett. Now he does. And what the hell is he supposed to do with what the hell is available to him right now? Not a damn thing. I don't know of any coach right now that could do anything with Fromm or Glennon.
Did you not see those 2 quarterbacks play last week? Did you?
Right. James, you're right. There's too many holes to fill in one season. Right. There's too many holes to fill in 2 seasons.
Do you not see what's out there? I don't think any coach can succeed with that. They did good to get 4 victories.
Right.
And then he had his players snatch victories for him this year.
Right.
Because if we get those 3 wins, we're right there in the playoff race. That's 7 wins.
When Dexter Lawrence jumped off sides, do you think that Joe Judge went in there and gave him an attaboy? Really? Really? Do you think that when O'Shane Zimenez jumped off sides, he hasn't played since that Kansas City game? All right. Everybody else been playing by him. Okay. You think he's not tired of this shit too? You think he likes being a freaking laughingstock in New York, talking to the press all the time? I'll bet you $100 to anybody right now, Joe Judge is talking to that team a hell of a lot differently than he is the public.
Floyd, if this team plays bad, the whole crew is gone.
Everybody's gone.
Saying. Everybody's gone.
General manager down, coaching staff, the scouting department, the training staff, everybody is gone.
Galladay and Dory Jackson, those 3 years, they could get out those contracts now.
Yeah, Galladay.
That's what we're saying.
Right.
So now he doesn't have to deal with none of those guys. He could bring in his own coaching staff. He could bring his own GM. The GM could bring in his own coaching staff.
Yeah.
The coach can bring in his coordinators.
His scouting
players,
department.
His scouting department. And
right.
They start anew.
Right.
Start anew. That's all we're saying.
That's how you blow things up. That's how you start over when things have been bad for a while. It's not something that you can fix by just bringing in a couple of people. You have to bring in everybody. And the guys that you don't want before the draft, you trade them. And I don't care if you get a 6th-round draft pick, you trade them. So if you get a couple of 6th-round draft picks, you trade into the 4th with those. Get the guy that fell down the board and you get your guy. So now throughout the draft, you got 15 picks, but you only get 9 guys. But you got 9 guys that are your players. That's how he changes the team. That's how you change everything. You get the guys in to fit your coaching staff the way they want to coach. If you do it right now, how many guys are you going to get in the draft? All right, we got 10 draft picks, but we all know that wheeling and dealing goes on. So let's say we only get 7 of those draft picks. Do you guys really want the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 2 7ths or whatever the hell it is starting? I mean, look at how Tay Crowder was a 7th rounder. He got forced out there.
Right.
Let's look at Lemieux, a 5th rounder. He ain't doing shit. Let's look at Hernandez. It was a 2nd rounder. He ain't doing shit. Pert, a 3rd rounder. He ain't doing shit. You know, but yeah, you guys want to draft linemen. We can do that in the 3rd or 4th and 5th rounds. We don't have to use our 1st-round picks because drafting a lineman is a boring pick. It's a boring draft. You don't get the hype. You don't get the, oh man, we got a playmaker now. We got, the next Ronnie Lott. We got the next Randy Moss. We got the next Kurt Warner. It's not how it works. You got to draft O-linemen. Look at the Saints. Look at how good the Saints offensive line is.
Right.
They just keep taking a 1st-round pick and picking offensive linemen, then getting their skill players 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Guess what Joe Judge wants to start doing? Using that 1st-round pick if it's in the 20s. Offensive lineman. Get your skill position 2nd, 3rd, 4th. This guy knows talent. You guys can argue with me about that, but you look at the 3rd-round picks that Joe Judge has had. Traded up to get a cornerback. He's proven to be pretty goddamn good. And then the following year, it was Pert, but that come to find out that was the scouting department. So then if we look at the 4th-round picks, we got the edge rusher. Robinson, is that his name?
Ellerson Smith.
Ellerson Smith. The year before in the 4th round, we got, was it Cam? No, it wasn't Cam Brown.
Shit. 4th round.
Well, anyway, but it was a good depth piece. The guy's contributing.
Was it Darnay Holmes?
It might have been Holmes. Holmes might have been the 4th rounder, and then it was Cam Brown, or we got a linebacker or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Are those guys starting to hit? Are we starting to hit on the late round draft picks? Did Shermer do that? Did McAdoo do that?
You can't. There's not one draft pick from the Shermer. Man, it's bad, bro.
Right.
It's bad.
Lorenzo Carter. Get his ass off the team. I don't care if he's having a good year or not. I don't want him. Get his ass the hell out of here. I can't handle it no more. He's not going to be worth the money. O'Shane Zimenez, get his ass out of here.
Right.
Don't want him. Evan Ingram, get his ass out of here. Sterling Shepard, get his ass out of here.
Right.
The 4 offensive linemen, get our asses out of here.
Right.
Well, that's a lot of pieces to replace. And we all know that those are the fucking problems.
It's going
right?
to be well worth it.
Right? Come on, guys, you got to agree with that. You got to agree with what I just said. And we are finding guys that are contribute, Logan, in the later draft picks, right?
And they just act like they just don't see that.
Right.
Give the guy his just due. Give him a little bit of fucking credit. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's a great coach, but damn it,
look at all the fans that were cheering for Dante Pettis. Jesus Christ. They were calling him OBP because he wore 13. Right. Look at the guy we got on a special teams returning kicks now. This kid's good. You know, special teams really hasn't been that bad outside of the goddamn punter who can't kick a fucking ball.
And guess what?
But-
He's gone after this year.
Yeah, he's gone next year. Get his ass out of here. Why do you think we're in our mock drafts? We're picking a punter in the 6th round. Get the best goddamn one there. Oh?
Yeah, like this team has completely just quit on Joe Judge like they did with McAdoo and Sherman. It's not like that.
No, they haven't. That defense balled against the Eagles. I couldn't have been prouder.
Right.
Yeah, our offense might suck, but you know what? When somebody says, oh, look at a Giants fan, I said, yeah, but our defense is going to fucking kick your ass next year. You watch. That's what I say. And then Logan, definitely, Pat, you need to look at that. There's a running back from Texas Tech. He wears number 4, I believe. He's like 6
he's
foot,
good.
210. What a beast, man. This kid.
I forgot his name. Is it something? It starts with a B. I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. He's number
Bro,
4. He's very
fourth-
good.
4th round pick, 3rd round. He's going to go right in there. His draft stock's
he's
going to
good.
rise.
He's fast to be that big, too.
Yeah, he is
Exactly.
fast for being that big.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. We called that game today. Wow. That was Air Force has got a receiver too. Get with Nate. I don't remember his name. Where's number 13? I'll tell you what, if that doesn't look like one of the little guys from New England there, receivers.
You're talking about Edelman?
Yeah. A Julian Edelman type guy. He's about 5'9", but man, does that guy he's got some good hands. Shadrach Thompson. Yeah. But that kid from Air Force has got some hands, man. He might be a 4th rounder only because he's going through Air Force and they might have to wait a year or 2 to get him. But wow. I mean, he had 5 catches for like 140 yards.
Man.
Yeah. That
We're
was,
going to have a fun time during the draft this offseason.
Yes, we are.
We're going to have a fun time. Like I said, hopefully any feelings ain't being hurt. But
I hope not.
I'm not gonna say I don't like that because I know they're not doing it on purpose, but I don't like when people put words in my mouth. I'm not saying Joe Judge is a great coach and he should be here because he earned the right to be. I'm saying you bring him in because it's a necessity.
Right.
It
is. It's all about the future, and that's what we're looking at is the future and the best way to set up the future.
That's why I say you don't have foresight.
It's like if you're going to buy a house and you got $10,000 down, but if you wait another year, you could put $25,000 down. You know what I mean? You know, it sucks having to wait to get your own place another year, but you know, financially, security, money-wise, everything else, it's worth it in the long run. And that's all we're saying is that in the long run, we feel it'd be more worth it to just let Judge, if it's a bad look, if it's another 4-year win team, it's going to be awful fucking painful to sit here and watch that shit for 2 years in a row.
Right.
But you know what's going to happen after this season. You know that a new coach, you know you're going to have a new quarterback, you know you're going to have a new GM, you're going to have a new scouting department, you're going to have new trainers, you're going to have all new staff, you know, everything.
Hopefully you subscribe to all these great guys in the chat. He says he just found us tonight. Thank you, James.
Yes, thank you, James.
Subscribe. And his name is funny.
It is, man. James Earl Jones. That's great. That's great.
One of the best actors of all time, James Earl Jones. Though.
That's right. If I ever had a eulogy, that's the man I want speaking at my eulogy right there. That guy.
Well, Joe, I'd like to thank you for being a soldier, bro. It's 2:00 in the morning where you are. It's 1 here.
Oh shit, man.
But man, they just get me fired up sometimes, bro.
Me too. Hey, I appreciate it. Again, we started this stream off with, you know, we lost a legend today in John Madden. And again, this stream, it was dedicated to John Madden. And you know what? The way we were fired up and talking, there was a lot of boom and pows. And I hope he was watching this and he was a proud fan that we were just living off of that. I did have a tweet out. I want to see the NFL give out a Coach of the Year award. And I don't want it based on wins. I want it what they do for you know, to the community, for their players, for, you know, nonprofit organizations dedicating their time to organizations. I would really appreciate it if you liked it, shared it, get it out there. Classified 3F is my Twitter handle. If we could get the NFL to look at that and get that man the respect that he deserves, and it's not about me. I do not want this text to blow up because of me. I want this text to blow up and this tweet to blow up because of John Madden. And I watched him throughout all my football career, watching from a little guy all the way up. The man, it was just a joy to turn on the football game and hear him and Pat Summerall, and it's something I'm never going to forget. I wish that he could have called a couple of games for you younger guys to see what we were talking about, but he will definitely be missed.
And not much more you can say about that, man. R.I.P. to John Madden. Prayers up to his family. Hope everything is okay with him and his family. I think he has 4 kids?
Something.
3 or 4 kids.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. Go watch that documentary. I think it was actually a pretty good documentary as well.
Yes, James. He taught a lot of generations to love the game.
Yep, he did. He brought, football wouldn't be football without that.
Yeah, dude. Without that man, exactly.
Because he took it to another level when he came into the game.
Yep.
Especially the broadcast booth.
Yep.
The broadcast booth would be nothing without that dude.
That's right.
Because he inspired a lot of people to become a commentator, because he was like, damn, being a commentator could be that fun? Shit, I want to do it. Man.
Right.
Because they were having him and Pat Summerall having fun. I know Pat Summerall had some drink in that booth.
I know. I do
too. He was too cool and laid back.
Oh man, old John Madden talking about the turkey legs on Thanksgiving games. Right. Oh my God, that was.
He actually made the Lions fun to watch.
Yeah, you gotta have the big guys up front, man. We need more turkey legs for those guys. Boom,
right.
Power. They're big eaters down there.
We talk about the Cowboys' offensive line with Nate Newton, Brown, and all those guys.
Yes. They had the turkey out there with 6 legs on it to give to the offensive lineman. That was great.
I miss those days, man. So
I do too.
We lost a legend tonight in the football game, but he will never be forgotten. He will always be missed. Shout out to John Madden, man.
Yes.
But you know what time it is? It's time for us to get some sleep. We got a long day tomorrow. Everybody in the Big Blue crew, thank you guys for tuning in. Yes. Got 2 new people tonight, 2 new subscribers tonight.
Nice.
Shout out to Queen and shout out to James Ramones.
If you like college football, I'll 9:15 tomorrow night. I'll be doing the Alamo Bowl on Classified 3F with Joel. Swing by.
Yep, and we're doing Leather to the Face, me and Gnation, man. We're calling the Triple G fight tomorrow night. I think we're gonna start around 8 o'clock my time. So
I'll be there for the
9. Yeah,
no, I won't.
9. Nah, you won't be able to make that one, Joe. But hey, when we get to build what we build, everybody will be able to watch us at all the time. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the whole plan. Thank you guys for tuning in. Passionate night tonight. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I only plan to go 2, but you guys always keep me here, and that's why we're the Big Blue Crew. Until the next episode, smoke screen.